Chapter 342. Stannis's expression was uncertain as he asked, "What will happen to the Great Wall after you leave?" Dany shrugged and said, "Send a letter to the City of Knowledge and tell them about the other ghosts. Then inform all the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms. There are witnesses and evidence. They should believe me, right? After taking Dragonstone Island, I will fulfill my duty as the Prince of Dragonstone Island and provide the Night Watchers with golden dragons and dragon crystal weapons. But in the Westeros, I have no vassals and cannot send soldiers to the Great Wall. Your Majesty, Dany Rise, compared to freeing the slaves, the coming long night is a greater threat to humans. Why don't you end the battle at Slaver's Bay and send the Unsullied to the Great Wall?" Jon asked. "Yes, since you can defeat hundreds of thousands of soldiers, your soldiers must be very powerful. Why don't you bring them to the Great Wall to defend against the other ghosts? Maybe you can clear out all the other ghosts in a few months." Bowen Marcy said sincerely. Dany looked at them deeply and asked, "Will you give up the Great Wall and go to Slaver's Bay to deal with the slavers? We are the Night Watchers. Protecting the Westeros is our duty. How can we participate in the struggles of other countries?" At this point, Red Pomegranate was stunned. Dany smiled and said, "Just like you, the soldiers at Slaver's Bay have their own duty to protect the freedom of the newly freed slaves. But guarding the Great Wall is not just about protecting the Westeros." Jon frowned and said, "The other ghosts are the common enemy of all humans. The Long Night is not only in the Westeros. The sooner we get rid of the other ghosts and end the Long Night, it will be beneficial for everyone." The Savior's awareness was just too high. "You are right." Dany nodded in agreement and said to Hanno seriously, "The people of the world should put aside their disputes and form a united front against the ghosts. As long as the Allied army is willing to give up on Slaver's Bay and allow my army to pass through their territory, I will be the first to respond to the call of the Ghost Resistance Front. I will gather volunteers at Slaver's Bay and cross the ocean to support the Great Wall." Dragon Queen was so righteous, but the group of Westeros frowned, feeling unhappy. Deep in their hearts, they hoped that the Dragon Queen would immediately give up on Slave Bay, give up on freeing the slaves, and put all her strength into the battle to protect the Westeros. After all, Westeros was the center of the world, the benchmark of the world's civilization, and they were the great and glorious people of Westeros. Furthermore, wasn't the Dragon Queen also painstakingly chasing after the Iron Throne, which was out of her reach? If she wanted to become the Queen of the Seven Kingdoms, shouldn't she contribute to the people of the Seven Kingdoms? Even if you haven't sat on the Iron Throne yet. We can't change the Free City's decision, and we don't have the ability to form an alliance to resist the otherworldly demons," Jon said with a bitter smile. "Sigh, you have to understand that the warriors of Slaver's Bay also have friends and relatives." Dany shrugged and said slowly, "Don't think about taking shortcuts. Work hard to gather reinforcements from the Seven Nations. I took the risk to capture the otherworldly demons to provide you with evidence and convince the City of Knowledge first. Where's that old Paristan?" Thinking of the City of Knowledge and the scholar, Dany suddenly realized that she hadn't seen the red-nosed old man for the entire day. "The scholar is sick," Old Yamant said. "What kind of illness? He can't even attend the banquet of the Two Kings?" After seeing the otherworldly demons last night, he was in a daze. He kept mumbling, "The otherworldly demons can still appear even without dragons. This world can never eliminate magic. What should we do in the future? The ideal of the real world is completely destroyed." "What's the real world?" Melisandre suddenly asked. "I don't know. The madman talks nonsense." The old scholar spoke nonsense without changing his expression. A look of sympathy flashed across his face, and he lamented. "He was fine last night on the Great Wall, but when he returned to his bedroom, when I went to see him in the morning, he was barefooted and lying on the floor with only a thin layer of clothing. The fire in the fireplace was also extinguished. It was as if he was possessed. He pulled his hair and mumbled to himself. His face was as pale as a ghost, and his head was running a high fever. The arrow wound on his hip split open again, and his pants were wet with blood. I fed him a big bowl of poppy milk, and before coming to the banquet I even put 7 or 8 leeches on him. He's now undergoing blood-sucking treatment. He has a fever and lost a lot of blood." "You used leeches to bleed him?" Dany's mouth twitched. Old scholar, you hate the city of knowledge too, so you're tormenting the red-nosed old man on purpose, right? His main symptom isn't a fever. The leeches can help him regain his sanity, the old scholar said seriously. All right, but don't let him die. The task of convincing the scholars of the city of knowledge depends on him. As long as the scholars know that the otherworldly demons are real, they'll definitely warn the lords of the seven kingdoms. There are hundreds of earls in the seven kingdoms, and each earl sends 100 soldiers. That's tens of thousands of people. This is much faster than me mobilizing troops from Slave Bay. Slave Bay is tens of thousands of kilometers away from the Great Wall, and it'll take a year or two by boat. Moreover, if the Alliance doesn't remove the blockade of Slave Bay, even if we organize a large fleet, we won't be able to leave the bay. Everyone nodded helplessly. It was true. No matter how powerful Dragon Queen's army was, it was too far away from the Great Wall. Before the true king appears, the nobles of the seven kingdoms can't unite. Why am I fighting for the Iron Throne? For power? Stannis put down his fork and looked at Dany with a contemptuous smile. Isn't it? Dany raised her eyebrows and asked. Responsibility. Because of responsibility. He emphasized in a serious tone. I saw the arrival of the long night in the sacred fire. I received a revelation from the King of Light that it's now a dangerous time. The ancient prophecies are coming true. I need the Iron Throne only because the King of the Seven Kingdoms can unite the forces of the Seven Kingdoms to resist the coming long night. I will start the war only because I know what kind of people the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms are. When they hear the news of the coming long night, they'll be afraid and hide. They'll raise the castle walls and stock up on food, but not many will bring soldiers to defend the Great Wall. Unless there's a powerful king leading them. That king is you. Dany laughed. It won't be you, Stannis said solemnly. I have talent, virtue, power, and law, Dany said. From the moment the Targaryen dynasty fell, you no longer have law. You should have some self-awareness. Look south from the Great Wall, how many enemies do you see? The North, Hudyen, Arryn Valley, Lannister in the West, and the Stormlands all have irreconcilable conflicts with you. They won't support the Targaryens. It's strange to hear this from you, Dany said with a strange smile. Aren't you even more unpopular than I am? You should walk among the people more and see how the people and nobles talk about you. Stannis pursed his thin lips and said seriously, I know that everyone misunderstands me because of the Red God, but this is only temporary. When the long night comes, when the seven gods can no longer answer the pleas of the people, when the light of the King of Light shines upon the world, everyone will understand that the long night is long, and only the King of Light can control the darkness. When the long night was about to fall, Erlu's idea was not wrong. The seven gods would never answer the people, but the King of Light had already begun to show his miracles. Humans were very realistic. The reason they had faith was because they hoped to be rewarded by the gods. When the seven gods could not satisfy them, their piety would immediately turn into resentment and curses. In the foreseeable future, the Church of the Seven Gods would definitely suffer heavy losses in this long night. It might even disappear from Westeros completely, just like its experience on the continent of Ursos. On the contrary, the Red God, who had been scheming for the long night and the savior since thousands of years ago, was very likely to be the biggest winner in this long night. If the Red God doctrine became the mainstream religion of Westeros, then Erlu, who hung the Red Heart flag high, would naturally be the most orthodox king. Dany glanced at Erlu, who had a deep gaze and a determined expression, and sighed in her heart. It seemed that she had misunderstood him before. Stannis was not without schemes, nor was he brainwashed or deceived by the red-robed woman. He was very clear-headed and had probably seen through the essence of faith, and guessed that the Red God's faith had a bright future. Erlu had not been completely eliminated from the game of power. He was a hero in the later stages. Well, the premise was that he could last until the later stages. Stannis, with the coming of the long night and the world on the brink of destruction, if we keep getting along awkwardly and being on guard against each other, it will seem too petty and unbefitting of our status as kings. Dany's eyes were as bright as the stars, flashing with confidence and pride. Why don't we sign a king's agreement and compete for the Iron Throne openly? Silence filled the banquet. Everyone stared blankly at the Dragon Queen, not knowing what to do. Even the savages had their mouths wide open, waiting for the Dragon Queen to continue. Stannis leaned forward and gritted his teeth. What agreement? The one who ends the long night will be the king. Dany leaned back in her chair and smiled faintly. Wow. Everyone was shocked. Stannis's eyes flashed and he asked, how do we determine who will be the one who ends the long night? Dany said, I guess there is a king of deviant ghosts above the deviant ghosts, and the one who kills him will be the king. King of deviant ghosts? Your Majesty, Dany Rise, are you sure? Jon's expression changed. Deviant ghosts are intelligent. Everyone has seen it. Intelligent creatures that live in groups must have a leader. It is the same for humans and beasts. Yes, deviant ghosts live in groups. They must have a leader. Everyone nodded in agreement. If deviant ghosts are like humans, killing one king and then another one appears, what will happen? Stannis asked. Simple, whoever kills more deviant ghost kings will ascend the Iron Throne. What if the number is the same? Sir Florin asked. Then we will compare the number of white ghosts killed. You have a dragon. You have too much of an advantage. Florin shook his head. Dany sneered, all right, as long as anyone kills the same number of deviant ghost kings as me, I will automatically withdraw from the fight for the Iron Throne. I feel that the crown on my head is too heavy. Just Slave Bay and the vast and rich free city are enough to keep me busy. The faces of the members of the Deer Party twisted. They unconsciously tightened their grip on their spoons. All right, I will sign this treaty of kings with you. Stannis placed his hands on the table and stood up. No, not just you and me. It is for all the kings of the 7 kingdoms and those who want to become kings. This treaty will be sent to all the nobles with messenger crows and will be agreed upon. Everyone. Everyone exclaimed. Even free citizens? Whale asked. Are you a citizen of the 7 kingdoms? Dany rolled her eyes. This is a fight for the Iron Throne, the position of king of the 7 kingdoms. If a commoner kills a deviant ghost king by luck, will the nobles of the 7 kingdoms acknowledge him as king? Old Ymont frowned. After last night's battle, everyone should have seen the power of deviant ghosts. Deviant ghosts are magical creatures. As you can imagine, deviant ghost kings are far more terrifying than deviant ghosts. Scattered soldiers can't kill them at all. If a soldier under a king kills a deviant ghost by luck, the credit will naturally go to the king. Commoners have no chance of facing a deviant ghost king. If such a person really appears, he must be a legendary hero like Yasuo Ahai. So what if he becomes the king of the 7 kingdoms? Anyone who opposes him will be killed by the kings. This is written in the sacred treaty. Anyway, Targaryen is a man of his word. He will definitely abide by the treaty. Chapter 343. Dany, have you decided to give up the Iron Throne? Old Ymont asked hesitantly. At the top of the Great Wall, east of the city gate, there was a wooden shed built by the Night Watchers in the early years to shelter them from the wind and rain. There was a shortage of manpower now and it had been abandoned for many years. At this time Blackie was lying in the old shed, while Dany and Ymont sat side by side on the black dragon's soft and tough wings. They chatted as if they were leaning on a sofa. The Night Watchers were short on supplies, so the dinner was not very sumptuous and there were no performances. After eating a steak, Dany left the table and went to the Great Wall. Ymont followed. Why do you say that? I have dragons, magic, and dozens of Valeglia steel swords. No matter how you look at it, I have the best chance of winning, Dany said. Ymont said worriedly, I carefully observed the battle between you and the other ghosts last night. Valeglia steel swords are like iron swords to armored knights. They have the power to kill, but they have to hit the vital points and break the armor first. Dragon flames are effective against other ghosts, but the killing efficiency is too low. Ice armor and ice swords can even block fireballs. It's too scary. But the light emissary is different. It is a divine weapon specially made by Yasuo and Ahai to deal with other ghosts. I suspect that Stannis can cut through the other ghosts' ice swords and ignore the defense of the magic ice armor, just like Valeglia steel swords against wooden weapons. I also have a guess. Only the light emissary can kill the other ghost king. Normal weapons cannot end the long night. Otherwise, Yasuo and Ahai would not have spent so much effort to make the swords. Dany fell silent. The old man's words were not nonsense. In fact, they were very reasonable. Yasuo and Ahai did not defeat the other ghosts in one wave. They fought for many years. It was said that the long night lasted for a generation. There were failures and victories, but they were never able to end the long night. 8,000 years ago, the Valeglia civilization had not yet appeared. Naturally, there was no Valeglia steel, but other than dragon crystals, there was a magic metal called dragon steel. He wasn't sure what kind of steel dragon steel was, but it was similar to Valeglia steel in that it could kill deviant ghosts. With Yasuo and Ahai's identities as heroes of the world, it was impossible for them not to have a dragon steel weapon. However, he insisted on forging the sword, and in order to forge the sword, he even sacrificed his wife. P.S. The radiant emissary that was forged at such a high cost must have a powerful ability, and that ability must have a special effect on the Night King. Dani had only watched Game of Thrones. Before that, she thought that with her Valeglia steel weapon, Night King would be a piece of cake. 7 white knights, 3 Valeglia's blood, the little assassin Dani C., and herself as a mage. They were all wearing Valeglia's steel armor and wielding Valeglia's steel swords. After finding their target, 11 armored warriors descended from the sky on a megalosaurus and surrounded the Night King alone. Then the little assassin went invisible at the side. This kind of teamwork was better than Arya's sneak attack, right? However, Dani realized that in this real world, Arya could not sneak attack the Night King at all. No matter how strong a faceless stealth skill was, it was useless against deviant ghosts because deviant ghosts did not observe the world through optical vision. To put it bluntly, many ghouls did not have eyeballs, but their eye sockets still lit up with a faint blue light. They could still find living people. Deviant ghosts and ghouls could sense the breath, temperature, and vitality of the living. It did not matter whether they had eyes or not. Even if Arya used Gale steps, she could not hide from the perception of a normal deviant ghost, let alone hide herself. This was a bit of a trap. Knowing the way to kill the big boss should be the biggest cheat for a transmigrator who had read the plot, but this cheat was fake. Dani almost had a face full of blood. Do you think the Lightbringer in Stannis' hand is real? It is exactly the same as described in the book. The sword's body shone with a magical light, and no one could look directly at it. The burning aura also prevented people from getting close to it. Yimont said. Dani shook her head and said, "No, the fluctuating light is real, but it is not burning." We all saw it. When the sword was swung, the flame ignited the giant's hair. The old scholar frowned. Haha. Dani seemed to have thought of something, and she covered her mouth and chuckled. What's wrong? Yimont was confused. Old man, did you notice the difference between the way I eat and him? Dani held back her laughter and asked. There is no difference. Your dining etiquette is very standard. Stannis grew up in a noble family, so it is normal for him to know the etiquette of royalty. But Dani, you are too rare. You have been wandering the streets since you were young, and you have never received a proper noble education. But now you have the style of royalty more than anyone else. You are a natural-born king. The old man looked at Dani with gratification. You have not seen how I looked when I first walked out of the Red Wasteland. Dani rolled her eyes and said with a smile, in Queers, when I first met Sir Barristan, he had an expression of disbelief, and he immediately exclaimed, where did this wild girl come from? So to show off my kingly aura as a Targaryen, I called the 3 dragons down and spat a mouthful of dragon flames at the old knight's squire. Guess what? He immediately thought that I was domineering and a natural-born king. Old Yamont's face was distorted. Your Majesty, you are exaggerating. When did I say that you are a wild girl? The white knight who was standing at the door of the wooden shed as a guard was unhappy. You did not say it, but your eyes showed it clearly. Ha ha ha. Old Yamont laughed cheerfully. Dani laughed for a while and then said seriously, I am not talking about etiquette. When the roast lamb is served on the table, the brown gravy is still sizzling. How do you eat it? Old Yamont's expression froze and said in realization, when it cools down you still eat it while breathing. It is too hot. Stannis is like a normal person, afraid of being burned by the high temperature. What about me? Dani smiled. You stuff it into your mouth without hesitation, as if it was cold to begin with. Old Yamont muttered. Barristan immediately said, His Majesty is not afraid of the heat at all. In fact, His Majesty especially likes to eat roast meat when it is hot. You said that the meat is softer, the juices are fuller, and it melts in the mouth like it is exploding. In other words, the radiant emissary looks like a blazing flame, but the temperature is not high. Yimont frowned. Dany's eyes flashed, and she said, anyway, we have 3 other ghouls as captives. Let him try the sword tomorrow and we will understand. If only the radiant emissary can deal with the other ghoul king, what should we do? Old Yimont was worried again. If Stannis can end the long night, then let him be the king. He has already saved the world, is he not worthy of a crown? Dany said casually. Dany, the roots of Targaryen are in the Westeros. Old Yimont said sadly. I did not say that Targaryen will be completely removed from the Westeros. Dany smiled strangely. Even if we cannot become kings, we Targaryens can still become dukes. I will take over Dragonstone Island and part of the 3 rivers. No matter who ascends the Iron Throne, Targaryen will have a large territory. You can do that? Old Yimont was dumbfounded. Of course you can. Being a duke in the Westeros is more comfortable than being a king. Dany smiled and asked Old Master, are you familiar with Blynden River text? Why do you think of him? Blynden has been dead for many years. The old scholar was puzzled. He is not dead. Not only is he not dead, he has also become the Green Prophet. What? Dany's revelation was like a clap of thunder in Yimont and Barristan's minds. Both of them cried out in surprise at the same time. Blynden is alive as the 3-eyed crow. He is in a secret place beyond the Great Wall. How is this possible? He is older than me by a few decades. Old Yimont muttered. The Green Prophet has the same lifespan as a normal person. He was the one who fought with me yesterday afternoon. Blynden wanted to control my thoughts and take away my dragon. He even admitted his identity. Dany slowly told them about her conversation with the 3-eyed crow. Blynden does indeed have the bloodline to become the Green Prophet. His mother's family, the Blackwood family, has a long history. Before the Andarians invaded, they were the royal family of Riverland. At the same time, they are the only family south of the Neck Marsh that still believes in the old gods and worships the Heart Tree. No wonder his intelligence network is so terrifying that even Igo is afraid of him. Yet, no one has ever investigated his intelligence network. Old Yimont came to a realization. Since he is also a Targaryen, why would he make an enemy out of you, Your Majesty? Just because you are not the child of prophecy? That's ridiculous. Barristan was puzzled. Blynden has a wine-colored birthmark from his cheek to his chin. It looks like a red crow. It is also because the Blackwood family's emblem is a black crow with a red background that he has the title of Blood Crow. The old man looked at the silver plate-like moon through the hole in the roof. He recounted the past events related to Blynden in his memories. A hero with a slightly tragic story. This isn't a question of whether I want it or not. As Robert's successor, the throne is mine. Tanner, this is the law, this is the rule. Just as Dany was pondering over Blynden's personality, Stannis' soft curses came from the west. Then, the blacksmith Tanner's pleading voice came. She has a dragon, my good highness. You have no hope. Take the initiative to surrender to her before we completely fall out with each other. Support her in ascending to the Iron Throne. At the very least, you will be able to protect the Wind's End castle that has been passed down in the Baratheon family for generations. The one who started the War of the Usurper was Robert. Robert has already met his retribution and is dead. You are not Robert. You have no direct blood feud with her. Why throw away your life for that iron chair? Dany and Yimont looked at each other. They never thought that the one-armed blacksmith would persuade Erlu to surrender. Dany was conflicted. She was very hesitant to accept someone like Erlu as a follower. It was too difficult. Ugh, she thought too highly of herself. Erlu was very strong-willed. I have never asked for this crown. Stannis pointed at the pure gold crown on his head. The edges were deliberately made into the shape of flames. Well, when the 2 kings sat at the same table, Erlu was well-dressed and well-dressed, with a crown on his head. Dany had only scrubbed her iron armor once, and her hair was braided in a thick braid, without a crown. In fact, apart from the 3-headed Dragon King's crown given to her by the Tourmaline Brotherhood, Dany had never forged a crown for herself. The three-headed Dragon King's crown had been left to collect dust in the treasury. She had never worn it before. But when she appeared on the Megalosaurus, no one did not think that she was a queen. Gold is cold and heavy on my head. It is uncomfortable, but it is my responsibility. Robert is my eldest brother. After his death, it is my responsibility to inherit his throne. Not to mention Joffrey and Tommen. They are not even Robert's children. There are also the others. You have seen it. The night is coming. As the one in the prophecy, it is my responsibility to save millions and the people of the Seven Kingdoms from the darkness. This is my mission. Stannis gritted his teeth. His slightly twisted expression contained an endless amount of determination. It was unknown what the blacksmith opposite Erlu had on his face, but Dany's cheeks were twitching. Robert's throne was taken from his father. It is not your responsibility. Besides, even if you are the child of the prophecy, it does not conflict with submitting to her. How can you be the savior if you are dead? No, I will not submit to anyone. You have submitted to Robert. Chapter 344. You've served Robert before. You're Robert's good brother, a good subject. She's obviously more wise than Robert. She's a greater ruler. Why can't you serve her? Blacksmith Tanner advised. Robert. It was as if Stannis had been infected with a virus called Robert. He kept muttering. Suddenly, he waved his hand and complained hysterically. Yes, I was loyal to Robert and tried my best to be his good brother. His good subject, but how did he repay me? When I was 18 he rebelled. I defended Storm's End for him. The inflatable fish trapped me for more than a year. The castle ran out of food. Even I had to eat dead rats and boiled shoes. But no matter how hard it was, I never thought of surrendering to the Mad King. Before Robert left, he gave the castle to me. It was my responsibility to defend Storm's End for him. In the end, King's Landing was taken by Robert. Tyrell no longer had the determination to serve Targaryen. Iden Stark led a few thousand men and drove away the Riverbend army that surrounded Storm's End. At that time Robert laughed and hugged Iden Stark. He called him my brother, and thanked him for saving Storm's End. Ah! Stannis screamed, holding his head. He forgot about me, his true brother. He didn't even give me a hug or a word of thanks. Even a fool would know how insignificant Eddard Stark's actions were during the siege of Storm's End. Well, Robert was happy to treat Ide as his brother. I won't be jealous. Well, I won't be jealous. But what happened after that? When he ascended the Iron Throne, Storm's End should have been mine, shouldn't it? Regardless of my contributions as the second son of House Theon, I had every right to inherit Storm's End after my eldest brother became king. But Robert gave Storm's End to a child. Renly was only 4 or 5 at the time. He didn't give me any reward or comfort. Then Robert sent me to attack Dragonstone Island, but there was a terrible storm, and all the ships were capsized, and William Darry took the opportunity to escape with the boys to the other side of the narrow sea. However, I managed to conquer Dragonstone Island and complete the mission Robert gave me. However, not only did Robert not see my contribution, he even loudly reprimanded me. He blamed me for running away with the 2 dragons and causing him trouble. He really guessed right. That baby really grew up to be a big trouble, but it had nothing to do with him. The trouble was left to me. When Robert made me the Duke of Dragonstone, I dare say that everyone in King's Landing laughed at me. They even thought that Robert was humiliating me on purpose. Because I am the rightful Duke of Storm's End, the ruler of the vast and rich Stormlands. What else does Dragonstone Island have apart from rocks? During the Targaryen era, the Prince of Dragonstone Island held great significance. It was the fief of the heir to the throne. However, that was because Dragonstone Island was the land of the Targaryens. To Theon Bella, the Windstop Castle had a special meaning. Robert really humiliated me. On the night of my wedding with Silas, he dragged the bridesmaids to my wedding room and opened Silas's cousin's butt on my wedding bed. He even left a bastard for me to raise. I tried my best to be a good younger brother, and I tried my best to be a good subject, but all I got in return was his humiliation. Why? Even the Targaryens knew that the king chose his brother to be the king's hand after he ascended the throne. But what did Robert do? After Jon Arryn died, he would rather go thousands of miles away in the north to find Ide Stark than consider me. As if he had vented all the resentment of a lifetime, Stannis calmed down. He looked at the conflicted blacksmith in front of him and said indifferently, "This is what I get for pledging my loyalty to Robert. Now you want me to pledge my loyalty to that woman. She has a dragon," the blacksmith said bitterly. Stannis, who had calmed down, began to grind his teeth again when he heard the word dragon. "I should have listened to Melisandre and hatched the dragon earlier. That red-robed woman can't be trusted," the blacksmith sighed. 2 years ago, before the dragons appeared, Melisandre let me see the snowy plains and the otherworldly ghosts in the flames. Everyone knows about Yasser Ahai's prophecy. Who's hiding in the shed? Stannis suddenly realized when he got close to the wooden shed. He held his sword and shouted at the shadow in the shed. SSS Blackie sneezed. A string of red flames came out of its nose, illuminating the strange and awkward faces of the 3 people and 1 dragon in the shed. In the eyes of the embarrassed Stannis, even Blackie's expressionless stare was a blatant mockery of him. His face turned green, white, and red. His expression changed back and forth. He gritted his teeth and said, "What are you doing here? We've always been here. With the shed blocking us, it's warm," Dany said with a smile. He had never hated Dany's smile as much as he did now. "Hey, don't get so worked up. Every family has its own problems." Dany waved her hand and sighed in a casual tone. "Compared to my stupid brother, your brother is good enough. At most, Robert was afraid of you and deliberately suppressed you. He still left you the position of Duke of Dragonstone Island. But because of a woman, Liga destroyed my family and made me a princess when I was just born. I wandered around the trading city since I was young, and did not have a full meal all year round. After Sir William Dane died, I did not even wear new clothes for 10 years. Compared to me, what happened to you is nothing." The humiliation, anger, and anxiety on Stannis's face froze, cracked, and fell off his face piece by piece. Blacksmith Tanner, Scholar Yemont, and Barristan also had strange expressions. They did not expect the Dragon Queen to compete with Stannis to see whose brother was more of a bastard. Could it be that she wanted to compete with him in every aspect? But, thinking about it, she did seem to have it worse than him. Her brother Liga was also worse than Robert. "You said that Robert was afraid of me and deliberately suppressed me?" Stannis was stunned for a moment, but he heard something else from the Dragon Queen's words. You didn't feel it yourself?" Dany was also stunned. Robert did it so obviously, but Stannis did not realize it. He simply thought that his brother did not like him. "Your Majesty," Dany rise. "Please do not slander a dead man who cannot defend himself. Robert may be a bastard in some aspects, but he would never have such thoughts." The one-armed blacksmith righteously defended his master's reputation. "Your Majesty, aren't you thinking too much?" Old Yemont also frowned. Robert was open-minded and generous by nature. Why would he suppress his brother for no reason? Barristan, on the other hand, had a thoughtful look on his face and was not surprised. He had always remembered the matter of Liga's youngest son, and had long been suspicious of Robert's forthright and upright character. Haha, don't use Duke Robert's character to guess King Robert's thoughts. Think carefully, how did Robert ascend the Iron Throne? Without waiting for them to answer, Dany sneered and said to herself, "He could rebel against the king as the Lord of the Stormlands. Is he not afraid that the next person will learn from him? In the history of Targaryen, how many times have there been stupid cases of siblings fighting for the throne? The Dance of the Blood Dragon, the Blackfire Rebellion, 2 incidents that led to Targaryen's fall from the altar were all because the power of the vassals and the king's brothers were too close. Robert was not illiterate. He knew the history. Would he not learn from it? If you did not manage to defend Storm's End and were captured by Mester instead, Stannis, he would definitely let you inherit Storm's End because the cowardly and incompetent you are no threat to him. Don't say that Robert is heroic and upright. A truly magnanimous person should be like me. I could have ignored everything and killed you and Jon Snow with a single breath of dragonfire. One was directly involved in the war that destroyed the Targaryen dynasty, the other is the bastard son of a great enemy. Yet I gave you a chance to fulfill your duties. A person who kills a baby and chases after a baby is not a heroic person." Dany's words were a little shameless, but it made Erlu and the blacksmith's expressions change drastically because she might have said the truth. "Robert has always been afraid of me, haha." The unsmiling iron face, Stannis actually laughed. It was said that Stannis had been lacking in joy since he was young. After seeing his parents die in the storm with his own eyes, he stopped smiling. Well, Erlu's smile was as rare as Bujingyun's tears. In any case, the people of the Seven Kingdoms had never seen him smile. Barristan and the blacksmith Tanner, who knew him well, were shocked. What she said might not be true, Your Highness. Don't be so agitated. Tanner looked anxious, afraid that the second young master would go crazy. Hey Tanner, don't be agitated. I'm fine now, very fine. I've never been better. So Robert was afraid of me. A heavy shadow seemed to have dissipated from Stannis's body, and he seemed to have brightened up. Tanner looked at Stannis carefully and saw that his eyebrows were relaxed, as if he was really happy. He asked doubtfully, You don't blame Robert? Before this I've never blamed him. But from now on I don't blame him. He was afraid of me. Stannis laughed. Ha ha ha, Dany rise, the king's pact with you officially begins now. After saying this to Dany, Erlu laughed and walked back. Has he gone mad? Barristan frowned. In everyone's eyes, Robert shines brightly while Stannis has always lived in his shadow. Before this, he also thought that he was inferior to Robert and hoped to obtain the same praise and recognition as Robert through hard work. Now he has finally obtained what he desired from Dany, but no longer needed. Old Yamant frowned. Maester, what are you talking about? The blacksmith was confused. Why did you think of persuading Stannis to surrender to me? I've already agreed to compete with him for the Iron Throne. You were there yourself to witness my oath. Dany looked at him strangely. The blacksmith said solemnly, After observing you for a while, I believe that you are a brave, benevolent, powerful, and responsible queen. Aha, it's obvious. Dany raised her chin slightly, accepting the blacksmith's praise as if it was natural. The one-armed blacksmith's lips twitched a few times before he continued. Stannis is obsessed with responsibility, but he doesn't have the ability to shoulder it. On the contrary, he will be a good subject. Becoming your subordinate will be beneficial to both of you. First, I have to admit that I have selfish motives. I hope that the House of Theon of Bella can be preserved. Then, you even accepted the most unforgivable enemy, and Theon of Bella has also submitted to Targaryen. When the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms who have grudges with Targaryen learn of this, they will put down their worries and prejudices and take the initiative to approach you. The Seven Kingdoms can quickly unite under your leadership and fight against the otherworldly ghosts. Sigh, it's been hard on you. Dany sighed with a complicated expression and said, Unfortunately, dreams are beautiful but difficult to realize. Chapter 345. The warm morning sun reflected thousands of rays of light on the milky white glacial walls, like colorful swords scattered between the earth and the blue sky. Today, 5 wooden stakes were erected in front of the dark castle's courtyard. 5 corpses were tied to the stakes with hemp ropes. 2 deviant ghouls with broken limbs, 2 ghouls without any injuries, and a skinned ghoul boar. Dany, Stannis, the red-robed woman, and more than 1,000 people surrounded the courtyard, staring at the deviant ghosts. The sun rose and the shadows cast by the wooden houses of Dark Castle slowly receded. The sunlight spread in the courtyard and gradually, the golden warm sunlight fell on the deviant ghosts and ghouls. Hiss hiss hiss. Wherever the sun shone, the deviant ghost's icy hair floated up as if it was on fire. The sound of grilling squid on a metal plate could be heard. White mist rose up like steam and surrounded the white ghost. The white ghost let out a roar, full of pain and anger. Dany's pupils contracted, and she unconsciously walked closer, directly looking into the deviant ghost's cold and vicious blue eyes. She could not see the shape of the meditation runes deep in the deviant ghost's sea of consciousness. When she looked into the deviant ghost's eyes and observed its magic power, it was an icy blue sea of fire, almost like a burning heaven and earth. At this time, under the sunlight, the icy blue flames in the deviant ghost's eyes quickly faded, showing that its magic power was quickly melting, just like ice melting under the sun. Crack! The mirage ice armor connected to the deviant ghost's body flashed with a white light, as if it was trying to reflect the sunlight, but it still inevitably began to crack. Even the deviant ghosts were howling under the sun, and the 2 ghouls were even worse. As the water vapor spread, the struggling ghouls were like candles under a magnifying glass, slowly melting at a speed visible to the naked eye. The milky white meat juice dripped down the calves, soaking the ground. Then a rotten stench filled the air. Well, when a corpse turned into a ghoul, it would immediately stop rotting, and the smell of the corpse would not be heavy. If the corpse turned into a ghoul long enough, it would no longer have any smell after the rotting smell dissipated. It was like ice, tasteless. At this time, under the sunlight, the ghouls that had stopped rotting began to rot again. Hey, a few people, send this ghoul to the ice cellar. Danny covered her nose and took a few steps back, pointing at a ghoul. 2 humans and a pig. The 3 ghouls were still struggling and twisting, but their faces melted like wax figures on fire, and their noses and eyes could no longer be distinguished. Although it was smelly and disgusting, for night watchers still came over with a bundle of straw curtains. They cut off the hemp ropes that tied the zombie to the wooden stakes and wrapped it with the straw curtains. Then they carried the zombie to the ice cave. Although the snow of snow of the snow of dark of winter of the snow of the snow, of the snow of the snow of the snow of the snow. Only an hour later, before the sun reached noon, the ghouls had completely disappeared in front of everyone, turning into a puddle of rotten water that soaked the mud of the courtyard. The ghoul of the wild boar was a little special. Its skin was smooth, and its stomach was cut open, and its intestines and organs were taken out. Danny could almost imagine the scene at that time. The barbarians had hunted a wild boar, shaved its fur, removed its organs, cleaned it, smeared black and hard salt, and lit a bonfire. The whole family was drooling as they surrounded the wild boar, preparing to roast the wild boar. Then the ghouls came out of the house and used the spirit summoning skill. The wild boar that had not been put on the grill opened its blue eyes and looked at the barbarians who were stuffing apples, turnips, and wild strawberries into its stomach. You want to eat me? I'll eat you first. In the real version, the cooked duck flew away. Sigh, do you night watchers have salted whole pigs, sheep, and cows? Seeing the wild boar struggling to melt into milky white water, Danny had a strange expression. Scholar Yamant, hurry up and write a letter to all the nobles in the north. From now on, the cured meat must be cut into small pieces, or else it will be eaten by their own cured meat. That would be too funny. Haha. At the end, she could not help but laugh. Oh no, there are a lot of hams stored in the cellar. Will they break free from the hook? Galen's expression changed as he shouted. Haha. The scene was too funny, and Danny laughed even more happily. The ghoul's broken arms and legs can really move. John said with an awkward expression. You really have to be careful with salted and cold cured meat. It's best to smoke it with smoke. Half-cooked corpses will not come back to life. Melisandre said lightly. You communicated with the deviant ghosts? Danny was surprised. I tried to communicate with them yesterday, but there was no effect at all. The ghouls and deviant ghosts are all fearless of death. The red-robed woman said. Even the torture of burning under the sun could not make them submit? Look at their miserable state now, they must be in pain. Sir Mallister frowned. Witch Otter. Danny waved at the old witch in the crowd. Could you please come over and ask this white ghost if he is willing to surrender with dignity? Don't say surrender, just say cooperate. I would like to ask this knight of the other ghosts to help me with a few small matters. The few knights among the night watchers were embarrassed, and they were complaining in their hearts. Deviant Ghost Knight, are you also planning to make a 3-way lease agreement with the deviant ghosts? It's fine if you use such a method to fool the ignorant barbarians, but now you are even fooling the deviant ghosts. Isn't that too much? Larry's mother was called Mother Otter. Although she was a fake forest witch without magic, she did have a systematic inheritance. There seemed to be a green prophet among the ancestors of the Hill tribe, and the inheritance of witches in the tribe had not been broken for thousands of years. The Hardfoot witches did not necessarily have the talent for witchcraft, but they all knew the ancient language, strange herbal knowledge, and some secrets of the Green Prophet. The reason why Danny suspected that there was a Green Prophet in the Hill tribe was because Mother Otter had a bronze book related to the Green Prophet. It was made of thin bronze sheets, weighed 1 kilogram, and was the size of a 10-inch tablet computer. There were less than 50 pages, and there was no trace of rust. There were densely packed words and pictures engraved on it. Mother Otter talked about some of the contents of the bronze book. Most of the descriptions were very mysterious, and for ordinary people it was difficult to understand. But Danny knew that it was talking about the Green Prophet's feelings when he entered the weirwood to observe the world. Well, the bronze book was borrowed by the Dragon Queen, and she planned to use it to learn the ancient language. After 15 minutes, the old witch turned around and said to Danny, "Dragon Queen, it's ignoring me." There was no need for her to say anything, as Danny and the others were watching from the side. The old witch talked for a long time, but the deviant ghost didn't even move its lips. "That's enough." Danny pointed at a deviant ghost whose ice armor was completely shattered, revealing a pale white chest, and said, "Carry this one back to the ice cave." The remaining deviant ghost persisted under the sun until around 3 in the afternoon, when its body began to melt. Either it didn't melt or it melted faster than the corpse ghost. In a few breaths it became a pool of ice water emitting white mist. There was no rotten smell at all. Instead, there was a strange cold fragrance. The fragrance was very faint, and except for a few people with good noses, most people couldn't smell it. "Dragon Queen, the corpse ghost we put in this morning died and became a lump of ice. The night watchman came over and reported. Let it stay for a few more days. Maybe it can slowly revive in the ice." Danny said uncertainly, "What about the deviant ghost?" she asked again. "The deviant ghost is alive." Danny looked around. At this moment, most of the night watchmen and barbarians around the courtyard had left. On the contrary, the outside of Dark Castle was very lively. Thousands of barbarians, under the lead of the night watchman, worked together with the giants to build the outer wall. "Are you interested in trying your radiant messenger?" Danny asked as she walked to the opposite side of Stannis. Erlu, like her, had been staying in the courtyard to observe the damage of sunlight on deviant ghosts. As soon as Danny said this, the knights and knights nearby who were bored out of their minds became excited and looked at Erlu expectantly. Stannis's face was wooden and he didn't say anything. He only looked at Melisandre from the corner of his eyes. The red-robed woman didn't hesitate at all and said frankly, "I can try. I also want to know what effect Yeser and Ahai's weapons have on deviant ghosts." Danny was deep in thought. Regardless of whether the sword was real or not, the red-robed woman didn't deliberately lie to Erlu. She believed that she had given him the real radiant messenger. "Go and bring the deviant ghost in the cellar that hasn't been punished by the light. Oh, and the ice sword and the corpse ghost. Let's compare." After the night watchman left, she asked the red-robed woman curiously, "Where did you find the radiant messenger?" Melisandre glanced at the sword in the black sharkskin scabbard at Erlu's waist and said with a complicated expression, "Since we predicted the long night thousands of years ago, how could we not have prepared a weapon to deal with deviant ghosts? This sword is enshrined in the ancestral altar of the Eastern Kingdom of the descendants of Herr Cologne, waiting for a new savior to appear." "Can you let me see the sword?" Danny asked. Erlu glanced at her indifferently, unmoved. "Humph, this is a sword that only the child of prophecy can use. Ordinary people can't even get close to it." Sir Gordy Farland, the giant killer, said, "I'm very curious about its material. Compared to Valeglia's steel, which one is tougher?" Danny unsheathed clear sky from her waist. The black blade reflected a dim and cold luster under the sunlight. "Why don't we both draw our swords and see whose sword is tougher?" She laughed. At this moment, 7 or 8 night watchmen carried the deviant ghost over and asked, "Queen Danny, should we tie it to the pillar?" Danny put away the sword regretfully, looked up at the sky and said, "Move it to the west and tie it under the shade." Todd, Sam, Eddie, Owen, holding the leather-wrapped ice sword in the shade. Galen waved excitedly at his friends who were building the wall in the distance. King Stannis wants to test the sword. The legendary weapon of Azor Ahai. The demonic sword that sacrificed his wife. The Radiant Messenger. The Radiant Messenger slays deviant ghosts. Everyone come and see. Erlu's face instantly darkened. "Wow, Azor Ahai is fighting deviant ghosts." Todd the Toad threw down a large rock and shouted excitedly, "What? Stannis wants to fight deviant ghosts, just like what Dragon Queen did 2 days ago?" The barbarians at the side exclaimed. In just a moment the front yard was once again filled with people. Even the giants came over with a few barbarians on their shoulders. Stannis gripped the hilt of his sword and secretly ground his teeth. Chapter 346. In order to achieve a better performance, Danny even warmed up the atmosphere in advance. She went forward personally and used a normal iron sword to stab a zombie that had broken free from its restraints a few times. The zombie was still alive and kicking, as if nothing had happened. It bared its teeth and pounced towards her. Then she pulled out Valeglia's steel sword and stabbed it into the zombie's heart. It did not struggle at all. Like a robot that had its battery cut off, the blue light in the zombie's eyes disappeared and it fell to the ground. It turned back into a corpse and started to rot. Then, Danny asked Galen to go forward and use the normal steel sword to hack at the ice sword placed on the wooden shelf. Bam 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 bam. The sound of the collision was sharp and loud. It made people dizzy and nauseous. After a few strikes, Galen started to shiver. He spat out clouds of thick white fog from his mouth. The sword in his hand was covered in a layer of light blue frost. Crack! Finally, the iron sword shattered into thousands of pieces like glass. The small and sharp shards scattered all over the ground. 7 levels of hell. It's just a sword and it almost froze me to death. Galen threw away the sword hilt and took off his leather gloves. He put his hands that were red from the cold near his mouth and breathed heavily. Try my sword. Danny passed Clear Sky to the dumb bull Galen. He rubbed his hands on his woolen sweater to warm them up before putting on the thick sheepskin gloves. He took Clear Sky and swung the ice sword fiercely. Clang 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 clang. The two swords clashed with each other. The vibration frequency exceeded the limits of human hearing. It formed a sharp sound that was almost like infrasound. The nearby barbarians, night watchers and stag party knights all stepped back in discomfort. That's enough. Seeing that a layer of frost had started to cover Galen's gloves, Danny waved her hand to stop him. Huff huff huff. Galen's hands were cold and he had almost lost all feeling. However, he was so tired that his body was hot and he was panting heavily. It's too scary. I can't even beat a deviant ghost sword. What should I do if I really meet one? He said dejectedly. Fatty Sam stared blankly at Clear Sky that was covered in a layer of ice crystals. He then looked at the ice sword that did not even have a crack the size of a grain of rice. He said worriedly, Dragon crystal is more fragile than steel. However, Valeglia's steel swords are limited. Hey, how many deviant ghosts are there? And how many warriors of the 7 kingdoms are there? Danny received the Clear Sky sword that was covered with a layer of ice. She circulated her wizard power and the fire elements flowed around the sword. Walala! The ice instantly shattered and fell to the ground. With a whoosh, the blade of the sword was even covered with a layer of pale yellow flame. The onlookers were amazed. Even I, a dual cultivator of magic and martial arts, and a master of both magic and martial arts, do not dare to say that I can win every duel with deviant ghosts. You are far inferior to me, and fighting one-on-one is the same as seeking death. But we don't have as many deviant ghosts as we do, so we can surround them and attack. If one person takes the knife, the other person will let the deviant ghost take the knife. 1 for 1 will make a killing. Was this considered consolation? Everyone was stupefied. Stannis, it's your turn. Danny lifted her chin at Erlu as the sky returned to its scabbard. Stannis walked up to a ghoul with a solemn expression and pulled out his longsword with a whoosh. The body of the sword was cherry red, and it shone with a faint misty light. It did not have a fixed color, and in the haze the flames were constantly changing, but there was no oppressive heat coming from it. Wow! The savages and the night watchers exclaimed in unison. The knights of the deer party clapped proudly. This is the light bringer, the red sword of the hero, the divine weapon that Azor Ahai used to end the long night. This? Danny frowned and approached, wanting to take a closer look, but Erlu moved to the side and avoided her. He even looked at her reproachfully. Your sword is a little strange, as if... Danny looked conflicted, not knowing how to describe it, but she still took a few steps back and said, Try it first. Can you let me take a look at it after you try it? We'll talk about it later. Erlu bit his chin and replied in a low voice. He then stabbed the sword into the ghoul's chest. Hiss hiss without any resistance. The red sword of the hero pierced through the rotten clothes, the dry and hard flesh, and hit the dead man's heart. Walala! Similar to the effect of the Clear Sky sword, the dead man lost his vitality and the rotten corpse fell to the ground. Good. The savages and the night watchers were disappointed that they did not see the ghoul burning, but the knights of the deer party cheered loudly. Erlu's face did not show any joy or excitement. He only pursed his lips and walked towards the ghoul, raising his sword to stab. Don't use too much strength and don't attack the vital parts. Try cutting his ice armor a few times first. Danny reminded. Ding! Erlu's face changed, and the cheers of the knights of the deer party stopped abruptly. The red sword pierced the ice armor, only breaking a small piece of ice crystal. It was not as unstoppable as a hot knife cutting through butter. Danny's clear sky sword had the same effect. Ding! Erlu clenched his teeth and stabbed again. The ice armor was still not penetrated. Ding ding ding! Erlu's eyes began to flash with doubt and uncertainty. He stopped and looked at Melisandre with a frown. Almost everyone looked at the red-robed woman, suspicion growing in their hearts. Melisandre's heart was also in turmoil. This was not logical, not scientific, not magical, not in accordance with the prophecy. If the hero's red sword had this effect, then Yesor Yahai's wife Nissa Nissa did not die in vain? Even in the wild continent of the Westeros, there were more than 200 Valeglia steel swords. The prophecy could not be wrong, then the sword was fake? Could it be that some unfilial descendant of Herr Cologne's descendant country had stolen the real sword and hid it? Your Majesty, try cutting the ice sword a few more times. The red-robed woman said calmly. Dang! Erlu slashed down with his sword, producing a nauseating sound. The ice sword that was held in place by the wooden frame shook violently, but did not break. Dang 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 dang. After 7 or 8 consecutive slashes, a crack finally appeared on the ice sword. The thin transparent sword flashed with blue light, and tiny cracks appeared. Silence. No one cheered loudly because the red light on the radiant bringer in Erlu's hand receded, revealing the ink-black blade. A thin layer of frost covered the blade, and the magical light around the sword was so thin that it was almost extinguished. Huff huff. Stannis held the sword in front of his chest, exhaling white smoke as he looked at it. The blade was still sharp, and there was no crack, but the mysterious light had disappeared. Does this count as a qualified hero's sword? He asked Melisandre with a serious expression. It's better than the Valeglia steel sword. The red-robed woman raised her chin uncomfortably, and the pigeon egg-sized ruby on her neck flashed with a strange red light. Boom! The radiant bringer suddenly burst into flames, and the frost quickly melted and evaporated. The magical light once again surrounded the sword. Danny glanced at the red-robed woman who cheated and asked Erlu, "Can you let me try it? I just want to test it. I have a guess that needs to be verified." Teske. Erlu clenched his teeth and looked at the sword that was flashing with red light. He suddenly stabbed it into the ground, and without a word he took 2 steps back. Everyone held their breaths and nervously looked at the Dragon Queen who was walking towards the red sword. She took off her iron gloves and directly held the leather sword hilt with her fingers and palms with a few pale yellow calluses. There was no anomaly, and the red sword was surrounded by colorful illusory flames. The hero's red sword did not repel the Dragon Queen, and the Dragon Queen did not cause any changes to it. A useless sword with an undeserved reputation? Everyone began to have doubts. Danny, however, had a serious expression. She raised the sword and looked at it carefully. After a while she sighed and said, "My previous perception was not wrong. There is a soul sealed in this sword." "You can sense it?" Melisandre exclaimed. For the first time she lost her composure in front of everyone. Could it be Nissa Nissa? Legend has it that Yesor Ahai pierced the fiery red sword into his wife's chest, and her blood, soul, strength, and courage were all injected into the sword, old Yamant said in shock. Melisandre calmed herself down and said suspiciously, "Your magic and mental energy are not as good as mine, and your research on souls is not as professional as mine. Why can't I sense any soul ripples? Can I try injecting my wizard power?" Danny asked hesitantly. "Try it." Melisandre was eager to try and hurriedly urged. What she cared about was the reincarnation of Yesor Ahai, not Stannis. If the Dragon Queen could... Danny looked at Stannis and said strangely, "Why don't we find a place where there is no one?" "Why?" Erlu still had a serious expression. "I'm afraid that your followers will run away with me." As she spoke, she glanced at the Red Heart Knight who was craning his neck to watch. You can make it unleash its true power? Erlu gritted his teeth. I don't know why, but I feel that it craves my power very much. Erlu's blue eyes looked deeply at Danny, and he said word by word, I would like to see it. The next moment, the red hero's sword trembled violently in Danny's hand, like the sun that had been awakened from a deep slumber. Endless red light shot out, and the scorching heat waves rolled in all directions. Even Erlu's hair was singed, and he could not help but cover his eyes and quickly step back. Ah! The white ghouls wailed in the endless red light. Even when they were burning under the sun, they did not have such an intense and painful reaction. Ah! The onlookers screamed in panic in the scorching heat, and they struggled to retreat away from the light source. Melisandre's red robe and waist-length red hair fluttered in the heat waves, but she did not take a step back. The red light reflected everything around her red, and even her white heart-shaped face was illuminated red. The radiant emissary is alive. It was activated by Danny Rise. Was I wrong? Is she the child of prophecy? Her red eyes were filled with shock and confusion. The flames raged back and forth between the blade and the hilt. Danny's armor was scorched red, and her silver hair swayed in the flames. The air within 3 to 4 meters of her was distorted and wrinkled under the high temperature. The onlookers could not even see her face clearly, and they felt that endless light and heat were surging from her body. But she did not seem to feel the scorching heat, and her small white hand was still holding the black leather hilt tightly. Chi! The red sword slashed through the howling white ghouls from head to bottom, as if it was cutting through a layer of craft paper. The ice armor did not seem to be tougher than butter. Boom! For the first time, the white ghouls did not fuse into a milky white liquid. Instead, they burned with 3 feet of flames. Ding! With a wave of her hand, the 2 ice swords that were stacked on top of each other on the wooden table broke into 2. The wooden table then burst into flames, and the ice swords turned into clear ice water, evaporating in the flames. The onlookers retreated more than 10 meters, but they were still sweating profusely from the heat waves. Seeing the Dragon Queen moving freely with the red sword in her hand, they were all shocked speechless. Suddenly, old Yamont's eyes went wild, and he shouted excitedly, "The hero's red sword! This is the real hero's red sword, the nemesis of deviant ghosts." Danny glanced at the ashen-faced Stannis, and stabbed the sword into the ground. The flames and the surging heat waves instantly converged into the sword. Chapter 347. The radiant emissary was stabbed into the ground, and it was obvious that the blade was brighter than before. The red was translucent and the red was vivid. It was like a red crystal made of flames that had a life of its own. However, the magical radiance surrounding the sword had disappeared. A gentle breeze blew through the courtyard, bringing a warm aura from the red sword, as if it was a burning piece of charcoal. This sword is probably the real deal. Danny frowned. Her right hand, which was holding the sword, clenched into a fist and let it hang by her side, unnaturally clenching and relaxing. How did you do it? Stannis' eyes dimmed and his voice was hoarse. Use your blood, wizard power and soul to activate it. Danny stretched out her right hand and opened her palm. There were dark red lines of blood on her fair palm. The wound had already scabbed over, and only a small amount of blood was seeping out. It was as if what she was holding wasn't the sheathed sword hilt, but the blade of the bayonet. Why do you need fresh blood? The red-robed woman asked in shock. Danny looked at the red sword stuck in the mud with a complicated expression. In just a few words, the wet ground near the blade was slowly drying. She said, "This is a demonic sword. To use it, one needs to sacrifice one's blood and soul. The damage to the user is too great." Impossible. Yasuo and Ahai have used this weapon for decades without suffering any backlash. The red-robed woman shook her head. The bloodstains on your hands, you must have been burned by the flames, right? Stannis saw that Danny's cheeks were rosy and showed no signs of being sucked dry by the magic sword. You can think whatever you want. Anyway, I'm not the one who used the sword. Danny shrugged and said in a relaxed tone. She was not lying. When she used the Green Prophet's wizard power, the Radiant Messenger did not react at all. But when he had just injected the 9-colored whirlpool's wizard power into the red sword, he felt a piercing pain in his right hand that was holding the sword. His blood and soul power were uncontrollably sucked into the sword hilt. What was even more frightening was that the wizard power she had lost was permanent, and she would never be able to recover it. The 9-colored vortex was shrinking. With just 2 sword swings, Dani had permanently lost about 1/20th of her wizard power and 1/100th of her soul. If she really fought the deviant ghosts with the red sword, she would be dead in one battle. Dani had an epiphany. The soul in the radiant messenger that had not responded to her all this time was very eager to devour her whole. Yes, when her soul power flowed into the red sword, she also understood the magic runes inside the sword. She even sensed the cold and dead sword soul inside. Dani tried to communicate with the sword soul and sent out a mental wave to ask if the other party was Yasuo's wife, Nisha, but the soul did not respond at all. However, when her soul wizard power and blood flowed into the red sword, the sword soul immediately devoured the external energy like it was thirsting for it. It was so greedy that Dani was shocked. Therefore, without any hesitation, she threw the sword away after testing it. The prophecy is right, Your Majesty. You are the reincarnation of Yasuo Lahai. Old Yamant did not know how Dani felt at this time and was so excited that he cried, "The child of prophecy, the child of prophecy." The dragon faction, which had been growing in size over the past few days, cheered loudly. Among them, the person who cheered the loudest was Sir Elisa. He was so excited that even his bald head was glowing red. He led 7 or 8 of his followers and raised their hands to cheer. The savages looked at each other, not knowing whether to cheer or how to cheer. The Dragon Queen made them feel more and more respect, but they did not understand Yasuo's prophecy at all. The Deer faction's knights were pale, as if they had lost their faith and ideals in an instant. They were all at a loss. Ahem, everyone. Dani gestured with her hands to stop the cheering before saying, "Thank you for your love, but I am really not the child of prophecy, and I do not want to be the child of prophecy. Do you remember what I told you when I first came to the Great Wall? There is no savior in this world. The only thing that can save us is ourselves." Here at the border of the 7 kingdoms, every warrior who guards the Great Wall against the deviant ghosts is a hero, a savior. The courtyard quieted down again. Some people were deep in thought while others whispered, "She really said that?" Sir Florin pulled the blacksmith Tanner and asked softly, "Yes." The blacksmith looked at the Dragon Queen with admiration and said emotionally, "She told us from the beginning that everyone who contributes their strength is a great hero, Yasuo Lahai. Damn it, she didn't want to eat this pot of rice herself, so she flipped the table. Everyone has become a savior. Then what value and appeal does the real savior have?" Sir Florin cursed with a dark face. No wonder they had been here for a few days, but not many people had taken the initiative to join the great Yasuo Lahai reincarnation. The Dragon Queen was too bad. Not only did she not want to do the savior business, but she also directly disrupted the market, making everyone who wanted to be a savior unable to do so. It was terrible. Hearing this, the blacksmith Tanner was unhappy and lectured him. "She has the mystic dragon. She was born on Dragonstone Island in the land of smoke and fire. She can control fire, she can kill deviant ghosts, she can even activate the light messenger. Who else fits the identity of the child of prophecy better than her? If there is a savior, it must be her. It is precisely because she is a savior that she does things that are in line with the identity of a savior to let everyone understand that there is no savior in this world, and that the only one who can save the 7 kingdoms is ourselves. Only a fake savior will constantly emphasize their identity as a savior to others for personal gain." Sir Florin was stunned. "Fuck you, how can you say that?" "Yes." Sir Mallister nodded in agreement. "The more I look at her, the more I feel that she is a savior. Only a real savior will be modest and not care about false reputation." Sir Florin could not help but emphasize, "Didn't you hear? She said that she is not a savior." "Sigh, this is the demeanor of a child of prophecy." Red Pomegranate looked at the Dragon Queen with a face of reverence and said emotionally, "Actually, this is easy to understand. Why would a real tycoon say, 'I am a rich man' when they meet people?" Sir Florin's old blood was stuck in his throat, unable to swallow or spit it out. It was extremely uncomfortable. Dani also did not think that her words would have such an effect. To be honest, she really felt that the child of prophecy was a trap, and had never thought of fighting for the title of a savior. At this moment, She saw the old doctor standing at the window on the third floor of the king's tower looking down. She was about to leave the Great Wall, and it was time for the old man to put on the black cloak. Galen, Eddie. Danny called out to the two familiar night watchmen and pointed at the red-nosed old man. Go and carry your brother down. Brother? Galen was confused. All the black cloaks who have taken the night watchman's oath are brothers. Today he will officially join us. Oh! Hisk on the other side, Stannis's cry of pain caused everyone to cry out in alarm. After confirming that Danny had given up her identity as a candidate for the Child of Prophecy, Erlu prepared to retrieve his light emissary. But as soon as he grabbed the hilt of the sword, he howled and retracted his right hand. In the short time it took to grab the hilt, the place where his palm touched the hilt was like grilled meat, emitting a charred white smoke and burning his skin. His hand was burnt. Everyone was shocked. This was just residual heat. Everyone had seen it. The Dragon Queen had directly held the flaming sword, but she didn't feel the slightest bit of discomfort. What did this mean? Everyone exchanged glances, and their thoughts were self-evident. While Stannis was looking for a leather glove to wrap the hilt, Melisandre quietly approached Danny and asked in a low voice, "What secret did you find in the red sword?" Danny raised her eyebrows and said, "I'll tell you the secret of the red sword, and you tell me the relationship between the Light King and the Child of Prophecy. How about it?" The red-robed woman's fiery red pupils contracted. After a while, she nodded and said, "The Child of Prophecy is the child of sacred flame, the Light King's spokesperson in the human world. It has to be a believer of the Light King? This is not a question of necessity. The Battle of the Long Night is essentially a battle between the Light King and ES God. The sun is the Light King, and the summer is the Light King. The person who is loved by the Light King will represent him to end the long night. If such a person is not the Light King, what is he?" Danny glanced at Jon, who was talking to Sam, and suddenly realized that Melisandre was not wrong at all. Even if Jon believed in the old gods now, when he died and was resurrected by Lalo, he would be the holy son of Lalo. Just like Catelyn, she was originally a devout believer of the seven gods. But after being resurrected, she became a living miracle of the Light King. Anyone who saw her after being resurrected would be amazed by the might of the Light King, and would not think that she used to believe in the seven gods. The foreigners and the Chinese had different ways to prove that they were gods. To the Chinese, one had to live a long time to be considered a god. It was best to have white hair, white beard, and white eyebrows and say, 5,000 years before the three sovereigns. That would make everyone convinced. The foreigners were different. Those who lived a long time were witches and demons, and had to be burned to death. A real god had to be able to resurrect the dead or be resurrected from the dead. Wasn't the main miracle of Jesus to prove that he was the Son of God, the resurrection? If Catelyn could be resurrected, even if she became a crazy ghost, the Brotherhood and Murtheros would still be in awe of her. They would think that she represented a kind of destiny, the spokesperson of the true gods, the Holy Son. If Jon was resurrected, he would immediately have 30% of Jesus' life and aura, and everyone would think that he was an extraordinary person. If Jon completed the mission of the Child of Prophecy, the Light King who resurrected him would also be regarded as God. After getting the answer she wanted, Danny began to tell the secret of the red sword. There is a set of complicated runes inside the Lightbringer. My wizard power has ignited 60% of the runes, and the remaining 40% can't be activated. You mean it wasn't the strongest state of the Lightbringer before? The red-robed woman was shocked. Maybe. The stronger the sword, the stronger the king of strange ghosts. This is not good news. Danny sighed and continued. There is a dead and withered soul in the depths of the red sword. I tried to communicate with it, but I didn't get a response. Soul? Is it really Nissa? The red-robed woman murmured. I can't communicate with it. I don't know. Do you have any witchcraft or meditation techniques that can be used with the red sword? Danny asked again. Just like the Golden Snake sword and the Golden Snake secret manual. No. Are you sure? Danny was doubtful. You saw it too. It requires a lot of energy to activate it. Only by using so much wizard power can the red sword be so strong. Yasuo and Ahai can't be ordinary people, right? The legacy of the Lightbringer has never been broken. If there is a matching witchcraft, there is no way I wouldn't know. the red-robed woman said with certainty. At this time, the stupid bull Golan came over with the red-nosed old man on his back. The old doctor was wrapped in a cashmere fur coat that he had bought at King's Landing. His face was pale and his eyes were dim. It seemed that he had lost a lot of blood. Chapter 348. Why are you looking for me? The red-nosed old man slid down from Galen's back and asked weakly, "What's wrong with you? You were still healthy and full of energy the day before yesterday. You were busy in the savage camp and treated more than 100 patients. Why did you suddenly become weak?" Dani held back her laughter and asked with a concerned expression. The old man's lifeless eyes turned towards the wooden stake that bound the deviant ghost. "I saw it. There really are deviant ghosts. The night watchers and savages didn't lie to me. There really are deviant ghosts." So, Dani didn't seem to understand. Boo-hoo. The old professor started crying. Deviant ghosts have nothing to do with dragons. Without dragons and magic, humans wouldn't even be able to create Valeglia's steel sword, let alone the light emissary. The real world that the City of Knowledge pursued for hundreds of years was wrong. It was so wrong. Even survival can't be guaranteed. The real world has become the most illusory fantasy. Hee hee, Dani laughed happily. You know you're wrong? Then start redeeming yourself. Redeeming yourself? What did Professor Peristan do wrong? Isn't he a scholar serving you? Some of the night watchers who didn't know the inside story were confused. Well, other than Scholar Yimont, the others didn't know that the City of Knowledge plotted against the Dragon Queen. They also didn't know that Peristan was sent to the Great Wall as a prisoner and a criminal. Like Yimont, they thought that the Dragon Queen followed the tradition of the Westeros and went to the City of Knowledge to find a scholar to assist her. Although everyone could see that the Dragon Queen's attitude towards the old professor was strange, unlike how a lord treated a scholar. "Old man, tell them." Dani crossed her arms in front of her chest and lifted her chin at the old man. "Today you will officially wear the black robe. You have to let your night watchers understand why you're here. Only then can you cut all ties with the past, and the sins of the past will have nothing to do with you." The old professor looked up blankly. He saw the night watchers, knights, and savages around him blinking their eyes and looking at him curiously. All of a sudden, he shuddered and woke up in an instant. He was also full of energy. "I'm sick. Can we talk about it next time?" he begged piteously. "Weren't you very confident and had a clear conscience before?" The change in the City of Knowledge was a huge matter. It was impossible to hide it. No matter how inaccessible the Great Wall is, it's only a matter of time before the news reaches us. Dani shook her head. Sigh. The old man's flushed face turned pale again. He looked at the night watchers and said, "I violated the guests' rights. When I invited Queen Dani Liz to the City of Knowledge, I poisoned her and Hua." Everyone was shocked. They had never thought that the skinny and sickly old man would reveal such a shocking piece of information. Seven gods above, what's wrong with the Westeros recently? Who would dare to go to other people's homes as guests in the future? Sir Mallister said angrily. "Are you crazy?" Stannis, who was bandaging his right hand, suddenly turned around and shouted in disbelief. "Dr. Peristan, why did you do that? Didn't the scholar swear to be neutral and not participate in the struggle for power?" Jon stepped forward and said with an unpleasant expression, "Sigh, the Southerners are really immoral." The savages looked at the old man with disdain. The red-nosed old man glanced at the people who were pointing at him and continued, "Other than poisoning her, I also arranged for people to set up crossbows and assassins on both sides of her room. I also prepared 500 archers and more than 100 dragon-slaying crossbows on the roof and on the ground. I know that the Megalosaurus and the Dragon Knights have a special connection. If the Dragon Knights were to be harmed, the Megalosaurus would definitely come to investigate and take revenge. That way, the dragon-slaying crossbows would be able to kill Queen Dani Liz's Megalosaurus." The people who were cursing the old professor gradually stopped. They were all stunned and speechless. The City of Knowledge has gone mad, the scholar has gone mad, the Old Town's Hyder family has gone mad. The knights and knights of the Deer Party shook their heads. "I have no grudge against Queen Dani Liz. I only did that to realize the ideals of the real world. Then the old man revealed the secrets of the real world and the dance of the blood dragons. Silence. There was not even a voice criticizing him. The number of people in the audience was equal to the number of gaping mouths and bulging eyes. Everyone was shocked. They looked at the old professor as if they were looking at a visitor from outer space. Most people did not understand what the real world was. They only knew that the City of Knowledge was awesome and crazy. The City of Knowledge had slaughtered dozens of Targaryen dragons. The City of Knowledge was terrifying. A few people who understood the ideals of the City of Knowledge felt a chill in their hearts. Was a scholar with his own will still worthy of the noble's trust? It was obvious that the scholar of the City of Knowledge treated the holy oath as nonsense. Regardless of whether the dragons were harmful or beneficial to the world, the scholar had indeed sworn loyalty to the Iron Throne and vowed not to participate in the struggle for power. Today they dared to destroy the Megalosaurus because of the real world. Tomorrow would they kill all the nobles and monks for the sake of a fair world? Fat Sam took a step forward and said with a puffed-up face, "Professor, the City of Knowledge exists for two purposes. First, to explore the truth of the world and use knowledge as a belief. Second, to selflessly serve the people and nobles of the Seven Kingdoms. There are very few people who can master the occult, but no one can deny that magic is also a kind of knowledge. You can choose the knowledge you want to learn, but you can't erase the knowledge you can't master. It's like how warriors choose their weapons. Some use swords, some use hammers, and some use spears and bows. It's impossible. If you choose swords as the representative of all the warriors in the world, only swords are the right way to go. You can't destroy hammers, spears, bows, and arrows and make other weapons disappear from the world." Dany looked at the white bread fatty in surprise. She did not expect him to have such knowledge and courage. "Sam, you're right. I was wrong. The City of Knowledge was wrong." The old man lowered his head and sighed. "I think the City of Knowledge's ideal of the real world is good," Stannis suddenly said. "A world without magic, dragons, gods, and otherworldly ghosts is more friendly to humans. Is this what the son of holy fire appointed by the King of Light should say?" Dany's mouth twitched. "This has nothing to do with my belief in the King of Light," Erlu said seriously. "When there are no more demons or ghosts in the world, His Majesty Lala will be able to sit high above the astral world and watch the world at peace as the sun rises and sets." "No," Peristan shook his head and said. "Your thoughts are the same as mine and the other scholars of the City of Knowledge. You've entered a misunderstanding. The world gave birth to us, not us creating the world. The world is here right in front of us. It has existed for millions of years and will continue to exist for tens of thousands of years. Everyone looks forward to ever summer. But the rules of the 4 seasons have nothing to do with what we think. Until now, I still think the ideal of the real world is good as ever summer. But this is a magical world, destined to have gods and magic. If we humans can't adapt, we'll be eliminated. For example, in this long night, the otherworldly ghosts are obviously intelligent and civilized. We hate magic and deliberately deny the existence of magic, even causing the Megalosaurus to go extinct. Then we don't have the ability to fight against magic, so we perished in the long night. The otherworldly ghosts replaced us and became the new humans on this continent. The world still exists and operates as usual." Stannis was stunned. "Old man, your awareness and knowledge have improved a lot recently." Dany stared at the red-nosed old doctor strangely. "I violated the rights of a guest and hurt you. I'm willing to wear the black robe." The old man glanced at Dany and turned to search among the night watchers. He shouted, "I've said what I need to say. Who will lead me to recite the oath of the night watchers?" The higher-ups of the night watchers looked at each other and hesitated. "Your Majesty, can we kill him with one slash?" The commander of the East Sea Watch, Caterick, said to Dany with an ugly expression. "Or let the Megalosaurus eat him? Although we night watchers don't care about background, we have an unwritten rule. We don't accept people who violate the rights of a guest." The old doctor's face was pale as he shouted in panic. When was there such a rule? Even the night watchers didn't want him. Where else could he go? There's no clear rule, but... Bowen Maxey swallowed and said awkwardly, "No one wants to be brothers with people who violate the rights of a guest." Yes, the stupid cow Galen nodded. "Although I don't know what you were talking about just now, the real world, I don't understand it either. But it's obvious that this guy is someone like Walder Frey and the Rat Chef. Gods, let me be brothers with the rat chef. I won't do it. Yes, I can tolerate male prostitutes, rapists, murderous demons, but the rat chef is too unbearable. Toad nodded in agreement. I'm different from the rat chef and Walder Fry. I'm doing this for my ideals. I don't have any personal grudges or interests. Old Bowen was trembling with anger. There's no difference. 1,000 years ago there was a rat chef. 1,000 years later you Pariston will become the new rat chef that everyone knows. After all, you murdered a great king. As long as humans exist, they won't forget this, the melancholy Eddie said confidently. Sir Walder Fry will thank you. With you in front of him, he might be able to hide quietly in history, or at least not be so obvious. Sir Mallister sighed. The old doctor closed his eyes in despair. 2 streams of tears flowed down his shriveled cheeks. He raised his head and shouted, "Mercy, mercy, kill me. Let the dragon flames burn me to death." The initiation ceremony turned into a scolding session. The old man broke down. Calm down. Danny hurriedly comforted him. This is the sin of the entire city of knowledge. You can't bear it alone, old doctor. But everyone only remembers me. There's only one rat chef. Why don't you catch a few more doctors? The old man had nothing to lose. He started to complain about the Dragon Queen. There's still hope if you're alive. If you're dead, you'll really become a rat chef. What hope is there? Even the night watchers look down on me. The old man's heart was dead as he lamented. Don't worry, I'll force you in. The night watchers can't reject a criminal sent by the queen. No. Queen, have mercy, kill him. The night watchers wailed. Shut up. The Dragon Queen was possessed by the dragon soul. She roared angrily. The entire place fell silent. Everyone stared at her blankly. It's settled then. Galen, go to the cellar and bring another corpse ghost here. The Dragon Queen made the decision arbitrarily. No one dared to object. Todd, Eddie, put on the armor for the doctor. For what? The old man asked blankly. For the initiation ceremony. Chapter 349. 15 minutes later, the thousands of people in the courtyard formed a circle again. In the circle, the old professor put on leather armor and a rattan training helmet. He held the dragon crystal dagger in his hand and stood facing a 1.9-meter-tall strong ghoul corpse. The ghoul corpse's neck was still tied with a metal chain. The chain was very long and dragged on the ground. 5 meters away, Galen held the other end of the chain as if he was holding a dog. Kill this ghoul corpse. No matter how much they look down on your character, the night watchers and free people will admire your courage, Danny said loudly. Walala. The ghoul corpse dragged the long chain and opened its rotten mouth, letting out a soundless roar at the old professor. Gulp. Paristan widened his frightened eyes and swallowed hard. He gripped his dagger tightly and stepped back unconsciously. It's too big. It's too tall and fierce. I can't beat it. Can you change it to a female savage ghoul corpse? Or a child ghoul corpse? He shouted. How about I let you fight the deviant ghoul baby? Danny laughed coldly and gave Galen a look. The night watchers immediately loosened the chains. The ghoul corpse was free and immediately pounced towards the old professor. The old man closed his eyes and waved the dagger in his hand randomly. He was still howling non-stop. Bam! The ghoul corpse hit the professor's wrist heavily. The dagger fell and the old man howled in pain. Then, as if hugging a lover, the tall and strong ghoul corpse opened its arms and hugged the old man. Its rotten black mouth bit towards the rattan mask. Kacha kacha! Like a child chewing on a sweet potato, the training helmet made a cracking sound. Seeing the pale and decayed face that was touching his cheek and smelling the rotten stench on the teeth that were stained with black blood, the old man's body stiffened. His eyes rolled back and his teeth chattered. His mouth made some noises, but he could not utter a complete sentence. Danny raised her hand, and the dumb bull, Glenn, pulled hard and pulled back the dead man's mouth that was dripping with black mucus. Kill the cowardice in your heart like a night watcher, man. Pick up the dagger and continue fighting, she shouted at the old professor who was lying on the ground and wet his pants. I can't do it. I'm dying, the old professor moaned. Then die. You're not afraid of death anyway. Danny sneered. She then turned to the night watcher and said, "Take a new helmet and put it on the doctor." Wiped the stains on his face with a wet towel. Toad Todd laughed weirdly and said, "Are you going to wipe your butt or not?" He peed, haha. After tormenting himself for more than an hour, the sky had already darkened. Peraztun finally stabbed the dragon crystal dagger into the zombie's lower abdomen while crying. Feces, rotten internal organs, and soft, broken corpses flowed out, almost burying the small doctor. Seeing the old doctor crawl out from the pile of smelly corpses while crying and vomiting, the blacksmith tanner finally took out a black sheepskin cloak and covered him, Peraztan, to become a glorious night watchman. After that, Silita brought the old man to the shabby chapel in the dark castle. Under the witness of Archbishop Danny, the old man swore a holy oath. "The long night is coming. From now on I will keep watch until I die. I won't take a wife, I won't have a fief, and I won't have children. I will not wear a crown, I will not fight for glory. I will be loyal to my duty even if I die. I am the sword in the darkness, the guard on the great wall, the flame that fends off the cold, the light that breaks the dawn, the horn that awakens the sleeper, the shield that protects the kingdom. I give my life and glory to the night watchman. Tonight I will do so, and every night." After experiencing the most shameful and lowest moment of his life, the old doctor seemed to have bounced back. He got rid of his sickly state and returned to his previous appearance as a spirited old man. In the afternoon, he moved to the scholar's tower under the crow's nest and began to help old Yamant take care of the crows. After getting the agreement from Danny, Stannis, and the night watchman, he also sent a long letter to the old town in his own name, explaining the situation of the barbarians and the other ghosts in detail. That night, in the wooden hall of the dark castle, the night watchman, the Deer Association's knights, and the barbarian commander gathered together. At the head of the table sat the Dragon Queen, Stannis, Bowen Marcy, Carter Parker, Mal Lister, and old Yamant. The table was pulled open, leaving an empty space. Mansred knelt in the middle of it. This was a public trial for the king of Beyond the Wall. Danny planned to leave the Great Wall tonight, but before she left, she had to deal with the barbarians. Mansred led the barbarians to invade the Great Wall. He must be executed as a warning to others. Since he is my captive, I have the right to sacrifice him to the King of Light according to my beliefs. Erlu said solemnly. "Ah!" The night watchmen and barbarians in the hall exclaimed. Danny did not comment. She asked the 4 night watchmen, "What do you think?" Since ancient times, the king of Beyond the Wall has never been forgiven, not to mention that he has broken the oath of the night watchman. Any lord has the right to execute any escaped night watchmen once they are caught. Bowen Marcy said slowly. "Yes, no matter what, Mansred must die." Mal Lister and Carter Parker nodded in agreement. "We can sentence him to death, but can we hang him first and then burn him?" Old Yamant frowned. "Not burn him, but sacrifice him to the King of Light." Stannis clenched his teeth. "The sacrifice must be alive." "My opinion is different from yours," Danny said with a smile. "How did Mansred manage to wear the black cloak?" Old Yamant thought for a moment and said, "About 30 years ago, Ranger Tarkle was patrolling the haunted forest when he accidentally encountered a small tribe that had been slaughtered. There were about 100 people in the village, and only a 4 or 5-year-old barbarian child was left alive. He was Mansred. Tarkle brought him to Dark Castle and raised him by the night watchman. Naturally, he got the black cloak and became a night watchman. 4 or 5 years old. Danny nodded and asked Mansred, "Why did you break your oath and betray the night watchman?" "Aha, because of a cloak." Mansred laughed bitterly and said in a complicated tone, "I used to be a loyal night watchman, and I thought I would always be a night watchman. Until one day I became obsessed with the thing called freedom. That time I was seriously injured during a patrol. My brothers were worried that I wouldn't make it to the wall, so they sent me to the home of a freedwoman. Hey, don't look at me like that. She was an old spearwoman, very ugly and very old. She didn't have that kind of need, and I didn't have that kind of desire. While I was recovering, she used red cloth to repair my torn cloak. But when I returned to the wall, the commander immediately made me change into a uniform black cloak. Then I ran away. Just because of that. Everyone was shocked. I can't even choose the clothes I like. I can't stand the life of a night watchman anymore. I want freedom." Mansred, Old Yamant said in a low voice, "South of the wall, any night watchman who goes out on business will be given food and supplies by any noble just because of the black cloak he wears. Some even treat him as an honored guest. Even the king is no exception. The black cloak is our shackles, but it is also our flag and glory." "I don't want this damn glory. I just want freedom," Mansred. Danny face-bombed. Her head hurt. "Your whole family was slaughtered for freedom. Don't you understand how terrible uncontrolled freedom is? I understood after the verbal war with you last time, but I really can't stand the restrictions of a night watchman. He's not cut out to be a night watchman, and he didn't wear the black cloak voluntarily or because of guilt. A child with an incomplete mind swearing the oath of a night watchman in a daze. That doesn't make sense." Then, Danny switched to the mode of the Archbishop of the Seven Gods. Her expression suddenly became serious, and her fair face faintly glowed with a holy light. In the 23rd chapter of the Seven Stars Bible, the Heavenly Father said to Hugu that any sacred marriage contract or sacred oath made against ones will not be protected by the seven gods and should be spurned by everyone. In the south of Bravos there was a hill called Andes, the homeland of the Undulls. Hugu, the king of the hills, was the first king of Andes, similar to King David in the Bible. Much of the content in the Seven Stars Bible was explained in the form of conversations between Hugu and the seven gods. In the doctrine of the seven gods, violating a sacred oath or marriage contract was as serious a crime as violating the rights of a guest. But there was a prerequisite. Both parties who made the oath had to be willing. Willing, here mainly meant that there was no knife to the neck of the person who made the oath. It didn't matter whether the person was willing or not. For example, Sansa definitely didn't want to marry Tyrion. But her marriage with Tyrion was protected by the seven gods. Because Sansa didn't protest loudly at the time, she chose to accept it silently. If Tywin forced Sansa to marry his son, not only would the marriage be invalid, but he would also be cursed by the seven gods if the seven gods really existed. At this time Danny was a little unreasonable. If Mansfield's oath doesn't count, then there are no sacred oaths in this world, Stannis said, glaring. I didn't say it doesn't count, but special circumstances require special treatment. He's just a child. Can't you be more tolerant? Child? Mansfield's face twisted. He's not a child. He's much older than you. Sir Mallister's mouth twitched. Danny was also embarrassed. She touched her nose and smiled awkwardly. Didn't the wall take in a few hundred free youths at this time? They're all temporary night watchers, free to leave after the long night. Mansfield's situation is similar to theirs. He's just an orphan adopted by the night watchers, not a proper night watcher. This is a new rule you made. It only applies now, not the tradition of the night watchers, Stannis said solemnly. Danny leaned back in her chair and looked at him from the corner of her eyes. You want him to die so badly? The law is the law. There's no room for personal feelings. Stannis said firmly. There's something wrong with your head. Danny pointed at him and mocked. You have no political wisdom at all. Isn't it good to have Mansfield under your control and command the hundreds of thousands of barbarians outside the wall? It's easy to kill him, but soon the barbarians will fight for a new leader. A new king outside the wall. Then they'll harass the wall and even collude with the other ghosts. Leave Mansfield. No matter whether he can be controlled or not, no matter how many people listen to his orders, with him occupying the position of king outside the wall, a new king of the barbarians can't be born, and the barbarians can't unite. Even if there are hundreds of thousands of barbarians, they're just a bunch of stragglers. They'll no longer be a threat to the wall. The night watchers, Sir Deer, and the barbarians all stared at the Dragon Queen in shock and fear. The Dragon Queen was so reasonable. The Dragon Queen was so scary. Erlu's furious expression slowly froze. He closed his mouth and began to think seriously. Kill me. Just kill me. I'm guilty. I broke my oath. I led the army to invade the wall. Mansfield suddenly howled. Chapter 350. Mansred survived, and Erlu was moved by Danny's suggestion of using the Emperor to command his vassals. He decided to leave the king of beyond the Great Wall to command his vassals. After the trial, on the 6th floor of the king's tower, by the fireplace in the Dragon Queen's parlor. It's no use. The freemen of beyond the wall will not listen to a king who has been captured by the southern lords. Manslade looked at the baby in his arms lovingly and spoke to Danny without looking up. He was now partially free. With 2 Night's Watchmen watching over him, he could move freely in Dark Castle. For the past few days, Manslade's son, wife Dana, and sister-in-law Val were all living in the king's tower. Once he was free, he immediately came to see his wife and child. Danny smiled faintly. I know. I just wanted to find an excuse to let you live. Your wife just gave birth. How pitiful it is to lose your father. Of course, I didn't just save you out of pity. I will be leaving the wall soon. There are still many troublesome matters waiting for me in Ursos. I will leave the task of moving the freemen to Eastwatch to you. As long as you are still the king of Beyond the Wall, you must fulfill your duty. Let the freemen live through this long night. Mansred gently pulled the fur quilt to cover his son's soft cheeks. The kind and peaceful expression on his face disappeared as he solemnly said, I'm happy to see the freedmen cross the sea and leave the Great Wall. I can even send someone to the haunted forest in my name to help you recruit freedmen. But will Stannis allow me to travel between Dark Castle and Eastwatch? Or perhaps, if he plans to take the freedmen for his own use, would he be willing to let you smoothly take over the freedmen? Stannis. Danny frowned in thought. He's not stupid. He should know that the wall can't feed 100,000 freemen. In fact, it can't even feed 10,000. The food stored by the Night's Watchman won't last long, and his army depends on the supplies of the Night's Watchman. For his own sake, he has to send the freemen away as soon as possible. Why didn't you just kill him? War suddenly asked. Why kill him? Danny asked curiously. War looked at her and said, he and his brother stole your father's throne, and now they plan to continue fighting with you for the throne of the 7 kingdoms. Moreover, the sword in his hand suits you very well. Perhaps you are the child of prophecy and need that red sword. If it were me, I would have let the Megalosaurus eat him for any of the above reasons. Once you understand the cause of the war of the usurpers, you will understand that the sins my father and elder brother committed are far greater than the Stannis brothers. As for the red sword, there are many things in this world that can catch my eye. I won't just snatch whatever I want. Most of the time I have to follow the rules. Water was startled, and he gradually fell into deep thought. Knock knock. Barristan came over with 2 canvasbacks. Before he entered, he knocked on the iron door a few times to remind the people in the house. Your Majesty, the luggage is ready, White Knight said. Leaving tonight? Isn't that too soon? Mansred said in surprise. Danny stood up and took her bag from White Knight. She checked the contents while saying, I have nothing to do at the Great Wall, but a tough battle awaits me at Bravos. Darkstar Geralt Dane was about to arrive at Bravos. Last night, after she used the True Dragon's Roar to cleanse Kashi's soul, she even talked to her about the Green Prophet and the old gods through the glass candle. Kashi's suggestion was simple. Leave the Westeros and train hard. She believed that the Great Wizard's meditation technique was not inferior to the Green Prophet's. Danny fell for the Three-Eyed Crow's trick because her skills and experience were not as deep as his. Danny had just learned her meditation technique a month ago, while the Blood Crow not only had the complete Green Prophet's legacy, but also cultivated for 100 years. He also inherited the magic power, mental strength, and experience of the Green Prophet over 10,000 years. It was normal for there to be a difference between the two. According to Kashi's idea, with Danny's talent, she should train hard for 8 to 10 years. Then, she would have the power to protect herself from the Green Prophet without relying on the Megalosaurus. After that, Danny habitually checked the 3 coordinates she had marked and a netizen. The netizen Marvin had brought along Magic Net, analysis of the structure of Witchcraft Lens, and other magic books. He had joined the fleet led by the 4th White Knight, Garthhider, together with the little black girl Larissa. These secret books hidden in the library were borrowed from the City of Knowledge by the Old Man in Old Town. The fleet was huge. The Old Man in Old Town spent a lot of money. More than 100 cargo ships, 10 warships, and 3 million gold royals in cash set off from the port of Old Town. At this time, they were floating in the summer sea in the south of Westeros. Coordinate 1 in 3 or 4 days, Geralt's merchant ship would arrive at the port of Bravos. Coordinate 2, Dragon Queen's filial son Jaquen, had already escaped from the City of Knowledge with the clay pot. Danny did not directly report him. In fact, except for Baristan and Yimont, she did not tell anyone about faceless Jia Kuan. She only asked the old man to borrow books from the library, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Among the books that the old man reported to the doctor in the City of Knowledge, one of them was stolen by Jia Kuan. The doctor in the City of Knowledge was not stupid. When he found that a large number of books related to dragons were missing, but the door and lock were not broken, he naturally began to investigate the thief. The key was in the hands of Dr. Wargrave, and the doctor was an idiot. The apprentice who had served the doctor would definitely be suspected. How would Jia Kuan, who was disguised as Pater, dare to be interrogated by the City of Knowledge? Looking at the apprentice Zion who stole the doctor's waffles, he was punished by the scholars just for stealing food. It was clear that the scholars would not be gentlemen, use their words and not their fists. They would definitely lynch Pater. Jia Kuan, who had a human skin mask on his face, dared to be slapped? Faceless stabbed the 2 scholars who arrested him to death on the spot and escaped as Pater. Although Jia Kuan hoped to create the illusion that the apprentice stole books to sell for money, the doctors in the City of Knowledge were not stupid, and their brains were very good. They immediately speculated 2 things from Pater's recent changes. Faceless came to the City of Knowledge to steal books related to dragons, and the people of Bravos planned to hatch dragons. Then the doctors went crazy. They decided to use the Dragon Queen's method to give the shameless people of Bravos and the despicable Faceless a retribution. Coordinate 3. The one-eyed woman Faceless went to Volantis. Danny's worried guess was confirmed. The House of Black and White in Bravos was not the only stronghold of the Faceless. There was also a Faceless branch in Volantis. On the surface, it was a trading company. In fact, it was a small gathering place of assassins and information dealers. But the 2 identities were a cover to hide the fact that it was a Faceless stronghold. In fact, it was understandable, just like the assassins in the movies. Every top assassin had a top manager who helped him to take missions, gather information, provide equipment, arrange itineraries. When necessary, they would betray their brothers, kill them to silence them, burn the bridge after crossing the river, and embezzle the savings of the assassin's companions. The world of the Song of Ice and Fire was so big, and the information exchange was so primitive. Without the branch to help gather information, arrange trifles, and provide the list and information of replaceable people, even the top Faceless like Rambo, 007, and Tom Cruise would not be able to complete the assassination mission. In fact, 007 and Mission Impossible both had a huge team behind them. So it was troublesome. Danny could not make a meteorite fall on the House of Black and White, or use God's cane. It was easy to flatten the House of Black and White, but cutting the grass without removing the roots, the trouble would be too big. She still did not dare to go to the prairie to pick up her cheap son. Why? Because she was afraid of assassination. Not only the Faceless, it was too easy to kill a child, and that child had hindered the interests of too many people. It was difficult for the Faceless to kill Danny, but it was too easy for them to kill her companions. Now that they had not fallen out, everyone was fighting openly and secretly within the rules. If Danny dared to bomb the House of Black and White, a group of Faceless would take revenge on her the next day. As long as they killed Dragon Queen, officers above the level of Centurion, and officials above the level of Village Chief, Slave Bay would collapse. Of course, if they really left the Dragon Queen alone, she would also ride on the dragon to burn the city. Everyone would play game over, and let the other ghosts take advantage of the situation. Danny definitely had to deal with the Faceless, but she could not do it recklessly. She had to be smart. And she also had some ideas about how to deal with the Faceless. Just as she was thinking about it, Baristan put down his backpack and said worriedly, "Actually, we should not leave the Great Wall. The right thing to do is to hurry up and clean up the other ghosts outside the Great Wall. If there is a king of the other ghosts, we should kill him directly and end the long night before it comes. When winter comes, as the weather gets colder and colder, the other ghosts' strength will increase, and it will be more difficult to deal with them." Danny was stunned and smiled faintly. "That's a good idea, but unfortunately, the other ghosts are intelligent. What you know they know even better. Before the long night, the other ghosts will not come out to fight us head-on, and they will even deliberately avoid places that are directly hit by the sun. Believe it or not, even if I go to Slave Bay and bring the other 2 dragons here, the 4 of them will work together and burn the entire Ghost Shadow Forest, and we will not be able to find a single other ghost, let alone hurt them. Mansred handed the baby to his sister-in-law and said worriedly, "Then do you have a way to deal with it?" Danny sighed helplessly and said, "Don't think about taking the initiative to attack. When the long night comes, wait for the other ghosts to take the initiative to attack, and then rely on the Great Wall to fight a defensive battle. This is the most practical and has the highest chance of winning. Think about it, if I ride a dragon to burn the forest outside the Great Wall, and accidentally get killed by the other ghosts' ice swords, and then the other ghosts resurrect a megalosaurus into a corpse ghost dragon, what will the consequences be? It can't be, right? You burned a large part of the forest last time, but the other ghosts did not pose any threat to the megalosaurus." Barristan said, "Why not? I have seen the finale of Game of Thrones." Danny complained in her heart but said, "How can one not wet his shoes if he often walks by the river? The Ghost Shadow Forest is hundreds of thousands of square kilometers, and I will have to burn it for a year or 2. At that time the nerves of humans and dragons will be numb. How can they avoid all the ice swords? Can a dragon also become a corpse ghost? Dragons are fire and other ghosts are ice. Ice and fire do not mix." Mansred doubted. Dragons are also living creatures. They can die, and after they die they will also leave behind a corpse. If the other ghosts really have a corpse ghost dragon, they might just blow down the Great Wall with a mouthful of dragon flames. Then we will have no place to cry. Danny began to reveal the truth with a strange expression. "Just like the Horn of Winter. Can your dragon burn down the Great Wall?" Whale asked in surprise. "Sigh, if there were no other ghosts I would really want to try." Suddenly Danny's expression changed. She looked at Mansred and asked, "Stannis seized a huge horn from you. Is it the real Horn of Winter?" Chapter 351. Just like the dragon's horn and the Lightbringer, Danny had read Game of Thrones, but she had no impression of them. The Horn of Winter was also known as Jomun's Horn. According to the legends, Jomun, the king of beyond the Great Wall, once blew the Horn of Winter to awaken the giants underground. He worked together with the king of the north, Brandon Stark, to quell the second long night. Well, the long night had appeared twice. The first time was 8,000 years ago, when Yaser and Ahai killed their wives and used the hero's red sword to end the long night. The second time also happened 8,000 years ago, or perhaps 7,900 years ago. Well, 100 years after Yaser and Ahai died, the other ghosts appeared again, and the long night descended on the world for the second time. Even if scholar Yimont found the records of the second long night in the Night Watchman's library, Danny was skeptical. It was just that the interval between the 2 long nights was too short. What was even more ridiculous was that in the ancient history books of the Night Watchman, the second Night King was a Stark, the 13th commander-in-chief of the Night Watchman. He married a woman with skin as pale as the moon, eyes like blue stars and skin as cold as ice. Well, he married a other ghost, most likely a female other ghost. Stark was the most powerful man in the Song of Ice and Fire. Su Xian and Ning Kaichen should be ashamed of their inferiority compared to him. Snakes and ghosts were nothing. He was a other ghost. The deviant ghost's coldness could freeze a fine steel sword into pieces by touching it, but Stark's sword was still intact. In short, the second Night King was very strong. The king of beyond the Great Wall, Jomun, and the king of the north had to work together to quell the rebellion. Well, compared to the first long night that affected the whole world, the second Night King was weak. But compared to the ordinary commander-in-chief of the Night Watchman's rebellion, he was too strong. Well, I digressed. It was said that Jomun's horn could not only summon giants, but also make the Great Wall collapse. Danny didn't believe it, neither did the Night Watchman or Stannis. But Mansred believed it, and so did the barbarians. They were frantically robbing tombs in Frostfang, hoping to find Jomun's tomb and get the horn that was buried with him. Mons really did find a horn. It was bigger than the dragon's horn, with a curved line of nearly 2.5 meters. It seemed to be made of the horn of a bison. How big was that bison? He could put his elbow into the mouth of the trumpet, and the surface of the trumpet was inlaid with rusty golden runes, the magic runes used by the ancestors. The horn had become Stannis' spoils of war. Danny had seen it with her own eyes when it was brought in through the city gate. Before she could even think of borrowing it for research, the red-robed woman burned it into a pile of twisted gold and black ashes. Melisandre said that it was not the winter horn, but it had God's aura and had to be purified. At that time, Danny had not yet mastered the incomplete Green Prophet meditation technique, so she did not feel that it was a pity. But now he wanted to curse out loud. Fuck, what a waste. That's fake. I didn't find Joman's tomb. The horn was buried with a giant king, Mance said. What function does it have? Danny asked curiously. I don't know. Even the giants can't move it. It's too big. It's not that big. There are certain conditions to blow the horn. 7 levels of hell. Danny suddenly shouted. She stared at Mons and asked, You found many tombs and even the corpses of giants? What's wrong? Mons was confused. You're asking me what's wrong? Damn it, burials are popular among the free people. How many tombs and corpses have been accumulated over thousands of years? Danny said with a terrible expression. The other ghosts won't dig 3 feet into the ground to look for corpses, right? Mons said uneasily. You think other ghouls are idiots? Danica shot him a sideways glance and asked. Your Majesty, burials are popular in Westeros too. Also, the coffins of the noble families are rarely buried in the ground. Most of them are stored in the family tombs. There are hundreds and thousands of corpses of kings, archbishops, and great nobles under the great cathedral of St. Basil, Barristan said anxiously. Danny let out a long sigh and said, Fortunately, we Targaryens have always had the tradition of cremation. If there really were other ghosts sneaking into the south of the Great Wall, there wouldn't have been the tragedy of fighting with the old ancestors. Barristan's face turned green. His nephew, cousin, father, and grandfather were neatly arranged in the Harvest Hall's tomb. Hey, where's my crow? Danny asked the White Knight while carrying her bag. What crow? Barristan was confused. The crow I brought back from the apple grove in Hogwan Town that evening. There's a big red-eyed black crow as big as a duck, Danny said while gesturing. Oh, that crow. The old knight remembered and shook his head. I don't know. What's the use of that dead crow? That's not an ordinary crow. Its body contains a lot of magic power. Using it to make a deal with extraordinaries would definitely be more popular than a dwarf's lifeblood. Barristan's mouth twitched. At the side, Galen, who was acting as Mance's bodyguard, stammered. The crow seemed to have been eaten by Sam. What? Danny was shocked. Galen said awkwardly. You said that you caught a crow while hunting in Hogwan Town. We all thought that it was your prey and sent it to the kitchen. Three-Finger Habu used it to make a dish, mushroom crow stew. But you didn't even have dinner last night. After cremating the barbarians, you led the suicide squad to the haunted forest. Then we watched you fight the other ghosts below the Great Wall for most of the night. Sam said that he was hungry and went to the kitchen to look for food. He ate your crow. Did you eat it? Danny looked at him suspiciously. Galen's cheeks were red as he nodded lightly. I only ate a crow leg. Was it delicious? Very delicious, very chewy. Galen nodded. Do you believe in the old gods? Danny asked strangely. I believe in the 7 gods, but Sam changed his faith after coming to the Great Wall. What's wrong? Galen was confused. Nothing, nothing. Danny held back her laughter and shook her head. Galen, call Sam over. I have something to ask him. Not long after, Fat Sausage Sam arrived. He was on the 5th floor, talking to the female barbarian Gilly, Cast's daughter. Yes, Gilly lived with Mance's wife, Dana. Your Majesty, the crow stew with mushroom is cold. The grease board has congealed, and it tastes worse after a night. I thought you wouldn't eat it anymore. Sam had heard about the crow from Galen on the way here. Now his round white bread-like face was scrunched up. He was so nervous that he was about to cry. It's not about the crow. Danny looked around and said goodbye to Mance and Val. She only brought Fatty to the wooden ladder between the Great Wall and the King's Tower. She asked softly, How did you get across the Great Wall? What? The topic changed a little too quickly. Fatty was confused. You and Gilly went through the Great Wall and entered the Long Night Castle through the secret passage, right? What's the secret of that passage? Danny stared straight into the pair of gray eyes that flashed with fear and panic. She exerted an invisible pressure on Fatty. Gulp. Fat Sam gulped and said with a sad face, "Your Majesty, I really can't tell you. That's the secret of the Night Watchers. I can't let others know." Humph, if even the female barbarian knows the secret, why can't the ancients, the Loinars and the Undul's queens know? She didn't care whether Fatty agreed or not. She had Sir Barristan push him up the zigzag wooden ladder. When they reached the top of the Great Wall, they saw a few Night Watchers squatting behind the windshield wall. They were John, Scholar Yamant, Bowen Marcy, Sir Alistair and Paristan. "You're all here to see Scholar Yamant off?" Danny looked at them and asked. "Can't we leave tomorrow morning?" "It's dark and cold at night," John said with a frown. Danny waved her hand towards the sky, and the two dragons hissed. Under the silver waning moon, two black shadows were reflected and flew over from afar. For Megalosaurus, there's no difference between night and day. Then she looked at the Night Watchers seriously and said, "You should quickly elect the Commander-in-Chief of the Night Watchers. Only the Commander-in-Chief has the right to deal with Stannis and the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms." "Yes, in a few days after Sir Mallister has dealt with the barbarians near the Milk River, we'll immediately hold the election of the Night Watchers," Bowen Marcy said. Hissed, the two dragons flapped their wings and landed lightly on the gravel path. Danny came to the white dragon's side and tied a rope around Fatty Sam's waist under everyone's confused gaze. "Sam is accompanying me to the west. Don't worry, he'll be back before tomorrow morning," she said with a strange smile. On the other side, Sir Barristan had already pulled old Yamant onto Blackie's back. Old Yamant was padded with a thick sheepskin mattress and a belt to secure his body. "Professor Paristan, I'll leave the Great Wall to you," Yamant said. "I understand." The red-nosed professor nodded. Old Yamant looked around the Great Wall with nostalgia and sighed. "I don't know if I'll be able to come back. I've been here for 60 to 70 years. Most of my life has been here. Goodbye, everyone. If there's anything, just send a message to Dragonstone Island." Danny waved at them and slowly flew off on Whitey. Fatty was hanging from Whitey's back. His body was swaying non-stop. His forelimbs had no place to exert strength, so he screamed and kicked randomly. Long Night Castle was located 40 kilometers to the west of Dark Castle. From its name, one could tell its position among the castles on the Great Wall. In fact, Long Night Castle was the first castle on the Great Wall. It was also the largest castle. At first, the headquarters of the Night Watchers was also located there. However, after the incident with the Rat Chef, even the Commander-in-Chief of the Night Watchers began to dislike that place, so he moved the headquarters to Dark Castle. From the west to the east, Long Night Castle, Deep Lake Residence, Queen's Gate, Dark Castle. The two dragons flew along the Great Wall to the west. About half an hour later, a pitch-black building complex appeared under the moonlight. Whitey was hovering above the abandoned tower, while Fatty was howling with a hoarse voice below. In the quiet night, the gloomy and dilapidated black tower was surrounded by rocks. Weeds and short trees grew in the courtyard, outlining a strange and absurd picture of an ancient castle under the moon. Finally, they found a slightly flat ground. Whitey flapped its wings and slowly slid down. Fatty fell to the ground with a cry. Old Yamant climbed down from Blackie's back shakily. He held onto the warm wing bones and sighed. "I never thought that I'd be riding a dragon one day. It's too shocking. And just like the legends say, no matter how cold the weather is, riding a dragon won't feel cold. Haha, there's still tens of thousands of miles to go. I guarantee that you'll be tired of riding." Danny laughed. "No, riding a dragon will never tire of me," Old Yamant said seriously. He looked around and asked in confusion, "This is Long Night Castle. Danny, what are you doing here?" "You'll have to ask Fatty." Chapter 352. Danny found Fat Sam in a clump of withered grass. He was holding his stomach and howling. When he fell to the ground, he seemed to have been hit by a stone. He was crying with snot and tears all over his face. "Sam, are you okay?" Old Yamant asked with concern. "My stomach hurts," Sam whimpered with a hoarse voice. Barristan walked over and lifted the fat man from the ground. He carefully checked his mail, leather armor and inner shirt. None of them were broken, and there were no traces of blood. He said, "It's nothing serious. It's probably just a bump. You'll be fine after you catch your breath. Sam, stop howling. Look, even the rat chef is alerted. Danny looked up and glanced at the stone tower opposite them. In the dark hole of the door, there was a pair of eyes emitting a faint red light. Deep inside, there were more red eyes quietly moving to the side of the door. Rat chef. Sam looked around blankly. Soon he also saw the pairs of red eyes behind the door. He could vaguely tell that it was a group of gray rats that were bigger than cats. Ah, he howled heartbreakingly. Rat chef, it's the rat chef's descendants. 7 hells. Why are the rats here so big? Baristan exclaimed. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Noticing that everyone was looking at them, the rats began to shrink back. They're not too big. The roasted rats sold at the Quill's Wharf are only a little smaller than them, Danny said casually. Blackie, she called out to the black dragon. Hiss, Blackie roared into the sky, and the dragon's aura spread out along with the dragon's roar. In an instant, from the surrounding towers, the underground cellars, and the passageways connecting to the cellars, came the sound of thousands of horses galloping. Countless rats were squeaking crazily, and it was creepy. I didn't expect there to be so many rats in Dark Castle. Yimont rubbed the goosebumps on the back of his hand. Rat chef, they're all rat chef's descendants, Sam said loudly. I'm starting to wonder if the rat chef story is true. Danny looked around and said calmly, because there are so many rats here. The bored night watchers began to make up stories about rats. Eventually, it evolved into the legend of the rat chef. No, the rat chef is real. There are records of this history in the Dark Castle's library. Even the names of the kings are clearly marked. Totable Lannister II of Casterly Rock, and his eldest son, Tyrion Lannister. Old Yimont said seriously, this Tyrion was eaten by his father? Danny's mouth twitched. Yimont was stunned for a moment before he understood what she meant. He smiled and said, Targaryen has produced many Aegon, Stark has countless Brandon, and in Lannister, Tyrion has also appeared countless times. In the future, there will definitely be countless Danny Lysses among your descendants. Danny was a little embarrassed and said to Sam, lead the way. Only the night watchers can enter that place. Sam struggled. You know what? The more you say, the more interested I am. A door that has a mind of its own and can distinguish between a night watcher and a night watcher. I can't wait to see it. Danny smiled faintly. What door? Yimont was puzzled. There is a hidden tunnel in the Nightfall Citadel that connects the inside and outside of the wall. This fatty entered through a secret door. That's right, Sam didn't return from Dark Castle. After Danny's reminder, the old scholar also reacted. Scholar, your majesty, I'm not lying. There is a tunnel in the Nightfall Citadel and there is a door, the Black Door. But that person warned me not to tell anyone about the Black Door, or it might cause irreparable damage to this world. So don't force me, I can't say it. Sam covered his face and cried. A big man with a white bread face squatting on the ground and wiping his tears looked quite pitiful. But not only did Danny not sympathize with him, but she also angrily reprimanded him. You are clearly calling us bad guys. Even if I know the secret of the Black Door, I, Sir Baristan, Scholar Yimont, will not do anything to harm this world. Didn't I come here at night to make sure that the tunnel won't threaten the safety of the northern region? Why are you saying that we are the ones who want to destroy this place? Sam, His Majesty is right. The Nightfall Citadel is so desolate, and there is not a single night watcher. If the tunnel is discovered by barbarians or even deviant ghosts, it will be a big trouble. Baristan frowned and advised. Old Yimont patted the fat night watcher's arched back and asked, Sam, you said that someone warned you not to mention the Black Door. Who is that person? Commander Mormont? No, we call him Cold Hands. Gilly and I met little Paul, Chet, Huck and the others in the White Tree Village. They died and became ghouls. I was no match for them. The red-eyed crows saved me. Crows? Danny's heart skipped a beat. Tell me more details. Where did the crows come from? Sam stopped sobbing and said with a look of reminiscence, in the center of the village, there was a weirwood tree that was as thick as a few people hugging it. The tree trunk was white and the red leaves were stained with blood. It was covered with crows, thousands of them. Black crows, red leaves, white branches, and the tree trunk was carved with the face of a ferocious old man. Gilly was hiding under the tree with the child, together with the crows. I burned little Paul, but Chet was choking me. I was dying. The crow that was following me. Oh, it was Commander Mormont's crow. It suddenly screamed and jumped on Chet's face, pecking at the pale flesh. Then the crows on the tree flew over. They surrounded Chet's face and pecked at his blue eyes. They covered the sisters like flies, and they took out a lump of brain matter from Huck's shattered skull. The crows covered the sky and the sun, and they even blocked the moon. Danny and Yimont looked at each other. They both knew what the other was thinking. It was the three-eyed crow. However, the three-eyed crow's taste was really heavy. It ate ghouls' flesh and drank their brains. But why did the three-eyed crow value this fatty so much? This guy even ate the three-eyed crow's body. Was he possessed by the main character's halo? Yes, there was a saying that Samwell was the real main character in Game of Thrones. He could turn misfortunes into blessings, and he could turn misfortunes into good fortune. While other people were miserable, he was able to live happily until the end. He was a cheat-like existence. For example, Danny worked herself to death and used all her means to kill a variant ghost. As for the fatty, he killed a white ghost with a dragon crystal dagger and a lousy sword technique. Yes, Sam was the one who got the first kill. He was the variant ghost killer, Sam. Who is that cold hands? Danny asked. He wore black clothes and looked like a night watcher. However, his skin was as pale as a corpse ghost, and his hands were as black as ice. A corpse ghost. Barristan and Yimont exclaimed in surprise. Danny's eyes flickered. She recalled that there was also a cold hands in Game of Thrones. He was Benjen Stark, who was transformed into a biological weapon by the children of the forest. No, his eyes didn't emit blue light, and he could still talk. Sam shook his head and said. Danny tilted her head and looked at the small half of the moon in the sky. She said, variant ghosts are magical creatures transformed by the children of the forest using their ancestors. However, the experiment failed, and the variant ghosts became natural disasters that went out of control. Long night followed. This is the legend about the origin of variant ghosts. Is it possible that not all variant ghosts went out of control, and some of them retained their rationality and humanity, and became qualified magical weapons? Just like in Terminator, there was an out-of-control robot that assassinated the main character, and there was also a Schwarzenegger that protected humans. You can ask Blinden, Yimont said. I don't want to deal with him before I master the divine ability. Danny shook her head. Brandon? You know Bran? Why do you want to ask him? Sam asked in surprise. The pronunciation of Blinden and Brandon were very similar, and it was easy to confuse them. However, Brandon was Bran's name, so Sam got it wrong. When Blinden Riverwind first heard Bran's name, he even joked that Bran's name was given by the blood-crow blackfish, Blinden Tully. The naming tradition in Song of Ice and Fire was to give famous people's names to their children. For example, the Fry family also had someone named Riga Fry. You? Danny stared at the fatty's gray eyes with a strange expression. You met Jon's brother, Bran Stark? The fatty was stunned. When he realized that he had made a mistake, he immediately shook his head frantically and denied, I don't know. I don't know him. I didn't meet him. Danny certainly remembered how Bran had crossed the Great Wall in Game of Thrones with Sam's help. He had passed through the gate tunnel of the abandoned castle. However, when she came to the Great Wall, she realized that it was impossible. Except for Dark Castle, all the tunnels connecting the Great Wall to the outside of the Great Wall were blocked. The entire tunnel was filled with ice and stone, and it was tightly sealed. It would take a few months to pry it open. The Shadow Tower and Eastwatch didn't have a gate. They were connected to the outside of the Great Wall and the north by boat. Otherwise, why would the wild man target Dark Castle? Kid, you spilled the beans. Danny sneered. It seems that the kid from the House of Stark stopped at the Castle of Eternal Night before, and saw you coming out of the Black Gate. Then he went through the Black Gate to the outside of the Great Wall. Wild man, everyone in the north knows about the Black Gate, but you didn't tell me. She possessed Sam's body and exerted pressure on him through her eyes. She shouted, what are you up to? Do you want to rebel? Plop. The fat man's legs gave way, and he immediately fell to the ground. Tears and snot flowed down his face. He hiccuped and said, Your Majesty, I don't want to rebel. I swore that I would never tell anyone about the Black Gate and Bran, not even Jon. Don't force me. Danny raised her chin to White Knight and said, Knight, go and search around. See if there are any traces of people staying here. The fat man's struggle was futile. Danny ignited a washbasin-sized fireball. It floated 10 meters in the air and illuminated a few hundred meters. White Knight easily found traces of a bonfire on the stone floor of the kitchen. It was an octagonal stone house with a broken arch. There was a well in the middle of the house. Beside the well, there was a crooked weirwood sticking out of the stone floor and slanting towards the hole in the roof. Under the silver-gray moonlight, the bone-like branches reflected a cold and eerie light. Is this where the rat chef cut Tyrion into pieces? Danny walked along the wall beside the slaughterhouse, which was full of scars and stains. Red rusty meat hooks hung down from the beams, giving her a sense of absurdity, as if she was witnessing history. The meat hooks were definitely not 6,000 years old, but the slaughterhouse was made of stone and was connected to the ancient stone house. If the rat chef's story was true, then this was indeed the scene of a murder on a night thousands of years ago. Chapter 353. The octagonal kitchen was more than 200 square meters. It should have been very spacious, but the furnishings inside took up most of the space. Just opposite the slaughterhouse, there was a row of more than a dozen huge brick stoves. Near the south stove there were traces of cleaning. Not far away, there were charcoal ashes and unburned wood. There were a few fish heads and a number of burnt fish bones beside the extinguished bonfire. Danny walked to the entrance and said casually, "Is the passage in the well?" How do you know?" Sam was shocked. The well in the middle of the kitchen was made of stone. The edge of the well was 1/2 meter high, and the diameter of the well was nearly 4 meters. The wall of the well was wet and covered with scale. There were stairs inside the well that spiraled down into the endless darkness. There is a door in the well. It's an old story. What's more, there are stairs on the wall of the well. The stairs are covered with moss and there are obvious footprints. Danny smiled faintly. As she spoke, she picked up a brick from the ground and threw it down lightly. After a while, a muffled sound came from the depths of the darkness. The faint echo spread up along the well. The sound was intermittent, as if something was hiding at the bottom of the water. At this time, it was disturbed and was rolling in the water. "Your Majesty, I'll go down and take a look." Barristan volunteered. "Wait a moment. I'll throw a fireball down to explore the way." Danny waved to Dahe, who was sticking its neck out of the kitchen door. "Hiss!" Dahe growled and opened its mouth to spit out a fire snake as thick as an arm. It wriggled like a living creature and came to Danny. It curled into a ball of bright red fire the size of a fist. Fatty Sam was stunned by this conjuring scene. He did not even notice that a lump of cold mucus hanging under his nostrils slid into his open mouth. After learning the incomplete Green Prophet meditation, Danny's precise control of the flame had improved a lot. The range and flexibility of the fireball floating around her had also increased a lot. At this moment, the fist-sized fireball was one step ahead of the White Knight. It floated into the well and slowly descended. Danny, Yimont, and Samwell leaned on the edge of the well and looked down. The fireball dispelled the ink-like darkness. There were large patches of scales of different shades on the walls of the well, and a small amount of moist brown moss. There was a mirror-like reflection below, swaying and swaying. "There is no door," Barristan said. The well was 30 meters long. When the fireball was 1/3 of the way down, the walls of the well and the water at the bottom of the well were already visible. There was no door, not even a window. The walls of the well were dark and covered with water stains. There was no sign of opening or closing. Danny turned to Fatty and saw the calm expression in his eyes. She knew that he had already guessed that they would not be able to find the door. Yimont asked him, "Where is the door?" Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the fireball descended to the bottom of the well. When it was close to the water, a gust of wind suddenly rushed up from the bottom of the well. The wind whistled, and the dark well water surged like a huge wave. The dragon flame fireball started to flicker like a candle flame. Whoosh, the dragon flame could no longer maintain its fireball form. It suddenly stretched into a line of fire, which rose 10 meters high with the gust of wind and was quickly extinguished. The deep well was dark again. Only the low sound of the wind could be heard, like a woman's whimper. For the first time, Danny's dragon flame fireball lost control and was extinguished by the wind. The 4 people at the edge of the well were blown back a few steps by the gust of wind from the bottom of the well. The broken tiles on top of their heads flew up and fell in all directions. The chaotic sound of banging and banging came from all around the kitchen. Where did this evil wind come from? Danny looked at Fatty Sam in surprise. I don't know. When I went down, there was nothing strange at the bottom of the well. Fatty was at a loss. There is no door at the bottom of the well, and there shouldn't be such a strong gust of wind. Yimont and Baristan were both puzzled. This gust of wind is definitely not a natural wind. My dragon flame fireball will not be extinguished by a normal gust of wind. Danny said with certainty. Your Majesty, shall I go down and take a look? Baristan said. This? Danny hesitated. You saw it too. The wind is too strong. If you fall into the water, your iron armor. It's too dangerous. Forget it. She shook her head firmly. Sam, what do you say? Yimont looked at Fatty with burning eyes. Danny and Baristan looked over at the same time. The invisible pressure made Fatty shrink his neck. After hesitating for a moment, he whispered, Don't raise the torch, don't throw the fireball. But the knight is not a night watchman. He won't be able to see anything when he goes down. Is there any danger? Yimont asked. I don't think so. Fatty Sam frowned and said with uncertainty. Clang! Baristan pulled out his long sword and stabbed it into the brick seam of the well. Tsage, the smoky black blade pierced through the edge of the well easily as if it was a piece of wood. If there's an accident, I'll use my sword to stabilize my body. The old knight said. Why don't you take off your armor? Yimont suggested. No, the armor can't be taken off. Danny shook her head. The gust of wind just now was not natural. There are traces of magic. Valeglia's steel armor has a miraculous defense against magic attacks. I'll go down first. If I still can't find the black door, you'll go down with me. Baristan said to Sam. After that, he leaned against the wall of the well with one hand and held his sword with the other. He stepped on the wet steps and walked down step by step. Danny frowned as she watched the white knight gradually disappear into the darkness. She could only hear the sound of iron boots hitting the stone, which echoed in the well. Baristan seemed to have walked a very long way. The waiting time was torturous. Danny was on the verge of regret. There were several times when she wanted to shout down and ask the old knight to come up. But the bottom of the well was so quiet that she could even hear the sound of the knight's iron gloves scratching the wall of the well. The gust of wind just now seemed like an illusion. No, there's nothing. Just when Danny was worrying about her gains and losses, the old knight's loud voice came from below. The voice echoed in the well and was somewhat distorted when it reached the mouth of the well. Am I coming up? The old knight said. No, let Sam go down. Be careful, Danny said. Under the Dragon Queen's gaze, Sam sighed and comforted himself. I didn't break my oath. Her Majesty is too smart. She found this place by herself. These words seemed to work. He regained his vitality and walked down the stone steps quickly. He held the wall with one hand and the other hand hung by his side. The 7 hells. About 15 minutes later, the old knight's terrified scream came from the bottom of the well. They had been together for almost 2 years. She had seen the Valeglia devils and the Balerion formed by the dragon worms. But never once had Danny seen Baristan so terrified. He was known as the Fearless. There's a door, Your Majesty. There really is a door. The 7 gods. It's talking. Baristan shouted in horror. Hoo 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 hoo. At the same time, a low but unusually clear voice came from the bottom of the well. Danny and Yimont's faces turned pale as they took a step back in fear. This was not Baristan's voice, nor was it Sam's voice. A third person's voice came from the bottom of the well. But there were only 2 people at the bottom of the well. I am Baristan Selmy, Danny, Her Majesty's Kingsguard. Danny heard Baristan's stuttering voice as if he was controlled by someone. You shouldn't have come here. The low voice said clearly. The White Knight did not know what to do. He came with me. Sam suddenly spoke. I am the sword in the darkness, the guard on the great wall. The flame that resists the cold, the light of dawn, the horn that awakens the sleeper, the shield that protects the kingdom. This was the oath of the night watchers. In the afternoon in the Holy Church, Danny witnessed Peristan reciting the same oath to the 7 gods with her own eyes after a full 10 minutes. The bottom of the well remained silent as if the two people had disappeared. Danny and Yimont looked at each other. Big Black. Danny waved at the black dragon that was squeezing at the door. A moment later, another dragon flame fireball fell into the well. It only dived for 10 meters before stopping. This height was enough for the people at the edge of the well to see the bottom of the well. It was empty. There was no door and no one. Peristan and Sam had disappeared. Danny and old Yimont looked at each other speechlessly again. Let's wait and see. If we can get out, we can come back, old Yimont said. Then, the two of them stood at the edge of the well and waited. The moonlight shone through the hole in the roof, casting a silver glow on their bodies. It was silent all around. Even the sound of the rats running had disappeared and could not be heard. The cold was like an invisible arrow that shot down from the huge ice crystal wall next door. It hit their knees, abdomen, hands, neck, face, ears, and drilled into their flesh and bones. Old Yimont could not help but shiver at the edge of the well. Old man, go to the door and warm up. Danny stomped her feet and puffed out white steam. Sigh, I'm getting old. Yimont did not insist. He wobbled to Big Black's side and leaned against the black dragon's neck. So warm. He touched Big Black's hot scales and chuckled. After waiting for another half an hour, Danny finally could not take it anymore. She took off her backpack and took out a glass candle from it. She locked onto the sole fragment that was left on Peristan and began the mental projection. The east side of the Great Wall of Desperation was straight like a sword, while the west side was twisted like a crawling snake. It was close to the northern land beyond the Great Wall. The east side was flat plains, but the west side was filled with hills and valleys. The Great Wall avoided the valleys and rose and fell on the rugged ridges. At this moment, Peristan and Sam were huddled under the steep hills. They were in the gap between two huge rocks. They kept stomping their feet and exhaling at each other. Not far away, the towering ice crystal wall blocked their way south, just like it had done to the barbarians for thousands of years. Sir, why don't we go to the forest to find some wood and light it up to keep warm? Sam's eyebrows were covered in a layer of frost. His face seemed to have turned into 2 balls of red jelly in the cold wind. He was so cold that he could not even speak properly. There are deviant ghosts in the forest. Just wait, Her Majesty will be here soon. Peristan said tiredly. How did Her Majesty know that we're here? Where's the door? Suddenly, a familiar voice came from the side. Sam rubbed his eyes and looked blankly at the Dragon Queen who was knocking on the Great Wall of Desperation. He said in disbelief, Her Majesty Danny Lilith? Where's the door? Danny turned around and asked. Sam was shocked and confused. Peristan, on the other hand, had already expected that the Dragon Queen would appear in this way. He was not surprised at all. He crawled out from the gap between the boulders and drew a circle on an ice crystal. She should be here, he said. Chapter 354. It was late at night. In the kitchen where the rat chef cooked the undull prince, moonlight shone through the hole in the roof onto the edge of the well. Peristan pointed to the well and explained his experience to Danny with lingering fear. There was a small platform at the bottom of the well to fetch water. I stood there and waited for Sam. It was a wet and slippery brick wall before, but as Sam approached, the wall suddenly turned into a white weirwood door. After failing to find the exit of the black gate outside the Great Wall, Danny sent Whitey to bring Peristan and Fat Sam back. The black gate seemed to involve spatial magic. It was a little unbelievable. Even spatial magic was involved. But reality was so strange. The black gate was at the bottom of the well in the kitchen of the Long Night Castle. Logically speaking, after passing through the black gate, Sam and Peristan should be separated from the Long Night Castle by a wall. In fact, Danny found them 3 kilometers west of the Long Night Castle. Sam also said that the cave that Cold Hands brought him into last time was not here. Weirwood. Danny was shocked, but at the same time felt that it was reasonable. She nodded and said, It is said that the children of the forest cast magic on the Great Wall. Peristan said with certainty, It is magic. The white weirwood has an old man's face on it. It can still speak and has its own consciousness. When Sam said the Night Watcher's oath, the mouth on the face immediately opened. After I went in, I was confused for a while and appeared outside the Great Wall. I'll go down and take a look. Danny was eager to try. Will it be too dangerous? Danny, with your current status, you can't act impulsively. Old Yamant advised. A king does not stand under a collapsing wall. I understand. Danny smiled freely. In addition to being a king, I am also a mage and a seeker. Compared to sitting on the throne and ruling the world, I am now more curious about the secrets of this world. And this well has existed for thousands of years. During this period, countless night watchers went down to fetch water. There must be many night watchers who passed through the Black Gate through the Great Wall. They were all fine, so why did I encounter danger here? Besides, I am the rightful queen of the Undals, Loinars, and the ancestors. I am the great hero who will end the long night in the future. The Black Gate has a consciousness. After knowing my identity as the savior, they didn't even have the time to protect me. Why would they deliberately harm me? Yamant was embarrassed, but on second thought, although the Dragon Queen was a little shameless, her words were crude and reasonable. Black Gate was obviously a friend of the Night Watchers and a guardian of the Great Wall. There was no reason for him to hurt a good queen. Then be careful, the old scholar said helplessly. Without further delay, Danny walked down the stairs in the wall of the well. Seeing that Barristan was about to come down, she stopped him and said, "Sir, you guard the well." "I have to protect you," the old knight said. "Sigh, the bottom of the well is empty. There's nothing but stones and water." Danny shook her head. "No one knows what's hidden in the well." "It's safer with me around," Sir Barristan said. "Hey, can a rat chef jump out from the bottom of the well?" Danny smiled carelessly. "If there really is a monster coming out of the water, the two of us won't be able to move freely on the narrow platform below. Then I'll guard the stairs above the Black Gate," the White Knight insisted. "Okay." Danny no longer insisted. She was the first to go down, followed by Sam and the White Knight. The spiral stone steps in the wall of the well were not narrow. It was only a palm wide and 30 centimeters long. The weather outside the Great Wall was cold, so the moss was not thick and not slippery. Walking on it was stable. However, in a dark environment, people's sense of balance would be poor. She still had to stretch out a hand to hold the wall. The top of the well was bathed in moonlight. With each turn it became narrower and dimmer. Danny heard her footsteps echoing between the wet stones. The sound of water below was getting louder and louder. Round after round, the well became darker and the air became colder. Listening to the rippling sound of water at the bottom of the well, she was puzzled. Why didn't the bottom freeze into ice at this temperature? Gradually, Danny's eyes adapted to the dark environment at the bottom of the well. With the thin moonlight above her head, she could even see the opposite stone wall and the shaking water below. Without holding the wall, she could walk as fast as flying. "Fatty, stop first. Let me try and see if the Black Gate is open for me." Halfway, she shouted to the fatty above. "Oh!" Sam and Barristan stopped. After adapting to the weak light environment, Danny became faster and faster. She walked to the bottom of the well. There was a platform 1 finger high above the water. In fact, it was a bigger stone step, 20 centimeters wide and half a meter long. For some reason, the dark water was extremely turbulent. It was like the water in a novice water carrier's bucket. It kept shaking and hitting the stone wall, making muffled sounds. If the bottom of the well was a world and the well water was an ocean, then at this time there was a level 12 typhoon on the ocean surface. Is there a big turtle at the bottom of the well? If it has been raised since the Great Wall was built, how old would it be after 8,000 years? Danny said to herself. Clang, clang, clang. Stopping her reverie, Danny knocked back and forth on the wet stone wall beside the small stone platform. The hard stone made a crisp sound, and there was no trace of wood. "I am the queen of the Undals, the Loiner and the ancestors, Danny Liz Targaryen." Danny put on a straight face and said to the stone wall seriously. There was no reaction at all. "I am the mother of dragons, I have 5 dragons," she said again. There was still no response. "I am the liberator of slaves, the advocate of freedom, the world's suffering slaves, Misha. I guard the Great Wall, I kill the deviant ghosts. I am the legendary savior, the reincarnation of Yesora High. I have 2 dragons outside. It is too easy for the dragon flame to burn the weirwood." Danny began to threaten. Fuck. Danny gritted her teeth and looked up at Sam, who was above her, and shouted, "Fatty, come down." Rustling footsteps came from above. Sam and the White Knight began to move down again. Danny's dragon soul returned to her body, and she stared at the stone wall in front of her with wide eyes. The sound of leather boots rubbing against the stone steps was getting closer, and Fatty's panting could be heard clearly. "Oh my God!" Danny suddenly exclaimed. Without any warning, the stone wall suddenly turned into a door, a white weirwood door with a face on it. The black door was not black at all, on the contrary, it was white. The wooden door emitted a milky white light, like the mixture of milk and moonlight, but the light was so weak that it could not illuminate anything other than the door itself. Even Danny, who was standing in front of it, was pitch black. The face on the door was pale and old, full of wrinkles and lifeless. Well, it was not carved on the door, or rather, there was no wooden door at all. What appeared in front of Danny was a face. It was the face of a living old god who was suppressed under the Great Wall. His mouth was tightly shut, his eyes were tightly shut, his cheeks were sunken, his forehead was withered, and his chin was loose. If a person was immortal but not immortal after he lived for 10 million years, he would get older and older, and eventually his face would look like this. But from the perspective of the dragon soul, this old and decayed tree face was emitting endless magic and holy light, as dazzling as the sun falling in front of her eyes. If dignity was a physical object, all the dignity of all the kings and nobles in the history of mankind, and superimposed together, it would not be as good as the old weirwood in front of her. Danny's legs trembled, and she had the urge to kneel down and worship. Even Blackie in her soul realm had knelt down, and the only thing that kept her dignity was her own will. Seeing the Dragon Queen's pale face, sweating and trembling body, Sam was puzzled and asked, "Your Majesty, what's wrong?" Danny was awakened and immediately dispersed the dragon soul, and all the abnormalities disappeared immediately. The weirwood door in front of her was so decayed that it gave people the illusion that it would be smashed into pieces with a kick. 7 gods above. She patted her chest a few times to calm her breath, and said in horror, "The power of a true god is so terrifying." "A true god? What are you talking about?" Sam asked strangely. "Sigh, the ignorant are fearless." Danny glanced at the fatty and sighed. At this time the door opened its eyes, and the eyeballs were as white as the weirwood face, seemingly empty, but Danny was shocked. 7 layers of hell. It was alive, and its consciousness began to return. "Who are you?" the door asked, and the well replied softly, Who. Danny raised her hand and interrupted the fatty's action of opening his mouth to make an oath. She calmed down and said solemnly, "I am the mother of dragons, Danny Lilith." It was a very simple title, and there was nothing fancy about it. The door hesitated and asked, "Do you want to come in?" Fatty Sam was shocked. She could open the black door without chanting? This was different from what Cold Hands said. "I want to know the secret of the Great Wall," Danny said. "Swear." The door wrinkled its nose and said. Danny was stunned and raised her hand to swear. "Everything I saw and heard today, I will never say a word, and I will never threaten the safety of the Great Wall." "Swear." The door repeated. What oath?" Danny was confused. "Your Majesty, maybe it's the oath of the Night Watchers." Sam hesitated. "What? You want me to be a Night Watcher?" Danny widened her eyes and said in disbelief. Like the scholar, the Night Watchers did not recruit women, not to mention that she was a serving queen. "It's not the same. Maybe it's just a part of the oath of the Night Watchers." Baristan reminded her from above. "You don't have to devote the rest of your life to the Night Watchers, and you don't have to die." Danny recalled Sam's incantation from before. Sure enough, he removed the beginning and the end, leaving only the essence in the middle. She cleared her throat and said solemnly, "I'm the sword in the darkness, the guard on the Great Wall, the flame that resists the cold, the light of dawn, the horn that awakens the sleeper, the shield that protects the kingdom." No, the door seemed to be a little annoyed. "That's not okay." Danny was also angry. "Must I wear black clothes?" "The ancient oath." The door reminded her. Danny was dumbfounded. "Do you know what the ancient oath is?" She turned to Sam. Fatty said thoughtfully, "Is it the oath that the children of the forest and the ancestors signed?" "It can't be." What does the oath have to do with the Great Wall? Danny shook her head. Suddenly, the door pouted and spat out a circle of faint white runes in Danny's direction like a smoke ring. The runes were very complicated. The QR code outlined with 108 characters only contained a very simple message. I swear to balance the natural elements, protect this world, and prevent the world from falling into the dark abyss. Chapter 355. This was not the Valeglia rune system that Danny was familiar with. Miraculously, she could understand it. Alright, it was not that she had never seen it before. The runes that the door transmitted to her were the rune language of the ancient language, the magic runes used by the children of the forest. The Green Prophet meditation rune on Danny's second soul originated from the rune system of the ancient language. Just like how Blackie had a 9-colored whirlpool in its consciousness but did not understand the runes of the Great Wizard of Valeglia, Danny had copied the incomplete meditation technique of the Three-Eyed Crow, but she could not disassemble it nor learn it. Now she only needed to scan the QR code that the door spat out, and she understood the 108 basic runes of the Green Prophet, and the way to express the information, grammar. Just like the Great Wizard and the Red God Priest meditation technique, the Green Prophet meditation technique also had 108 basic runes. After knowing the ancient oath, Danny began to ponder about the meaning of the oath. She understood a principle very well. Agreements could not be signed casually, and oaths could not be made casually. Especially when facing an old god, she could not even lie. Balance the natural elements, protect this world, and prevent it from falling into the dark abyss. The task is too heavy, I can't do it. She thought for a while and said honestly to the door. Your Majesty, what are you talking about? Fatty was confused. The ancient oath requires me to protect the world. Protecting the world, it sounds scary, how can I do it? Even if I can, how tiring would it be? She sighed and explained. How do you know about the oath? I have never heard of an oath with such content. Sam was confused. Danny's heart skipped a beat. She pointed at the rune floating between her eyebrows that was emitting a faint white light and asked, Do you see it? What is it? It's dark here, other than the black door. I can't see anything else, Sam said. It is Danny blinked again, but found that the rune floating in front of her had disappeared. The god of the door slowly closed its eyes and said, Go. Danny turned around dejectedly and pushed Fatty, who was at the edge of the stone steps. She said in annoyance, Go back. The door is open. You're not going in? Fatty was confused. The oath is a little. What did you say? Danny turned around abruptly and saw the door's mouth open silently. It opened wider and wider, and the lips pulled upwards like a curtain, gradually covering the nostrils, the bridge of the nose, the eyes, the forehead. In the end, there was nothing left but a large mouth surrounded by folds. The 7 gods above. Oh no, the gods above. Danny looked at the big black mouth and said in surprise, Is this considered opening the door? Could it be that he's inviting me into his trap and wants to eat me? Because I refused to make an oath with him. I don't know what the ancient oath of allegiance is, but we've crossed the Great Wall like this 3 times before, Sam said. Danny was still worried. She stepped aside and waved to Sam. You go in first. If the door god chewed Fatty into a bloody pulp, she would run away. Fat Sam did not hesitate. He stepped forward and half of his body disappeared into the dark mouth. Even though they were less than half a meter apart, Danny still could not see his torso and head. The leg on the stone steps also entered the mouth. Sam completely disappeared in front of Danny's eyes. How magical! She subconsciously put her hand into the mouth. It was cold and a breeze surrounded her. It doesn't seem dangerous. Not only did the dragon's soul not sense any danger, but it also seemed to be eager to try. She decided to trust Blackie's instinct. She stepped into the mouth, and it was as if she was stepping on a cloud. It was soft and light. Taking another step, Danny was completely immersed in darkness. Dizziness and darkness assaulted her. She was like a feather caught in a gust of wind. She moved with the wind and had no place to stand. She was also like a lonely boat that fell into a sea of black bubbles. She wandered alone in the mist. It was difficult to distinguish between illusion and reality. Her perception and thoughts were almost stagnant. Danny wanted to shake her head a few times to get rid of this sense of emptiness, but she could not even move. Her thoughts seemed to have been separated from her body and fell into chaos. Dragon soul into body. At the last moment when she could still control her thoughts, the souls of Blackie, who was lying at the kitchen door, and Little White, who was guarding the Great Wall, entered her sea of consciousness at the same time. Danny's consciousness returned. She opened her eyes in a daze. She was surrounded by a dark space of nothingness. Countless wind tracks carved light green ribbons in the void. Her body was also wrapped in light green wind traces. This is a world of wind, Danny thought. Following that, she discovered her current situation. There was a world of white light below her, and her body spiraled in the green wind as she descended towards it. Below her, Fat Sam's empty eyes were wide open. He spun like a corpse into the white light and disappeared. Oh my God, is this space transmission? This is a rare opportunity. I can't leave like Fat Sam without knowing anything. Having made up her mind, Danny began to struggle. She was like a sock that fell into a washing machine. When the switch was pressed and the drum started to spin, the sock could not struggle no matter how much it wanted to. Danny was like a turtle that turned over with its shell facing down. Her limbs were flailing wildly, but it was of no help to her current situation. She was getting closer and closer to the white light. She was about to pass through the city wall and land on a mountain covered with snow and rocks. Buzz, in the next moment, the two meditation fundamental method in her sea of consciousness were activated abruptly. Danny did not know why she did that. She was thinking, I have to stay here no matter what. Since my physical strength is useless, I can only use my wizard power. Who would have thought that after the wizard power exploded, the 9-colored vortex and the ring with the second soul directly rushed out of Danny's head and formed a flower with fiery red stamen inside and icy blue petals outside. Danny's head was blooming. In this strange space, the physical body was extremely illusory. Just like how Danny's soul and meditation foundation could freely enter and exit Blackie's spirit ocean, the 9-colored vortex and the ring with the second soul also entered the ancient god's consciousness space without any hindrance. That's right, this wind void was the door god's consciousness space. His state was a little special. The illusory soul space had strangely turned into a half-divine domain, God's kingdom, and could accept the physical body and mental thoughts of the people it recognized, the Night Watcher and his companions. In this space, the boundary between the physical body and the soul was broken. Song of Ice and Fire? The door god's thunderous voice exploded in Danny's ears. It was full of shock and confusion, and Danny was like Doraemon wearing a bamboo dragonfly. She wobbled out of the entrance of the white light with a flower above her head and wandered freely in the green wind void. The 9-colored vortex in the shape of a cone spun forward and turned fiery red. The white ring around it spun in the opposite direction and turned icy blue. The two different directions of rotation of the meditation foundation formed a repulsive force that separated the small green wind ribbons around Danny. It was as if she had broken free from the shackles of the wind and could fly freely in this space. Danny was drifting quickly in the direction of the door god's voice. God, what did you say? Song of Ice and Fire, what does it mean? She asked as she flew. The door god slowly said, at the beginning of the world the creator played a big movement, and the world was born in the music. At the same time a group of creatures was born. Some of them got some of the notes in the movement, and they are called gods by you. Gods are the singers of the new world. We sing about the earth and the sky, and we sing about the mountains and rivers. The world thrived in our songs, and it developed vigorously until it became colorful today. Ice represents death, and fire represents life. The power that controls the cycle of life and death is called the Song of Ice and Fire by the gods. A song represents a law that supports the world? Is that what it means? Danny asked thoughtfully. You are very smart, the door god said. Danny looked around at the green wind ribbons that were getting denser and denser. There was even a huge green wind ball in the distance. She had an idea and asked God, which song are you singing? Song of Wind? The door god didn't answer but asked, since there is no oath, why are you looking for me? I have seen many demigods, but this is the first time I have seen a real god. I am too curious, Danny said honestly. The door god was silent, as if he didn't want to talk to her. Danny found that the closer she got to the wind ball, the slower she was. Gradually, the green wind ribbons approached her again, entangling her hands, binding her feet, and pulling her away from the wind ball. When the balance was formed, she was stuck in a certain position and couldn't move forward. That's it? Go back. The door god sighed. No. Danny gritted her teeth and shouted. I didn't come here alone. Blacky little white, come out. Hiss hiss, the two dragon souls also came out of her sea of consciousness. They didn't expand to the size of their bodies. They were like two little fairies flying around her body. The green wind ribbons around her were torn apart one by one. She quickly flew toward the wind ball again. The door god was shocked again. He said in disbelief, You are not a shapeshifter. No, shapeshifters can only take over animal companions. They can't let the animal souls enter the space of consciousness. How did you do it? You have been suppressed here for too long. In the past 10,000 years there have been many new songs in the world. Danny smiled proudly. Pop. Danny felt like she was falling into water. There was only a slight resistance. She passed through the wind ball and entered a world full of holy green light. It was a vast and boundless space. Under the holy milky white background, there were spots of green starlight. When she touched the stars, she felt the wind, as tender as willow leaves in spring. Wandering in it, she felt as if her soul and body were being cleansed. Suddenly, there was a ripple in the calm space of the green spot. Wherever the ripple passed, a holy and majestic aura followed. In an instant, Danny's heart contracted. Her eyes widened. Her eyes shone with respect and desire. What's wrong with me? The ripple came and went quickly. In an instant, she came back to her senses. She was puzzled. Hiss hiss, Blacky and Little White screamed in horror. They quickly disappeared between her eyebrows and hid in her soul's space. They didn't dare to come out again. It's not an illusion. That ripple. Danny looked around. She was surprised and found an unusual light spot among the countless green stars. It was also green, but it was bigger. It was more. With just a glance, the desire and respect from before surged in her heart again. She couldn't help but float over. She stopped in front of the green crystal ball that was the size of a walnut. Buzz once again, the cyan crystal emitted a wave of fluctuation, creating a slight ripple in the starry space. The sacred and dignified aura made people feel reverence and desire. She couldn't help but be attracted. She held the green crystal with her hand. Swoosh! The crystal ball disappeared. Danny was shocked. Her purple round eyes turned into a green tornado. The blue and red petals on top of her head were dyed green. Crack, crack, crack. On a hill outside the Great Wall, Fatty Sam looked at the 100-meter-long crack on the ice crystal wall. He shouted in horror. The Great Wall collapsed. Chapter 356. Dark Castle. Commander's Tower, the King's Bedroom. The night outside the tower was cold as ice, but the fire in the fireplace was burning brightly. Blood witchcraft was in progress. Danny Rise is gone. She didn't give us a chance to do anything. Stannis lay on the bed, his head resting on his arm as he stared at the ceiling. Compared to me, she's more like the child of prophecy. Oh yeah, ha hey ho. The red-robed woman shook her sweat-dampened red hair as she chanted the incantation of blood magic. She's not the child of prophecy. You and I are certain of that. She has never been in the holy fire, Melisandre said. But she has a dragon. She can activate the light emissary, and she has the ambition to end the night. Stannis gritted his teeth. Your Majesty, am I not helping you replenish your magic now? Part of the light emissary's runes have been activated by her. Once I analyze it, you will be able to use my magic to control the red sword. Sigh, it's a pity that the light emissary hasn't been completely unsealed. Otherwise, after a pause she continued, as for the dragon, she can hatch it. You can also hatch a magic dragon from a stone. I've reminded you of this long ago. I'd Rick, my nephew, but he has been released by Davos. Stannis's cheeks puffed up as he ground his teeth. If you want to, is it too late? Or use Manslade and his son instead. They both have the blood of kings. I can only tell you that the more sacrifices and the purer the blood of kings, the higher the chance of success. After a moment of silence, Stannis asked, how did that woman hatch the dragon? Did she really sacrifice 3 of her family members to King Lalo like the legends say? Melisandre wriggled slowly, her cheeks reflecting a seductive red light under the firelight. His Majesty the Light King did not respond to my question. The holy fire is unpredictable, and not everything can be foreseen. Then she said in a firm tone, but a wise person would understand that this is the case if they think about it carefully. A long time ago when we first met, Robert was not dead, and Dany Liz was not even married to the Horse King. Therefore, I suggested that you sacrifice the king's blood to hatch the mystic dragon. I should have listened to you then. A hint of regret flashed across Stannis' deep blue eyes. Feeling the magic power flowing into his body bit by bit, Stannis groaned and frowned, but at the banquet, when we mentioned the matter of the Free City hatching the dragon through sacrifice, Dany Rhys swore that the dragon hatching did not require a sacrifice. The theory of sacrificing the person you love the most is simply a paradox. He even said that the slave masters in the Free City states had gone crazy. Hey, Melisandre smiled seductively. With your wisdom, can't you see her intentions? Everyone wants a dragon, and when they get a dragon they want to be the only dragon knight. Stannis nodded heavily and said with certainty, anyone in the world who isn't stupid knows that she is lying. She wants to monopolize the Megalosaurus. It is because she is afraid that the Free City states will hatch a dragon that she rides it everywhere and steals its eggs. Yes, said Melisandre approvingly, but she did not sacrifice her fourth dragon to her loved ones. Stannis was puzzled. This is where her deception is brilliant. The red-robed woman said confidently, did I ask His Majesty to sacrifice his loved ones before? No, because blood is blood, and its power is real, and the king's blood naturally contains the magic of a king. Look at the fates of Robb, Joffrey, and Balon. You should know that I am not lying. The king's blood is powerful. You mean? Stannis suddenly understood. From the beginning she used the king's blood to hatch the dragon. But she was afraid that others would follow suit. After all, she was not the only one with a dragon egg. Then, she purposely said a paradox, sacrificing the person you love the most to hatch the dragon. If I hatch the dragon according to her theory, anyone who is sacrificed will not be the person I love the most. And if I love someone more than a dragon, I will not sacrifice them. In such an unfalsifiable paradox, her lie will never be exposed. His Majesty is wise. Melisandre praised sincerely. What a cunning woman. Erlu sighed and dragged a small wooden box from the bedside. There were many red runes carved on the surface of the black wooden box. When the lid was opened, there was a blood-red dragon egg covered in deep purple spots. The red-robed woman looked at the dragon egg and smiled proudly. The box has runes carved by me. The stone egg's aura is completely blocked. Even if I put the box in front of the mother of dragons, she will not be able to sense it. Clang, clang, clang. Erlu knocked on the dragon egg a few times and frowned. I don't know which era this dragon egg is from. It is completely petrified. It is precisely because it is a stone egg that the previous Targaryens did not bother with it, allowing you the chance to dig it out from the depths of Dragonstone Island, Melisandre said with a smile. She sacrificed the Horse King Viserys, and the little prince in her belly. 3 kings, 3 eggs, and the fourth. Erlu looked hesitant. Could the fourth dragon be Lys's mate? Haha, not every king is as benevolent and just as you. Because of this, you are the true child of prophecy. Melisandre's eyes flashed and she sneered. What do you mean? Stannis asked curiously. Was that maid really killed by an assassin? Melisandre's eyes flashed with a hint of mockery. Could it be? Stannis's expression changed drastically and he said with a trembling voice, she killed her closest mate on purpose just to maintain that lie. The red-robed woman did not answer the question directly. She only smiled faintly and said, I am sure that the fourth dragon egg was hatched with the king's blood. Think about it, Astapor, Caiuan and Meereen, how many good, virtuous and great lords have died. They are all royal families with more than 6,000 years of history. Stannis gasped. This is very different from her heroic and righteous performance at the wall. That woman is not what she appears to be. At this point he suddenly paused. It seems like she is the same as me. He is also brave, righteous and tenacious, but there is also a shadow in his heart, Renly and Courtenay Pangloss. Perhaps, in the heart of every magnificent hero, there was a dark place that no one knew about. This was the bumpy road that a lonely king had to go through. Suddenly, he felt a sense of empathy for the Dragon Queen. Melisandre had been close to Erlu for many years and guessed his thoughts from the darkness in his eyes. She changed the topic and said, "Your Majesty, she stole the dragon eggs of Volantis on her way to the Westeros and burned hundreds of kings or their descendants. Those people have the blood of Valeglia that is purer and nobler than the Targaryens. You have to hurry. I am afraid that the fifth dragon will be born soon. Sigh, why are there so many royal descendants in Ursos, but I only have the insignificant king of the barbarians?" Stannis was a little angry. It is a pity that old Ymont escaped. His blood is very rich, Melisandre said regretfully. Stannis shook his head and said, "It does not matter whether Ymont leaves or not. As long as he is alive, we cannot touch him." Melisandre raised her head and stiffened her body, not moving at all. Wave after wave of magic suddenly rushed towards Stannis' lower abdomen. Flame runes flickered rapidly on his sturdy abdominal muscles, and he couldn't help but groan out loud. "So much. Are you okay?" Erlu looked at the red-robed woman's pale face and asked worriedly. Melisandre stood up and put on her red robe. She walked barefoot to the window and opened it. The cold wind whistled in, and her red hair and robe swayed violently in the wind. Looking at the towering ice crystal wall, she said with a complicated expression, "Do not worry. The wall is a place of miracles. It contains a vast amount of magic. Here my magic power is growing with every passing moment." Crack, 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 the sound of ice breaking came from afar. A black mark on the ice was crawling towards them from afar. Kaboom! The sound of ice breaking suddenly echoed in the silent sky above Dark Castle. The red-robed woman's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. A 2-finger-wide crack appeared on the ice crystal wall. It was as obvious as the scar on a beauty's face. It was still crawling up down east. She held her head and screamed crazily. "The power is disappearing. The wall is falling. Ah! The wall is cracking." At the top of the wall, under the wall, the night watchers screamed in fear. The wall is falling. Someone blew the horn of winter. Some barbarians screamed. Crash! Just then, a piece of ice the size of a bed fell from the 70-meter-tall wall beside the king's tower. It smashed into the drawbridge between the tower and the wooden stairs and rolled down, leaving a thunderous sound on the stone floor. Suddenly, all the night watchers and barbarians in Dark Castle were alarmed. Many of them were still running around the arena barefoot. "Wall, what happened?" Stannis walked up quickly and asked with a pale face. Almost at the same time at the East Watch. "Wall, what happened?" Queen Celis was only wearing a thin shirt. She hugged her daughter tightly and looked at the falling pieces of ice outside the window. Her face was twisted in fear. She mumbled the same question as her husband. "Mother, I'm scared." Princess Shireen's eyes were filled with fear. She shrank into her mother's arms. "Under the wall, the wind has risen. The wind I've been waiting for is here. Let's sail on the ship." Oh, I know, it's time to find the treasure." Patched Face waved his arms and twisted his fat body as he sang loudly. Princess Shireen turned around to look for her jester. But when she met his eyes, she was shocked by the strange look in his eyes. She sat down on the wooden floor. It was a pair of blue eyes that she had never seen before. They were sacred and dignified, deeper than the trenches in the ocean. Greed and craziness were like the seawater in a tsunami. They almost materialized and overflowed from his eyes. "Aiden, stop shouting. You make me scared." She shrank her neck and wiped her tears. The jester's body trembled out of habit. The words in his mouth were unclear and out of tune. The craziness in his eyes became comical, and the greed turned into stupidity. He returned to being a fool. He clapped his hands and laughed at the princess. "Under the wall, the wind has risen. The wind I've been waiting for is here." Oh, I know, the treasure has appeared." Oh, it was a similar song, but Shireen felt relaxed and laughed along. Chapter 357. The blood-red leaves that looked like human palms reflected the sky, and the bone-like branches grew in all directions, covering the earth like a dome. 100 young girls dressed in animal skins with small bronze scimitars hanging from their waists held hands and danced around the weirwood tree in a counterclockwise direction, chanting a high-pitched and rough sacrificial song in the ancient language. Under the canopy, there were thousands of savages watching with solemn expressions. Most of them were dressed in animal skins and looked like the freemen from beyond the Great Wall. Closer to the weirwood tree, there were dozens of warriors with bronze swords hanging from their waists and wearing bright yellow bronze armor. Beside them were women wearing simple linen clothes with tears in their eyes and sorrowful expressions. Other than humans, there were other humanoids. There was a gray hairy giant with a short neck and a tilted head. There was also a group of people that Danny had never seen before. They had dark chestnut-colored skin, large ears, delicate features, and short squirrel-like stature. Most of them had large golden eyes, but the 5 people standing at the front had green or red eyes. Danny stared at them curiously. The 5 squirrel people with green or red eyes suddenly turned their heads and looked at her in bewilderment. It gave her a fright. "What's wrong, Lord Prophet?" One of the warriors noticed the squirrel people's strange behavior and approached to ask in a low voice. He spoke in the ancient language. It was a lean man in his early 40s with a horse face, brown hair, and a pair of deep gray eyes. Although there was also a bronze longsword hanging from his waist, his right hand was holding a wooden cane that had been rubbed until it was smooth and glossy. "No, maybe it's an illusion," a red-eyed squirrel person said uncertainly. "No, I felt it too," another red-eyed squirrel person said solemnly. "We all felt it." The other 3 looked at each other and said in unison. The squirrel people were also speaking in the ancient language. Their voices had a strange calmness that seemed to be able to calm storms and tsunamis. "Then will there be a problem with the sacrifice?" The horse-faced man unconsciously tightened his grip on his cane and asked worriedly. "No, Father will never change what he has promised," the 5 squirrel people said in unison with solemn and pious expressions. At this moment, the girl's song gradually entered the climax, and the huge human face carved on the trunk seemed to come to life, and the serious expression slowly became sad and helpless. The woman in the front row could no longer hold it in and burst into tears. As the sacrificial song was about to end, some of the young girls turned around to look at the woman. Then, 100 young girls pulled out their small scimitars at the same time. The leaves on the blood-red palm suddenly rustled, and the old man on the tree trunk looked even more sorrowful. "Tisk tsk 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 tisk." The singing stopped, and the girl immediately stabbed the dagger into her own heart. She stretched her arm forward, grabbing towards the direction of the tree trunk. With a happy and satisfied expression on her face, she fell to the ground. Upon closer inspection, the corpses of the 100 girls formed a spiral pattern. However, the blood that flowed out of their hearts did not flow freely. Like spring water entering the dry desert, the brown soil on the ground hungrily sucked up every drop of blood that fell. There wasn't even a small pool of blood on the ground. "Sop sop sop." The woman wept sorrowfully. The bronze-armored men did not feel good either. Their eyes were red and swollen, and they were trying their best not to show their grief. Squeak squeak squeak. A strange thing happened. A spore grew from the tree face's glabella, and in a few seconds, it grew into a new branch the length of an arm. Walala! The thousands of onlookers, whether they were commoners or nobles, humans, giants, or squirrelmen, all knelt on the ground with pious expressions. 5 red-eyed or green-eyed squirrelmen took the lead and sang a sacred and solemn song. The rest followed suit. The song was sacred, but the content was simple. It was mostly about praising the mountains, lakes, seas, earth, sky, wind, fire, sun, and moon. After the song ended, everyone stood up. A green-eyed squirrel man turned his head and swept his gaze across the faces of the dozens of bronze-armored swordsmen. Finally, his gaze fixed on the long-faced man with a cane. "City builder Brandon Stark, go." The squirrel man sighed. The long-faced man did not decline, nor did he decline. He left his cane where it was, and with a sacred and solemn expression, he walked past the corpses of the young girls and came to the tree trunk that was as thick as 10 people. He reached out his hand and broke the branch with 7 or 8 red spore between the old man's eyebrows. He respectfully held the young branch with both hands, bowed, and retreated step by step. Boom ka, huff huff huff. Suddenly the gigantic weirwood shook, as if a gigantic palm had descended from the sky and slapped the treetop. Thousands of palm-shaped blood-colored leaves fell from the branches and danced in the air. Like red snowflakes, the entire world was covered in red snow. The weirwood was still the weirwood, and the human face was still the human face. However, the tree was bare, as if the old man had lived for too long, and his hair was falling off strand by strand. The only branches left were just branches and tree trunks. From now on there would be no new leaves or new spore growing. The immortal weirwood was dead. The human face was just a carving, and there was no longer a shred of holiness or majesty. After that, the long-faced man, surrounded by thousands of people, trekked a long distance, crossing plains and swamps. He walked thousands, tens of thousands of miles to the north, and came to a land of ice and snow. He knelt in the snow in front of a small lake, and the thousands of people behind him knelt as well. Under the lead of the squirrel men, they chanted a sacred song praising the gods. Brandon Stark took out the branch that was still fresh and tender, and placed it gently on the ground. Rumble, the earth rumbled. The spores on the branch quickly grew new branches and inserted them into the ground. The branches that were as thick as a finger swelled to as thick as a bucket. They were densely packed, layer upon layer, entangled into two earth dragons that drilled wildly into the ground in both the east and west directions. In just 5 minutes, a 15-meter-wide and 200-meter-tall tree trunk wall appeared between the North and the Great Wall, on the narrow continent that was 500 kilometers wide. Then the giants and humans worked together to cut open the mountains and take stones, filling the tree trunk wall with boulders. It was like a construction worker pouring cement into a steel framework, and then repairing a brick wall according to the concrete framework. Brandon Stark was not idle. He walked through the tree trunk wall, explored the terrain in the mountains and canyons, and drew maps. Then he instructed the giants to dig the soil and fill in the huge cornerstone to ensure that even in the complicated hilly terrain, the Great Wall had no blind spots or weaknesses. After laying the foundation, he led thousands of squirrel men to draw strange magic runes on the boulders and tree trunks. From then on, no other creatures could get close to the Great Wall. Decades passed and Stark died of old age. However, the work of building the Great Wall did not stop. The second Stark, Brandon's son, took the building blueprint left behind by his father and continued to instruct the giants and ancestors to mine boulders, fill in the tree trunks, draw magic runes, and strengthen the wall. Generations of Stark died, and the tree trunks that served as the skeleton of the wall were gradually covered. The magnificent Great Wall of Stone was completed. The giants and squirrelmen bid farewell to the ancestors. Some went to the Great Wall in the north, while others returned to their warm homes in the south. Yes, home. At that time the Undulls had not attacked yet. The Westeros were still the paradise of the ancestors and the squirrelmen the children of the forest. The ancestors who stayed put on black robes and were called the Night Watchers. The Night Watchers did not stop building the city. They took Brandon's blueprint and dug out huge blocks of ice from the frozen river in the haunted forest, dragging them back to the Great Wall. A few more centuries passed, and the Great Wall of Stone was covered with a thick layer of ice crystals. It had been like that for 8,000 years until now. Rumble. The Great Wall was shaking. The cracks spanned 500 kilometers, and huge blocks of ice fell everywhere. The Great Wall was about to collapse. No! Dany looked up at the sky and screamed. Her hair danced in the wind, and a clear green crystal flew out from between her eyebrows and returned to its original position. It was like a heartbeat. Every once in a while, it would emit a sacred and majestic wave. Crack, crack, crack. Sam of the Long Night Castle, Melisandre of the Dark Castle, Shireen of the East Sea Watch, and Patched Face were all shocked as they watched the palm-sized ice crystal slowly heal. Other than the faint black cracks, the Great Wall was almost no different from before. The Night Watchers, Savages, and Deer Association on the Great Wall felt like they were in a dream. Under the Great Wall, the wind has stopped. The silly queen has put the baby back. Oh, silly, silly, I know. Anger flashed across the Patched Face's eyes as he sang cheerfully. Phew. Dany breathed heavily. She looked at the green crystal floating in the air with longing and fear. She asked, "What is it?" "My song, the song of wind." She did not know if it was an illusion, but the old and majestic voice of the door god had a touch of gentleness. In fact, even the tone of his voice had changed. Dany was enlightened. She took one last look at the green crystal and turned her head away. After a long time, she finally got rid of the huge greed in her heart and tried to calm herself down. She heaved a sigh of relief and asked, "Why can I have it? Isn't it your song?" "You saw it. I died 8,000 years ago." The door god said lightly. That weirwood is your original body? You are the old god, the weirwood tree spirit? Danny was shocked. Old god. The door god sighed. I am the old god, but the old god is not just me. Billions of years ago, before the gods appeared, I was rooted in this land. I witnessed the formation of mountains and rivers, the birth of life. I also listened to the song of wind that surrounded this world. It brought me the information of the world so that I was no longer alone. Long ago, when I learned that song, I heard the voices of other singers. Then we sang together. The world flourished and the next era began. Danny was speechless. After a long silence, she asked, What is this era? The era after the singers, the era before you. The children of the forest. The children of the forest. The door god's voice had a touch of nostalgia and disappointment. He sighed. Those children did not compete with the world. They only lived in this land. The world is so big. There are more colorful lives in other places. What's with the deviant ghosts? Who is the frost god? Danny asked again. You will understand after you experience it, the door god said slowly. Leave. You already know the secret of the world. I still want to know more. My head is full of questions, Danny said. The door god seemed to choke. He paused and said helplessly, I don't have the energy to answer you. Also, when you took the Song of Wind, the evil thing that had been suppressed under the Great Wall escaped. Your friends are in danger. Chapter 358. Evil? What evil? Danny asked in surprise. You'll understand when you go out, door god said wistfully. The door god said nostalgically, Brandon Stark was the most outstanding array master of the heroic era. The runes he set up could drive away evil and suppress evil. The Great Wall is his masterpiece. No demons or ghosts in the world, not even evil gods, can pass through here. For thousands of years, the Night Watchers intentionally or unintentionally sealed many evil beings that shouldn't exist in the world under me. You took away the wind song, which is equivalent to breaking the seal. They found a good opportunity, and most of them have escaped. Damn, is this the Great Wall or the demon-subduing tower? Danny's mouth twitched, but she still didn't want to leave just like that. This is a true god. More importantly, he belongs to the good side and is so kind to me. It's my fault that the Great Wall is cracked. Is there any remedy? My magic power is not much weaker than Brandon's. He has the help of the Son of the Forest, and I have the Megalosaurus. Can we fix the magic array? Danny asked quickly. Especially the wind song. It must be closely guarded. No, it must be directly sealed. Don't let anyone enter this space. You don't know how much I struggle in the extreme temptation and how painful it is, she emphasized solemnly. Dorgot chuckled and said, Hold the wind song in your hand and pour your magic power into it. Then you can repair the broken runes in the Great Wall. Danny hesitated. She didn't suspect that Dorgot was lying to her, but she was worried that she couldn't help but take the wind song. The feeling of controlling the power of wind was too wonderful. Her soul seemed to have been sublimated, and she entered an empty realm of gods. The most addictive thing in the world was never drugs but power. And power was even harder to let go than power. But she didn't want to destroy the Great Wall for her own selfish desires. At this time, the Great Wall was related to the safety of millions of people. Are you going to fix it or not? If not, leave immediately, Dorgot said. Ah. Danny gritted her teeth and stretched out her hand. This time, the cyan crystal didn't disappear. The moment it touched her palm, the three-dimensional image of the Great Wall appeared in her eyes. Her eyes could penetrate the ice and the stone walls. She could see the tree trunks that served as the rebar skeletons inside, as well as the network of magic circles that melted into the stones, ice, earth, and tree trunks. The 9-colored vortex and the ring of the second soul rotated rapidly. Danny's magic power was as insignificant as a glass of wine that had been poured into a lake. Hey little white, you too come here. Danny panted. Dorgot's space of consciousness was very magical. He did not need to enter the super-godly state. The magic power of the two dragons could enter the green crystal ball through Danny as a transfer station. If Danny's magic power was as much as a glass of wine, then Little White was like a family swimming pool and Dahe was like a public swimming pool. Although it was not as big as a lake, it could raise the level of the lake by a lot. Dark Castle. The Great Wall suddenly exploded, and a large amount of ice fell from the ice wall and fell to the ground. Then, without any warning, the wound healed. Such a strange change had already alarmed all the night watchers and barbarians. They ran out of the towers, wooden houses, and tents and stood under the Great Wall. They pointed at the marks on the ice and shouted in panic, "Fire! Fire! Fire!" Suddenly, someone rubbed his eyes and shouted in disbelief, "The ice on the Great Wall is burning. The Great Wall is on fire." Such ridiculous words could not make anyone laugh, because everyone, as long as they had eyes and raised their heads to look, could see the red flames burning in the ice layer, on the ice surface, and in the cracks that had been split open earlier with a sizzling sound. "Run! The Great Wall is collapsing. The ice is burning and is going to crack again." Everyone was shocked and ran away from the Great Wall. "What's going on?" Stannis asked in a daze. He did not run. He just stared blankly at the Great Wall under the night sky. Well, the whole Great Wall seemed to be covered by a giant net of fire. There was no dazzling light, but there was a flickering red light on the dark ground. It was very eye-catching. The ice on the Great Wall did not melt because it is not a fire. It is the external image of a magic circle being activated. Melisandre was also confused. Although she had trained for hundreds of years and was very experienced, she did not even need the food and water that humans needed. However, she was not in the right profession. She had been training hard in Asha and did not understand the Great Wall, nor did she know the core secrets of the Great Wall. "Don't worry, the magic power in the Great Wall is increasing," she said with certainty. "Do you know why?" Stannis asked. "I suspect that it has something to do with Dany Rise. Where did she go?" Melisandre frowned. Stannis looked around at the Knights of the Deer Association. They had never stopped watching the Dragon Queen. As expected, Giant Killer Gordifalin immediately said, "She did not leave the Great Wall immediately. She took the Night Watcher Samwell Tarly to the west. She also said that she would release Sam before tomorrow morning." "West? Where did she go?" Stannis was confused. "Long Night Castle," Melisandre blurted out. She suddenly remembered that day when Gordifalin wanted to challenge the Dragon Queen's giant king captive. The two of them were arguing in the training ground. Fatty Sam brought a female barbarian. Gordifalin also remembered and shouted. Sam brought the female barbarian back from Long Night Castle. The Dragon Queen even asked about the secret passage in Long Night Castle. The secret passage in Long Night Castle hides the secret of the Great Wall. The red-robed woman suddenly realized. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go immediately. Long Night Castle is not far. We can't let her keep the secret all to herself, Sir Justin Marseille shouted. Stannis looked at the red-robed woman. She was the professional here. Melisandre's eyes flashed red. She nodded and said, "We should go and take a look. I suspect that Long Night Castle has a divine artifact that controls the magic power of the Great Wall." Hiss! The two dragons cried out tiredly and retreated back into Dany's mind space. "All right, you should go back," the gate god said softly. "Hey, let me catch my breath first." Dany pointed at the flower on top of her head and asked, "What's with the Song of Ice and Fire? I don't have the power of life and death." "You only have the potential, but you still have a long way to go before you can master the Song of Ice and Fire. Perhaps you won't be able to reach the end," the gate god said. "Then help me. My green prophet meditation technique is not complete." "Great God, help me complete it," Dany said shamelessly. "Unfortunately, I don't have it," the gate god said. "Haha, you are the boss of the green prophet." Dany shook her head with a smile. The gate god to the green prophet was like the seven gods to the archbishop, and God to the Christians. After a moment of silence, the gate god explained, "You misunderstand. I have never taught anyone magic. Other than the Song of Wind, I don't know any magic. I can't teach anyone. A long time ago, a child of the forest came under me and listened to my Song of Wind. He climbed onto my body and slept on the branch of a tree. After he woke up, he had the ability to communicate with me. My Song of Wind contained information from all over the world and time periods. He understood and knew many things. Then, the other children of the forest called him the Green Prophet. The Green Prophet's talent has nothing to do with you." Dany didn't believe it. Of course, the gate god said firmly. Do you know about the power of faith? It is the strange spiritual energy that is produced when living beings believe in another existence, he asked. I know, the gate god said. The children believed in me, and I had nothing to repay them. So I refined all the power of faith into a pure soul power, and let the wind bring that power to the children who believed in me. They are the green prophet you speak of. However, they are different from the first child of the forest who listened to the song of wind. They may not understand the song of wind, and I died long ago and can no longer sing. They can only observe the world through the weirwood. I see. Danny was stunned. Then she asked, is the power of faith useless to you? It can increase the power of the gods. I am just a tree. Why would I need such power? The gate god said calmly. What a Buddhist tree. It deserved to be cut down to build the Great Wall. Then, can you sing a song of wind for me now? Danny asked. I have already sung it. You can understand it, the gate god said. Did I lose my memory? Danny said unhappily. Through the song of wind, you witnessed the entire process of building the Great Wall. The gate god said helplessly. Danny was stunned. She mumbled. That is not your memory? Go. The gate god sighed. The green stars were like iron shavings attracted by a magnet. They hugged Danny and pushed her out. Endless green wind ribbons surrounded her and flew out of the wind ball. They did not fall into the world of white light below. Instead, they went up. The green wind traces gradually thinned out. The darkness came back to her again. Your Majesty, are you still down there? Barristan's surprised call came faintly. Danny shivered. She looked left and right. She looked back and rubbed her eyes. Hallucination? Not a hallucination. The gate god's mouth was wide open. She was stepping over the wrinkled upper lip and stepping on the soft wind mass. Her other foot was still on the stone slab by the wall of the well. Barristan was on top of her head. Her body seemed to have the inertia of moving backward. She seemed to be pushed by the wind. Involuntarily, she took another step back and left the gate god's mouth completely. Drip. A drop of water rolled down from the top of the gate god's mouth. It fell on her face and slowly flowed along her nose. She licked her lips. It was strangely warm and salty like tears. When she opened her eyes again, she was facing a wet and cold brick wall. The gate god was gone. I'm here, Danny called up, her eyes wistful. Sir, how long has it been? Oh. Barristan let out a long sigh of relief and said, about an hour. When I came down, the gate god had already closed and disappeared. So I climbed up. Not long after, the ice layer on the surface of the Great Wall suddenly cracked. It made a thunderous cracking sound. It was terrifying. Large pieces of ice fell down. I thought the Great Wall was going to collapse. But not long after, the cracks on it healed automatically. There was also a strange fire. By the way, what are you doing? Why is the water at the bottom of the well bubbling? The White Knight was puzzled. Bubbling? Danny came back to her senses. She was surprised to find that the bottom of the well not far away was boiling. Bubbles the size of wash basins were rising. Old Turtle turning over? No. Danny suddenly realized that the seal had been broken. This was the birth of a demon. Go up, sir, go up quickly. She ran up the stone steps and urged loudly. Chapter 359. Sir, quick, go up quickly. Let's go up first. Danny left the small platform in a few steps and stepped onto the stone steps. Thump, thump, thump. She ran up the stairs and urged him loudly. It wasn't you who made the noise? Barristan was shocked. He explained as he climbed up. When I went up earlier, I thought you went to the other side of the Great Wall, so I sat beside Blackie to warm myself. But after waiting for a while, you didn't come back. Blackie and Little White didn't fly to find you either. Then something happened at the Great Wall. Scholar Yimont and I were very worried. Then there was a bubbling sound at the bottom of the well. I thought you were down there, so I went down to look for you. I didn't expect you to really come back from the black door. If it wasn't you who made the noise at the bottom of the well, then what was going on? Where's Sam? I'm not sure what's at the bottom of the well. Sam went through the black door and went to the other side. Boom! There was a thunderous roar at the bottom of the well. Water splashed more than 10 meters high and splashed Danny, who was about 7 to 8 meters up, with water all over her body. Squeak! A sharp screech like an awl came from the bottom of the well. It was ear-piercing and made people dizzy. Ah! Barristan stopped in his tracks and groaned while holding his forehead. Danny stopped and entered the dragon spirit state. The dragon's soul entered her body and faced the bottom of the well. True dragon roar. Screech. The invisible air wave above collided with the sharp screech below. Boom! The sound of the air explosion was like thunder at the bottom of the well. The walls of the well were shaking slightly. Water splashed everywhere. And a pair of blood-red eyes the size of copper bells popped out of the water. Like a pair of flashlights, they scanned the area with endless hatred and greed. What was even more frightening was that Danny felt a familiar aura from him. A demigod. Yes, a demigod like the Immortals and Balerion. Although he wasn't as powerful as Balerion, he was obviously stronger than the Immortals. Not only did he become a god from a different species, but he also retained a complete physical body. 7 levels of hell. Is there really an evil being sealed at the bottom of the well? Danny shivered and immediately turned around. She quickened her pace and climbed up with her hands and feet. Evil being? What evil creature? Barristan was also very alert. He didn't just stand there and stare blankly. He didn't stop climbing at all. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The monster at the bottom of the well squeaked like a mouse and a sow splash. The surface of the water split open. The monster leaped onto the stairs and ran up the stone steps quickly. Pitter-patter. His wet feet tapped rapidly on the stone steps, getting closer and closer to Danny. Realizing that it was running much faster than her, Danny was also anxious. She shouted, "Dahe, take the old man away. Xiaobai, come and save him." Screech Big Black, who was at the door, let out a cry and quickly retreated. Its fleshy wings dragged on the ground as it brought old Yamant, who was leaning on it for warmth, out of the kitchen. Boom! Little White leaped down from the top of the great wall, crushing the roof that was already loose. Broken bricks and wood came crashing down. As this, Little White lay on the edge of the well and extended its long neck to the bottom of the well, letting out a deafening dragon roar. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The monster cried out in fear, and its crawling speed started to slow down. Just when Danny heaved a sigh of relief, the monster's red eyes flickered, and a strange wave spread from its body. When the second soul in Danny's consciousness sensed the soul wave that passed through her body, the ring around her second soul suddenly jumped. She turned pale with fright. Green Prophet? And it's a demigod? What kind of monster is this? At the same time, Little White seemed to have been hit by a stick. It let out a squeak and flapped its wings hard, stirring up the dust in the house. It struggled and rolled around on the ground. It was exactly the same as when the three-eyed crow took over its body. Actually, it wasn't taken over. Dragon Spirit. In the next moment, Danny also entered Little White's consciousness. Rat Spirit? She cried out in shock. In the Megalosaurus dark red magma-like soul space, a mountain-sized rat with white fur and red eyes was riding on Little White's neck. Its sharp teeth were like swords, and they were biting the dragon's neck. It was a rat that looked like a white sow, a bamboo rat. Oh no, a pig rat. Scales flew everywhere, and dragon blood splattered everywhere. There were bloody holes all over Little White's neck. Little White, you're a Megalosaurus. Don't be afraid. Danny came back to her senses and encouraged the white dragon loudly. Squeak! Little White turned its head around helplessly and bit the giant rat's hind leg. The white pig rat was very fierce. It didn't dodge the dragon's sharp teeth. Instead, it kicked the Megalosaurus' mouth with all its strength. Bang! Squeak! Little White's head seemed to have been hit by a truck. It twisted from one side of its neck to the other, and it let out a sad cry. It seemed like they were just biting each other, but in reality the dragon and the rat were fighting spiritually. The Megalosaurus soul was not as strong as the rat's in terms of toughness, strength, and skill. However, this wasn't too surprising. The white pig rat's soul had the obvious aura of the Green Prophet. Blackie. Danny's physical body was still climbing the stairs with all its might. She couldn't help Little White, so she could only call for help. This was because the white pig rat was like the Green Prophet. It was multitasking. It attacked Little White spiritually while continuing to chase after Danny. Boom! Yimont had already retreated to the outside of the courtyard. Blackie crashed into the wall without any restraint. Many bricks and tiles fell to the bottom of the well. They hit Danny and Barristan's iron helmets loudly. Then Blackie stepped on the debris and the fallen brick wall. It came to the side of the well. It opened its mouth and spat out a dragon flame. The blood-red dragon flame with the smell of sulfur and black smoke filled the well. Barristan should have faced it head-on, but Danny only extended her hand to guide it. The old knight's body seemed to be covered with a layer of transparent shield. The dragon flame avoided him like a river meeting a rock and gushed towards Danny directly. She continued to use her fire control technique and changed the form of the dragon flame. The chaotic flame turned into a long spear as thick as a wine glass. The tip of the spear was pointed downwards, and it was aimed at the white rat that was the size of a sow. Unexpectedly, the white rat jumped on the stone steps like a grasshopper. Its dagger-like claws popped out and broke the bricks on the wall of the well. His body hung on the wall and it dodged the attack. It would be strange if it dodged the attack. The dragon flame spear was completely under Danny's control. It turned from a spear into a rope and tied the white pig rat up. The white rat jumped back down the stone steps and dodged the attack again. At the same time, the rat in Little White's spiritual sea disappeared and entered Blackie's spiritual space. Little White struggled to get up from the ground. Blackie started to lose control and stopped spitting dragon flame. Danny had an idea. She pretended to be anxious and shouted in fear, "Oh no, the white pig rat is fierce. Hurry up and climb up. We'll leave immediately on the dragon." She climbed up while shouting. She collected the dragon flame in the well and divided it into small fireballs. She threw them at the white pig rat. At this moment, the white knight had already climbed out of the well. Danny was only 7 or 8 meters away from it. Little White seemed to be exhausted. It lay on the ground and did not spit fire at the bottom of the well. Just like that, Danny blocked it with fireballs. Before the big rat could catch up with her, she quickly reached the mouth of the well and jumped out. Danny glanced at Blackie, who was smashing the bricks on the side of the well with its head. She waved her hand at the white knight who was guarding beside her. She said in a low voice, "Blackie and Little White are playing dead. Step back and make some space." "I want it dead," she whispered fiercely. The white knight's mouth twitched. She took 2 steps back towards the door. The octagonal kitchen had 8 walls. At this moment the roof was almost completely collapsed. 2 of the stone walls at the door collapsed inwards due to Blackie's crash. One of the walls had a hole because of Little White falling from the sky. The remaining 5 walls that were connected to the 2-meter-tall stove were very thick and sturdy. They did not collapse. Barristan was guarding the door. "Ah, Danny, there's a ghost. Mad Hatchet's ghost is out." At this moment, old Yimont, who was in the courtyard, suddenly screamed. He ran towards the kitchen shakily. "Old man, don't come over. There's a rat demon at the bottom of the well." Danny, who was behind the white knight, hurriedly shouted, "There's a ghost." Old Yimont looked terrified. He did not care about anything else and ran towards her. Squeak! The white pig rat finally jumped out of the well and screeched at the moon in the sky. Old Yimont froze in his running. He stood there blankly. He looked at the big rat that was emitting a terrifying aura. His teeth chattered as he said, "Rat, chef." Squeak, squeak. It seemed to be very sensitive to this name. Its bell-sized red eyes stared cruelly at the old scholar. It pounced on him as fast as lightning. "What?" Danny was shocked, but her movements were not slow. In an instant, Little White jumped up. Its huge body pounced. The big rat paused in its running. When it was about to dodge, Little White unexpectedly covered the mouth of the well. It spread its wings and covered the mouth of the well that was less than 4 meters in diameter. At the same time, the Super God mode was activated. Blackie's 9-colored vortex instantly entered Danny's soul space. For the second time, it merged with her 9-colored vortex. Boom! A violent aura surged out from Danny's body, and her silver hair fluttered in the wind along with the flames. Old Yimont's expression was blank. He looked at the sacred and majestic Danny, and then looked at the equally sacred but evil and greedy rat. What happened to this world? Unlike old Yimont, who was shocked, Barristan was also a person with sharp senses. He had seen a demigod once. At this time, He already noticed that the Dragon Queen and the White Mouse's state were somewhat familiar. Although he was surprised and doubtful when the Dragon Queen became a demigod, he remained calm. He held his long sword tightly and was ready to attack. Burn! Danny only glanced at the White Mouse. The flame element swarmed over, wanting to ignite its fur and blood-red eyes. Squeak! The White Mouse did not stop running. A ring of black smoke with an evil aura erupted from its body, repelling the flames. It adjusted its direction slightly and went straight for the Dragon Queen who was behind the White Knight. At this time, it felt a fatal threat from the Dragon Queen. Hiss! At the same time, Little White spewed out dragon flames. At the same time, the White Knight blocked and moved sideways. It put its feet in front and behind, assuming a posture to withstand the impact. Then it swung its sword at the White Mouse's eyes. The next moment, the White Mouse, which was the size of a sow, lowered its head and dodged the sword. For shining sharp claws popped out of its front paws and went straight for the White Knight's chest. Stabga! Something unexpected happened. The sharp claws that pierced the wall like cutting mud only left a trail of sparks on the breastplate, making a sharp screeching sound. That was it. Its stomach was not cut open, its intestines were not pierced, and it did not kill the knight who was in its way. Bam! The White Knight was knocked back, but he was prepared. He leaned back and changed the direction of his sword from stabbing to cutting. See? The White Mouse's lower abdomen was slashed by the White Mouse. The White Mouse's ferocious blood-red eyes flashed with extreme pain. Its wails echoed throughout the long night castle. Disregarding the anti-evil properties of the steel sword, just that part alone, even the brave White Knight was stunned for a moment. He swore to the 7 gods that he had never thought of such a despicable move. The sword was aimed at the White Mouse's abdomen, but who would have thought? You're asking for it. The true dragon's roar was activated in the super-godly state. A transparent cone-shaped shockwave condensed in the air and hit the White Mouse, who was flying in the air and in pain. Squeak, squeak, squeak! The White Mouse's body stopped. Blood spurted out of its eyes, mouth, and nose. It seemed to have paused in the air. Then it suddenly sped up and flew in the opposite direction. At the same time, Little White's dragon flames arrived. Boom! The blood-red dragon flames engulfed the White Mouse. Unlike the fire element that was almost ineffective, the dragon flames had the anti-evil and anti-evil properties. The black fog around the White Mouse crackled and burned. Then its fur was ignited like oil paper. Its eyeballs, nose, and ears melted like candles under the dragon flames. The perfect combination of punches took down the White Mouse chef in one move. Chapter 360. White Knight flipped up like a carp and stood up. It stabbed its sword into the side of the smoking white rat's waist. Danny saw that White Knight was so close to the rat. She could not help but yell out worriedly, "Be careful, it seems to be the Green Prophet. Be careful of its soul entering your spiritual space." As she said that, she activated the second soul in her belt. She was prepared to save White Knight when it was possessed by the rat spirit. From the Bronze Book of the Hardfoot, Danny knew that when a shapeshifter and a Green Prophet possessed humans, they had to be close to the target. It was best to have physical contact with the target. However, Danny was surprised by what happened next. Rumble Little White did not stop spitting out dragon flames. Danny was multitasking. She kept controlling the dragon flames into the shape of a large bell, and covered the rat spirit's body. Under the roasting of the dragon flames, the rat spirit's fur was charred black. Its bones and flesh were melted. Putrid black smoke came out of its body. However, it did not abandon the white pig's body. It was not that it did not want to. Its body was hit by 2 swords and was burned by the evil vanquishing dragon flame. The white pig's bell-sized red eyes and its radish-sized nose were melted. It was screaming in pain. Its voice was sharp and ear-piercing. At the same time, there was a black shadow that was trying to break free from the white pig's body. That was its soul. It was the soul of a divine demigod. It was as if it was possessed by a ghost and a human was struggling desperately. The soul would leave half of its body. The next moment it would shrink back and fuse together. However, the white pig's body did not reject the ghost. Instead, it was like a lock that locked the soul inside itself. It would not let it leave no matter what. As expected, dragon flames were the nemesis of demons. Just like how Blackie could ignite the soul of an immortal when it was only a few months old, Little White's dragon flames burned the white pig's dark soul until it was smoking and screaming. Squeak squeak, the blurry dark soul became clearer under the dragon flames. The true appearance of the soul was revealed. Rat Chef! Danny and Baristan exclaimed at the same time. It was a soul with a rat's head and a human's body. The most terrifying thing was that there was a human's face on the rat's head. It was ferocious, twisted, resentful, and full of hatred. 7 levels of hell. I see, Danny suddenly shouted. The Castle of Everlasting Night was the headquarters of the Night Watchers at that time. There were thousands of Night Watchers stationed there, and King Undul must have brought hundreds of elite knights. How could an ordinary chef kill a prince without anyone noticing? The Green Prophet. Chef Rat is a believer of the old god who has awakened the Green Prophet's talent. Squeak squeak, the rat chef's soul couldn't break out of his body. With a shriek, he retracted his body and tried his best to run in the direction of the well. Tiske. The old knight was already on high alert. He endured the scorching dragon flames and stood guard by the side. Immediately, he slashed his sword diagonally at his thigh. Giao! The rat chef howled, and one of the pig trotter's hind legs flew half a meter into the air, landing in front of Danny. Tsk. The old knight didn't stop moving. With one slash he cut off the white pig rat's front leg that was struggling to move forward. Then, he went around to the other side and slashed his sword like the wind, cutting off both the front and back legs at the elbow. Squeak squeak squeak. The rat chef couldn't struggle anymore. The wails in the dragon flames became softer and softer. Danny waved her hand and extinguished the dragon flames on the pig trotters under her feet. She lowered her head and looked at it carefully. It was as big as a pig's hind leg. No, it was thicker than an ordinary pig's hind leg. It was charred and fresh blood flowed out from the cut. Different from the stinky rat chef, after leaving his body, the trotters emitted a strange meaty aroma. It was more fragrant than pork, mutton, and beef. Strange, Danny muttered. She kicked the trotters to the side and looked at the soul that was evaporating in the dragon flames. She guessed in confusion. Could the stench come from the soul? But the quality of the soul is very high, even higher than that of an immortal. Yes, Danny couldn't waste a demigod for nothing. Regardless of whether it was to completely kill the remnant soul with the Green Prophet's characteristics or to obtain the special divinity and soul of a demigod, she had to activate her spiritual bestowment talent. From the beginning, large amounts of golden and green soul fell into her sea of consciousness. The green belonged to the Green Prophet's soul. It was absorbed by the second soul of her bracelet. The bracelet expanded visibly, and runes appeared out of thin air, constantly supplementing her Green Prophet meditation technique. The golden soul with divinity was all poured into Blackie's soul space. It wasn't that Danny was biased. It was just that the super godly state had caused too much damage to the Megalosaurus. At this moment, Blackie was lying on the ground without any signs of life. Its nostrils, mouth, and the corners of its eyes were dripping with steaming dragon blood. Squeak squeak suddenly, the rat chef that had melted into a puddle of mud let out a soul howl. An invisible wave rushed toward Baristan and Yimont, who was hiding at the side. This wasn't an occupation but a soul attack like the one that was used against Little White and Blackie. It was worth mentioning that this kind of soul attack didn't have much effect on Blackie. Little White's soul had been bitten by the mountain-sized white pig rat until it was dripping with blood. However, Blackie was different from Little White. It had absorbed the divinity of an immortal, and the quality of its soul was much higher than Little White's. Therefore, Blackie could withstand the dragon's horn back then, and now it could also withstand the white pig rat's soul attack. The reason why Blackie was lying on the ground and pretending to be dead, and the dragon's soul in the space of consciousness was also pretending to be weak, was to lure the rat spirit out of the well. The Dragon Queen wanted to get rid of the devil and defend the Tao. Alright, the divinity of a demigod was considered a spoil of war. She admitted that she was very tempted. Ja. Danny and the rat chef launched their soul attack almost at the same time. The reason why she didn't end the super godly state with Blackie was because she was waiting for the rat spirit's final counterattack. She had guessed wrongly earlier. Not only could the rat chef no longer possess humans or animals, Its soul was also fixed in the rat's body, unable to leave. However, the rat chef's soul attack was real. Little White and Blackie had been hit by it previously. Therefore, Danny had been guarding against this move. The supergodly state was not to strengthen her fire control skills, but mainly to resist the Green Prophet's special characteristic, soul occupation. In the supergodly state, she could even turn into a three-eyed crow. Alright, it was just a clone. However, the rat chef was not the complete Green Prophet. It only possessed part of the Green Prophet's special characteristics when it was a human. Boom! The silent and formless soul shockwaves collided. It actually caused a visible wrinkle in the air in front of Danny, and a thunderous explosion. The explosion on the soul level could not be heard by the human ear, but it could be felt. It was like a bomb exploding not far away, and the flying shrapnel and high-temperature gunpowder did not hit you. However, the shockwave formed by the explosion could send a person flying 7 to 8 meters away, and even shatter their organs. At this moment, just the shockwave alone was enough to make White Knight and Yimont hug their heads and groan. No one noticed that more than 10 meters behind Yimont, a blood-colored ghost holding an axe was silently approaching them. Before it could move, it exploded silently in the soul shockwave and disappeared without a trace, as if it had never appeared. Squeak! The rat chef let out a final cry and burned into a large piece of coal in the dragon flames. Meanwhile, in Danny's soul realm, the rainstorm of spiritual matter suddenly turned into a waterfall of spiritual matter. The green and golden spiritual matter were divided into 30 to 70. Before the huge amount of spiritual matter was even exhausted, Danny's belt's second soul was completed. It was a near-perfect Green Prophet meditation technique. The belt gradually approached the 9-colored vortex from the edge of the soul realm, reaching a balance with the 9-colored vortex's repulsive force. Both sides formed a stable structure similar to Saturn's rings. Blackie's change was even greater. The soul space that was originally like a lake of magma was dyed pale gold with a faint divine aura. Danny had a feeling that there was no need to devour 1 or 2 more demigods. It only needed to practice the Great Wizard meditation technique for a few more years to stabilize its realm and let its power settle. Blackie could undergo a qualitative change and become a demigod. Demigod Megalosaurus? He was only 2 years old. In fact, Blackie had already changed. He shook his big head and got up from the ground. The blood lake-like vertical pupils were filled with the same emotions and wisdom as humans. Dan and I, he roared. What? Danny jumped up and said in disbelief, Blackie, you can speak human language? Dan and I, Blackie put his nose close to Danny's face and rubbed it intimately. Oh my God. You can really speak. Danny was crazy with excitement. She turned her head and shouted at Barristan, did you hear that? Blackie can speak. White Knight's expression was strange. Your Majesty, are you okay? What's wrong with me? Blackie can speak human language. I'm too excited. Danny held Blackie's head and grinned. Are you injured? Barristan looked worried and said carefully, Your Majesty, you may be too tired and have auditory hallucinations. Blackie is just roaring and not speaking human language. What? You don't understand. He's calling my name. Danny said in disbelief. No, I only heard a roar. Seems different from before. White Knight shook his head. Danny was surprised. She patted Blackie's nose and said, Say a few more words to Sir. Dan and I, Blackie roared in a low voice. Say something different. Danny said again. Dan and I, why don't you call him Adu? Danny said with a straight face. His vocal cords have really changed. Barristan was surprised and doubtful. It's more complicated than the monotonous roar in the past. Is it dragon language that ordinary people can't understand? Danny's heart skipped a beat. She ended the dragon spirit state and said, Blackie, try saying something else. Hissed, Blackie cried. This? Danny's eyes widened as she looked at Blackie, who had an aggrieved expression. His voice was indeed a roar, and not a neutral low human language. However, just as Barristan said, the tone of his voice had changed. What's going on? Hasn't it evolved completely? Rat Chef is dead? Danny was puzzled. Yimont shook his head and walked in from outside. Looking at the empty dragon flame fire clock, his expression was extremely complicated. He felt uncomfortable, as if his worldview was being crushed and reforged. Danny said absent-mindedly, This time he's completely dead. As she said that, She also sank into her sea of consciousness to study the changes between herself and Blackie. She was not clear about Blackie's changes, but her own sea of consciousness, for some reason, after the Green Prophet's meditation technique was completed, she still did not have the ability to split her soul into thoughts like the three-eyed crow. She also could not occupy people or animals. Her soul was still unable to leave her sea of consciousness alone, without becoming one with the dragon and launching a soul attack. But she seemed to have undergone some kind of qualitative change. Her spirit was clear and pure, and she could hear the sound of the wind. She was familiar with this feeling. When she mastered Dorgod's Song of Wind, she could hear a lot of information from the wind. She could even control the wind to move according to her orders. This is the Song of Wind, the Song of Wind that the first Green Prophet heard when he was sleeping on Dorgod. Dorgod didn't lie. He really sang the Song of Wind to me. It's just that I only understood now. Danny seemed to have forgotten that Blackie could speak. She unconsciously stretched out her right hand and felt the cold wind whistling past. She was enchanted. For the first time, she felt that the cold north wind was filled with warmth and vitality. It was like a mischievous little fairy, jumping in her palm, playing around her, and even singing to her, telling her stories from afar. "Ah, Your Majesty, your forehead!" Barristan exclaimed, pulling Danny out of the strange state. The north wind whistled. It was cold and stiff without a trace of vitality. Danny was inexplicably angry and shouted, "What are you doing?" The old knight was stunned by the roar. After a while he mumbled, "Your Majesty, just now, you were clearly beside me, but I felt that your figure was slowly disappearing. I was very worried and anxious. After that, I saw the green pentagram flashing between your brows. I thought that you had an accident, so, after coming back to her senses, Danny's irritation and anger disappeared instantly. She smiled awkwardly at White Knight and said, "I'm sorry. I seem to have entered the state of enlightenment of oneness of man and nature. I was suddenly interrupted and lost control of my emotions. I didn't mean to be angry with you." Barristan's expression softened. He waved his hand and said, "It's okay, it's okay." Then, he asked in confusion, "What is oneness of man and nature?" "It's oneness of man and nature." Danny blabbered on. She combined the theory of oneness of man and nature that she had read in novels with her own experience just now and explained it in detail. Seeing that the two foreigners were still confused, she sighed and said, "Just think that I was sleeping in that state and was a little irritable because I was disturbed. But why were you sleeping standing up? The fierce battle had just ended. Besides, we didn't know when you were sleeping." Yamant was puzzled. Danny was stupefied. "You said that there was a pentagram between my brows?" She decided to change the topic. "Yes, in your sky, oneness of man and nature." Old Yamant nodded and continued, "When you were in oneness of man and nature, there was a faint green light between your brows in the shape of a pentagram. After waking you up, the pentagram disappeared immediately. What was that? Maybe it was the Song of Wind." Chapter 361. Crunch, crunch. The sound of a wild dog gnawing on a bone came from the well, waking Danny from her thoughts. 7 levels of hell. Little White, do you know what you're eating?" Looking at Little White, who was lying on the ground eating the white pig's charred body, she sighed. It was delicious. In the dragon spirit state, Little White sent a message with a happy mood. Danny turned to Big Black, walked to his head, wiped the blood under his blood-red vertical pupils, and asked, "Do you want to eat some too?" Hiss. Before Big Black could answer, Little White let out a dissatisfied hiss at his biased mother. "Big Black is injured." Hiss. Big Black roared at Little White and turned his head away in disdain. "All right, Danny, there's a ghost." Yamant suddenly woke up and shouted in fear, "I just saw Mad Hatchet in the yard." He dragged his axe back and forth in the Long Night Castle, as if he was looking for the night watchers. I couldn't take the shock and shouted. He immediately noticed me and chased after me step by step. "Mad Hatchet?" Danny looked at the old man strangely. "Are you seeing things? There's nothing in the yard." Old Eamon looked back, but naturally he saw nothing. He carefully walked to the yard, looked left and right and shouted, "Mad Hatchet, I'm a night watcher, come and kill me," like a crazy old man. After a while, the old man also noticed Danny and Barristan's strange expressions, walked over awkwardly and said, "I really saw Mad Hatchet. The blood-red beard that dragged to his chest, the blood-stained axe, it's real." Mad Hatchet was a famous night watcher in the Long Night Castle, a mental patient. Legend said that before dawn, when everyone was asleep, he wandered barefoot in every corner of the Long Night Castle, quietly murdering his black-clothed brothers in the dark. His terror level was second only to the Rat Chef. Mad Hatchet has been dead for thousands of years. Danny sighed. Even the Rat Chef appeared. Why can't the ghost of Mad Hatchet be real? Old Yamant said unhappily, "Rat Chef is different. It's not dead. In other words, Rat Chef has started a second life." "What do you mean?" Yamant was puzzled. "Think about it. How can a chef murder a prince in front of so many people and make him into a pie? It's difficult for ordinary people to do it, but if the Rat Chef is skilled enough, the prince is stupid enough, and the guards are careless." Baristan frowned. "Perhaps, but that rat does indeed have the soul of a shapeshifter. A shapeshifter with the talent of the Green Prophet. Actually, there's definitely more than one person like Rat Chef." "Is there more than one Rat Chef?" Yamant asked. "I'm talking about talent." Danny turned sideways to size up the great wall of ice crystals that towered into the dark sky. A glint flashed across her eyes. "The Great Wall is very special. It contains a huge amount of magic power. It's almost equivalent to a divine domain. Just like Xia, they could avoid the Age of Chaos. I'm guessing that before Blind and River One came to the Great Wall, even if he could occupy a few crows, he would only be an ordinary shapeshifter and not a Green Prophet. That's because the Duke of Bloodcrow spent a lot of money to cultivate many spies and secret agents, and the Green Prophet didn't need those people at all. It must have been after coming to the Great Wall that his shape-shifting talent slowly activated and strengthened. After more than 10 years, he finally became a Green Prophet. Rat Chef is most likely in a similar situation, and Jon Snow at this time." White Knight frowned and said, "Even if the legend is wrong and Rat Chef wasn't punished by the gods to turn from a human into a rat. He only occupied the body of his animal companion and started a second life. But rats can't live for thousands of years." Danny smiled and guessed, without a doubt, Rat Chef was exposed. The Night Watchers knew about the prince's murder. Through investigating the prince's murder, the Night Watchers guessed that Rat Chef was a shapeshifter, and then they punished him. They killed Rat Chef's body and locked the big rat occupied by Rat Chef's soul at the bottom of the well. Somewhere in the stone wall at the bottom of the well, there's probably a cave connected to a U-shaped pipe. When we first arrived, you all saw that there were many and big rats in Long Night Castle, and they even dug holes in tunnels randomly. Rat Chef, who was locked at the bottom of the well, was hungry and could only swallow the little rats that came out of the hole. There might really be its offspring among them, just like the plot of Rat Chef's story. 7 gods above, so this is the truth of Rat Chef's story. Yamant and White Knight exclaimed. In fact, Danny's guess was right. There were rats in Long Night Castle, but they were not as big as they were now. They were bigger than cats, big and bold, and even dared to peep at humans. Rat Chef, who was locked in the hole at the bottom of the well, had already lost his humanity. Shapeshifters and Green Prophet who started a second animal life would gradually be assimilated by the beast. Rat Chef ate rats and grass rats. Female rats with big bellies gave birth to babies for him. Generation after generation, he improved the breed, and the rats became bigger and more bloodthirsty. Rat Chef's reputation was too great. Even in the most remote village in Westeros, I can guarantee that every child has heard of his story. In fact, across the narrow sea in the Ursos continent, there were also stories about Rat Chef. In fact, this story was too typical and too educational. It was also too realistic. From the beginning to the end, it was a real story. A real story was naturally more popular than The Boy Cried Wolf in textbooks. Faith to become a god. Danny sighed. Faith is useless to ordinary people, and it's useless to the dead. But Rat Chef is not dead, and he's not an ordinary person. Green Prophet. Anyway, the three-eyed crow must be a demigod. I'm not sure how long a demigod can live, but the remnant souls of the wizards who fused into immortals have lived for at least 1,000 years. Rat Chef's strength increased greatly because of the Great Wall, and he became a demigod. Also, because of the Great Wall's ability to suppress evil, he became an evil god. Rat Chef was unable to stir up trouble. Dany had basically restored 80% of the truth of Rat Chef's story. However, she still neglected one person, the king who ate his own son. Before Dickon Tully was born, Sam was the only heir of Horn Hill. No matter how much Rando Tully hated his cowardly and gluttonous fat son, he could not give him up. In order to help Sam find the courage of a man, Rando even invited 2 wizards, queers, to cast a spell on his son to get rid of his cowardice. The wizards killed a wild bull and bathed little Sam in its blood. They planned to let the bull's soul enter little Sam's body to help him become brave. That was still the age of chaos. After that, Count Tully hung the 2 wizards under a tree and whipped them. With Tully's strong and proud personality, he started to hate all witches and charlatans after he thought that he was fooled by the wizards. Later on, when he heard that there was a witch deep in the mountains of Horn Hill, Rando immediately led his troops and burned young Wolf Master Robb's future great-grandmother to death. Why was it related to Robb again? That witch was Lannister's forest witch, Toad Witch. When she was burned to death by Rando, she was a short, fat, ugly woman with bumpy skin. Her teeth had all fallen out, and her yellow eyes shone with a vicious light. She had a pair of ugly green pebbles, and her breasts hung down to her knees. She was a typical old witch, completely in line with the image of a vicious witch in Rando's heart. After catching her, he burned her to death without any mercy. However, every old witch was a little cutie when they were young, just like Witch Millie, who was burned to death by Dany. Toad Witch was very beautiful when she was young, so she got married, had children, and had descendants. She was the maternal grandmother of Robb's mother-in-law, Lady Sebel. Sebel had the unclean blood of merchants and witches in her body, so she would dishonorably betray the king's son-in-law according to the values of the Song of Ice and Fire world. Originally, Toad Witch had a career, a family, and lived a good life. After her merchant husband passed away, she set up a stall outside Lannister Harbor, selling soul-returning potions, aphrodisiac pills, moon tea, and other small things. From time to time, she would also work as a fortune-teller to earn money to support her family. She had a happy life, but she was not a psychopath. She never thought of feeding the princess a poisoned apple. However, the princess came to her own door and wanted to eat the poisoned apple. Yes, the girl Cersei came to her door. Cersei loved Rhaegar. At that time, there were few girls in the 7 kingdoms who did not love Rhaegar. She went to Toad Witch for fortune-telling, to predict her future husband. If Toad Witch was a liar, it would be fine if she said some auspicious words casually. However, Toad Witch was very capable, and she relied on her own abilities to make a living. Everyone knew that Cersei's ending was not good, and Toad Witch had told her everything decades in advance. She even knew the number of illegitimate children Cersei's husband had. Cersei believed in one thing: as long as no one knew about the prophecy, it would not come true. Then, she murdered her little sister who had accompanied her to find the witch that night. Cersei was not yet 12 years old that year. What a vicious Lolita! Thus, Toad Witch became the only person other than herself who knew about the prophecy. Toad Witch saw through Cersei's character at a glance and ran away that day, not giving Cersei a chance to kill her. An old lady said goodbye to her family and fled to the Riverbend Mountains alone, hiding in the forest and not daring to go out. She was very careful and cautious, and finally managed to keep her life. Then, she opened her business again and started her business as a forest witch. After a few years of peace, she was found out by Randall because she was too good at her business. She died unexpectedly and unjustly, and she was also very useless. No wonder Sebel and her brother were unscrupulous and wanted to climb up. In fact, the lives of Westeros commoners were too lowly in the eyes of the nobles. Alright, that was a little off topic. If Randall could ask a wizard to perform a ritual, so could the king of the Undulls. In fact, after the rat chef was captured, the king got the wizard to cast a curse on him. King Undull purposely trapped the enemy's soul in the rat's body, and sealed it at the bottom of the well, letting the rat chef eat his own children to survive. The evil god rat chef today was all because of King Undull's death. Dany helped her peers from thousands of years ago clean up the mess. After hearing Dany's reasoning, old Yamant thought for a moment and said, "The story of Maddox is also widely spread. Maybe he also became a demigod? Maddox is just an ordinary psychopath, and I've never heard of his story before coming to the Great Wall." Although she complained in her heart, Dany did not disobey him anymore. She only said, "Sir, accompany the old man to look for him. With Big Black following, you can guarantee your safety. I have to find Sam Will. I don't know where he teleported to." Yes, 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 Sam. I almost forgot about Sam. Yimont slapped his forehead and said worriedly, "It's been so long. Don't let the other ghosts take him away." Chapter 362. Your Majesty, you're finally here to save me. A long line of snot hung from the tip of Fatty's nose. His lips were pale from the cold, and he was sobbing in a hoarse voice. "I've flown past this place a few times. Why didn't you call me?" Danny did not pity him. Instead, she scolded him. She rode Whitey and ran along the Great Wall 10 kilometers to the east and west of the Long Night Fortress twice, but she did not see anyone. She expanded the search area to 10 kilometers to the east and west, which made a total of 20 kilometers. After more than an hour, she still could not find him. Just when she was about to give up on Fatty and let the deviant ghosts take him, Fatty suddenly appeared on a hill 4 kilometers to the east of the Long Night Fortress. The hill was about 300 meters away from the edge of the Great Wall. If it weren't for Little White's sharp eyes that saw a series of faint footprints on a craggy mountain rock covered in snow, she would have missed him. Sam rubbed his eyebrows and said, "I thought you didn't care about me anymore. So I walked to the east and went back to the dark castle." Danny glared at him and scolded, "Didn't you see the dragon in the sky? I was flying close to the ground. Even a blind person could see it. I looked up at the sky and waited for you for a long time. It was so long that I couldn't look up anymore." Sam complained. He also had a reason to complain. Anyone who stretched out their neck and was exposed to the cold wind for more than an hour on a -10 degrees Celsius night in the mountains would feel resentful. Besides, I didn't dare to walk close to the Great Wall. Just now, didn't you see? The Great Wall cracked and a lot of ice fell from the wall. I almost died. By the way, did the collapse of the Great Wall have anything to do with you, Your Majesty? Fatty's little gray eyes were full of suspicion. Did it have something to do with the Dark Gate? That's right, Danny admitted generously, because you went in and out of the Dark Gate too many times and exhausted the magic power of the Great Wall, causing the ice outside to collapse. You're the cause of the disaster, she said in a righteous tone, and her finger almost poked Fatty's face. Me? Fatty's face that was red from the cold suddenly turned pale, and his small eyes were filled with fear. Of course. Fortunately, I was able to transfer magic power to the magic array inside the Great Wall. Do you see the red light on the surface? I saw it. The cracks on the Great Wall are slowly healing as if it's on fire. Fatty nodded with a sad face. That's the fire magic of the Megalosaurus and I. I saved the Great Wall and cleaned up the mess you made. From now on, don't ever mention the dark door to anyone, and don't bring anyone to the bottom of the well to pass through the dark door. Danny scolded with a stern face. I won't do it again. Actually, I didn't break my oath. You were the one who discovered the black door, and I didn't reveal its secret. Sam repeatedly promised. Danny was thinking too much. When Whitey used a rope to hang the Fatty and returned to the Long Night Castle, before they landed, they saw a large group of people below. A large number of torches. Dozens of Knights of the Deer Association and Night Watchers were searching for something in the castle. Melisandre, Stannis, and several Night Watchers climbed up the well from the kitchen, which was the center of the battlefield. Shit! The red-robed woman knows the secret of Wind's song. Danny's face darkened. Screech, Whitey screeched, which attracted the attention of the knights below. They pulled their horses back and made way for the white dragon to land. Ouch! Sam, who was hanging on the rope, tripped on a rock and fell to the ground. What took you so long? Barristan came over and asked. Fatty was running around. He was a few hundred meters away from the Great Wall, and was preparing to walk back to Dark Castle. We almost couldn't find him. Danny jumped down from the dragon's back and approached Barristan. She whispered, "Do they know about the Dark Door?" When she saw Stannis come out from the bottom of the well, she was worried that the secret had been discovered. Now that her rationality returned, she suddenly understood. If the dark door was opened, the red-robed woman and the others wouldn't have come out from the bottom of the well. They would have gone to the other side of the Great Wall. They don't know. We only said that a rat chef came out from the bottom of the well. Stannis and the others didn't believe us. But after a few night watchers went down, the dark door didn't appear again. What happened to the Great Wall just now? Stannis asked loudly from afar. Dany was still thinking about how to quibble. Fatty groaned as he untied the rope and got up from the ground. He said with a sad face, "I'm sorry, I didn't want to do it." "What? It was you?" Erlu was stunned. The red-robed woman, Jon, Red Pomegranate, Carter and the others behind him were also stunned. They all turned their gazes and looked at the guilt-ridden Fatty in confusion. "It was me. I triggered the magic gears on the Great Wall and used up a lot of magic." The ice cracked. Fatty Sam lowered his head and said with a sob, "Dear God, Sam, what did you do?" Jon was shocked. "The Great Wall collapsed, the ice fell, and a few of our brothers on duty died tonight." "Do you know that?" Red Pomegranate reprimanded angrily. "I'm sorry." Fatty was so sad that he cried softly. The Dragon Queen immediately stepped forward and patted him on the shoulder. She said very responsibly, "Don't blame him. I forced Sam to come to the Long Night Castle. I was worried that the Long Night Castle had a secret passage that was not controlled by the Night Watchers. Before I left, I decided to come here to solve the problem." After receiving a grateful look from Fatty, she continued, "The secret passage. It's very complicated. I can't explain it in a short time. But there's something wrong with the magic circle that suppresses evil spirits inside the Great Wall. But don't worry. I've recharged the magic circle inside the Great Wall." The fire that covered the surface of the Great Wall was the fire magic power of the Megalosaurus, and I knew it. Melisandre nodded. "I guess that the red light had something to do with you." "It's all thanks to your majesty. The Megalosaurus magic power is so strong. The whole Great Wall seems to have been set on fire." Everyone was amazed. Even the red-robed woman recognized the Dragon Queen's achievement. Naturally, no one doubted her. "Where's the magic gear?" Stannis asked. "In order to protect the Great Wall, I can't tell anyone," Dany said righteously. Stannis bit his cheek and looked at her for a while. Then he turned to Sam and asked, "You tell me." "I swore that I can't tell anyone." Sam shook his head and looked at the Dragon Queen with pleading eyes. "You guys take your time." Dany threw Fatty to Erlu without any sympathy. Then she looked around and asked, "Where's the old man?" "He's still looking for Maddox." Dany's mouth twitched. "He still hasn't given up. Isn't he tired?" "It might not be an illusion. We also found the vengeful spirits of the 79 guards," Barristan said seriously. "You're not joking?" Dany put away her nonchalant expression and asked doubtfully, "Blackie didn't alert me." "Because they're all weak. I slashed them one by one. From the stairs at the foot of the Great Wall all the way to the top of the Great Wall, 79 ghosts were all killed. It was easier than killing chickens." After that, Dany followed the White Knights up the Great Wall. Unlike the wooden stairs nailed into the ice wall in Dark Castle, Nightfall kept carved ice stairs directly into the ice wall. It had been abandoned for 200 years. After the ice wall cracked, the ice stairs were still in good condition. Some of the stairs lost their edges because of the falling snow and became slopes. There were a dozen people leaning on the edge of the battlements and looking around. "Oh Red God, they are the 79 guards." Gaudy Green clicked his tongue in wonder. "Her Majesty is here." Oma called out and came over to salute. Seeing the Dragon Queen coming over, the people immediately gave her the best position. Well, I crawled to the edge of the battlements and stretched my neck to look down. A layer of ice fell off, and I could vaguely see a human head in the ice. No, it was a row of about 10 human heads. In some places I could even see the shoulders of people wearing black woolen sweaters. 7 levels of hell. Dany remembered the story of the 79 guards and couldn't help but shiver. She cursed, "Can't you just kill them? Why do you have to go through so much trouble? They've even created vengeful spirits." A long time ago, 79 Night Watchers collectively escaped. After they were captured, their black-clad brothers dug 79 holes on the side of the Great Wall facing the outside. They stuffed the deserters into the holes and sealed them in ice. They became 79 frozen pieces of cured meat, which were preserved until today. When the ice layer cracked, the ice covering the corpses shattered and fell to the ground, releasing the corpses and spirits inside. The spirits are weak. They're not a big threat. White Knight had killed the demigod rat chef and 79 ghost guards tonight, so she was very confident when she said this. The Night Watchers don't have Valeglia's steel sword. After that, Dani had a few Night Watchers tie ropes around their waists and drop down from the battlements. She used her longsword to pry open the ice layer and took out the remaining 50 or so corpses and threw them under the Great Wall. Well, when the ice fell off, more than 20 corpses had already fallen down. Then Whitey flew to the other side and burned all the corpses to ashes. If the deviant ghosts come and revive the 79 guards and climb up the battlements, that would be funny, Dani explained. After dealing with the frozen corpses, Dani rode Whitey behind Yamant. He was wandering around the command tower with Blackie. Old man, let's go. Mad Axe hasn't been found yet, the old scholar said. You have the Megalosaurus with you. How would it dare to show itself? There's no one here anyway. Let it wander around. Dani sat on the dragon's back and said. As she spoke, John stood on the broken wall of the kitchen and waved at her from afar. Your Majesty, Dani, rise, please come here. Dani slid down from the dragon's back again and walked over. What's the matter? King Stannis wants to requisition Long Night Fort, Red Pomegranate said. Erlu said seriously, my people need a place to stay. This place is big enough and has been empty for a long time. Long Night Fort is too special. Let's find another place. Dani frowned. It's because it's special that it needs someone to guard it, Erlu insisted. Dani looked at him deeply and asked directly, You want to find the magic power center of the Great Wall? Erlu did not avoid her gaze. He looked at her and said firmly, We have to protect it. This is the responsibility of both of us. The best choice is for you to stay. With the Megalosaurus guarding it, we can all rest assured. If you still want to leave, let me stay here. After a moment of silence, Dani turned to John and asked, Have you been to the bottom of the well? Yes. Did you find anything unusual? Dani looked down and asked. Unusual? John shook his head and said strangely, I didn't see anything. Is there really a rat chef? Dani's eyes flashed with doubt. She nodded and said to Erlu, The rat chef is real. There seem to be a lot of monsters hidden in Long Night Fort. There's also Mad Axe. We don't know where he's hiding. It's too dangerous to move here. Old Yamant interrupted. Stannis frowned and did not say anything. Red Pomegranate said doubtfully, Isn't the rat chef a legend? Long Night Fort was abandoned 200 years ago. It's been a few thousand years since the rat chef's era. The Night Watchers have never seen a rat chef before. Dani thought for a moment and walked towards the kitchen saying, Remember to leave a rat leg. I'll find it and show it to you. Fuck. Sam W. What are you eating? You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.